Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was All for One's Son? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Come to Texas, you can live with me while you get settled, Inko. Inko rubs her P-Arginty stomach, all her things shoved into 2 suitcases, and prays she's making the right choice. You can brainwash people? Hitoshi shrunk back. This was always his least favorite part, everyone saying their quirks. It's the only time he's allowed to talk, and it never ends well. That's awesome. You aren't afraid of it? Hitoshi ignored the glare of his foster parents. The new kid's eyes lit up, and he practically vibrated in seeming excitement. No way, that's so cool. How complex of a command can you give? Is there a limit to how many people you can control? The social worker chuckled uncomfortably, and Hitoshi could sense the other foster kids shrink back. Izuku here loves quirks, as I'm sure you can tell. Here's his file. She handed over a thick binder, and he's already got his stuff. Good luck. She waved goodbye, and Hitoshi barely resisted the urge to flip her off. Izuku seemingly had no qualms, although he was surprisingly subtle about it. Hitoshi sighed. Izuku would be afraid of his quirk soon enough, but he likely wouldn't see it in action in the house. Hitoshi made that mistake once, and he swore he'd never wear that diamond muzzle again if it killed him. The others had already gone back to their rooms, apparently not interested in talking to the 2 weirdos, or helping Izuku get his stuff into his room. Wordlessly, Hitoshi lifted one of his bags, surprised at how light it was. Most foster kids didn't have a ton of stuff, mind you, but it was still weird. Maybe he'd been in the system for longer than Hitoshi? Babies and young kids usually got adopted really quickly, though, so he had no clue. No point in wondering. Izuku would find out the activation for his quirk, and he'd never talk to Hitoshi again, more than likely. Izuku made a soft noise of surprise, picking up his other bag, and followed Hitoshi when he motioned for him to. Everyone else was in the kitchen or living room, working on homework. So Izuku could get settled in well, Hitoshi could show him the activation for his quirk and scare him off, and everything would go back to normal. Isolation from his peers was better than the alternative, and Hitoshi would like to keep it that way. Thank you very much. The room that Izuku was in was the one Hitoshi shared with one of the other kids. Go figure. Only open bed, now that Sora aged out. Hitoshi put the duffel onto the open bed, and Izuku followed suit, smiling at him. He was way too tall, Hitoshi decided. They were 13, for God's sake, not in their 20s. Izuku had no right to tower over him. Thanks. Izuku looked at him, genuine kindness in his face, and Hitoshi hated it. So, will you tell me about your quirk? Only if you want to. I can brainwash people by asking them a question. If they respond, I can make them do stuff. Why? If Izuku was smart, he wouldn't respond. I love quirks. Hitoshi felt the familiar, clicking feeling in his head, and he sighed. Poke yourself. Izuku did, and Hitoshi felt the connection end. He braced for Izuku to scream at him, or shrink away, or tell someone, or... That's the most amazing quirk I've ever even heard of. Hitoshi blinked, surprised. I'm assuming physical contact breaks people out of it? Hitoshi nodded, too surprised to speak. Amazing! You aren't afraid of it? Hitoshi whispered, paranoid about someone hearing him talk. It's a villain's quirk. Izuku's face darkened, but he set his jaw. No such thing as a villain's quirk. People are the problem. He sounded almost wistful, like he wasn't truly talking to Hitoshi, more to himself. But Hitoshi had never met anyone who wasn't terrified of his quirk. Even his own birth parents were afraid of it, dropping him off at the nearest police station and warning the officers of Hitoshi's quirk. He'd been in the system ever since. Hitoshi gave him a smile back, and Izuku's face lifted slightly. He turned to look behind him, then back to Hitoshi, lifting his hands. Do you know sign? Hitoshi grinned. Learned it when I was little. Izuku gave him a grin back, and Hitoshi knew, right then and there, that they'd stick together. I'm just saying, if we don't know what the entrance exam is, there's no good way to pass. UA is pretty insane, and very, very focused on physical quirks. Izuku frowned, tapping his chin. I'm pretty sure we can find it somewhere. I know they've got scanners to look for that sort of thing, but nothing is gone from the internet forever. If we look hard enough, I'm sure we can find something. That or we train like hell. It wasn't a great plan, of course. His stupid technopathy was too finicky to find anything, and UA had fantastic cybersecurity anyways. They'd truly have to look everywhere if they wanted any shot of finding anything out. And besides, Hitoshi was right, UA tended to focus on heavy hitters, people with flashy, physical quirks. Unless it was up against humans, Hitoshi didn't stand a chance. They needed the edge even if it took a while. They had a bit of time, the written exams weren't for another week, and the hero course entrance exam was after that. 3 weeks to prepare. They'd both trained, of course, but that didn't do much in the face of having no clue what to expect. Hitoshi might be acting like he wasn't worried, but Izuku could tell he was. A year of being just about the only person the other talked to meant that Izuku knew most of his tells. Bit his lip when he was worried, tapped his foot when he was angry, rubbed the back of his neck when embarrassed or overwhelmed. Izuku would never tell Hitoshi he had him figure out so well, but he had all the same. Walking back from Aldra was pretty much their only time to talk freely, with everyone in the school afraid of Hitoshi's quirk, and everyone in the foster home hating him, forbidding him from talking. That last one made Izuku mad, but he didn't show it, just gave Hitoshi reassuring smiles and glared at the others when he wasn't looking. Anger reminded him too much of his father. He would be better than that BSTRD by a long shot. Hey, maybe we can check it out tonight. The more time, the better, right? With 2 of us working, we can probably find at least something. Hitoshi hummed in agreement, and Izuku gave him a smile. I've got my laptop and some cash. Want to stop at a cafe and start? I doubt they'd notice we're gone, awful as it is. Yeah, well, the less they acknowledge our existence, the better. I do not want a repeat of the last time I used my quirk in that house. Hitoshi's face darkened, and Izuku felt a surge of anger, quickly pushed down. He settled on nodding instead, unsure of what else to really say. Hitoshi had been dealing with this for even longer than Izuku. It was reasonable that he had some less than stellar experiences. That didn't make it right, didn't make it better, but there wasn't anything either of them could do. In silence, they headed to the nearest cafe, mines in far-off places. It's robots? Hitoshi's disbelief was palpable, and even Izuku was confused. There's no way I can pass. Izuku frowned, replaying the video. He ended up saving it and the quality is honestly awful, but it's robots, clear as day. Maybe you can have some support items? UA allows them for the entrance exam, but it's usually to help limit more destructive quirks. But I don't think they say that, specifically. We'd have to figure something out quick, though, unless you want to rip robots apart with your bare hands. Izuku mumbled to himself. They'd stayed up late last night, and that was when Izuku had finally found the video, saved it, and promptly passed out. Hitoshi kept having to poke him awake during class. Yeah, maybe. Gauntlets or something might be nice, just so I can rip the robots apart. And maybe something for mobility. Izuku pulled out a notebook, ignored the fact that it's supposed to be one for class, and started sketching. Gauntlets would be good, and as long as they had blunted edges, they could have some sort of retracting part on them, something thin, ideally, to get between the metal plating on the robots. Thick gloves would also be nice, so Hitoshi didn't damage his hands too badly. As for mobility, a staff would do double time as a weapon and as a sort of way to vault over things. It would need to be retractable so it could be carried around easily, but things like that already existed. The support corps students should be able to make something like that easily, as long as they gave them enough time. Izuku showed Hitoshi his designs, and the other boy grinned, suggesting other ideas for his gloves. Think I could have a capture weapon like Eraserhead? Izuku elbowed him lightly in the side, grinning. Just because you're a fanboy doesn't mean they'll let you use the same weapons and gear. Besides, I'm pretty sure something like that would take forever to learn how to use, and we don't have enough time. Hitoshi nodded in agreement. Once we figure out something final, we need to make a meeting with the principal. Says here you can bring someone else. I assume they mean parents, but... Izuku trailed off. Yeah, Not happening. If you're willing to come, that would work. Maybe show the principal some of your analysis. Hitoshi teased, and Izuku blushed. He liked to analyze quirks, sue him. And Nedzu was infamously smart. Izuku couldn't be blamed if he wanted to meet the man, mouse, whatever. Hey, if you're allowed to fangirl over Eraserhead, I'm allowed to be excited to meet Nedzu. But, seriously, if that's what you want the gauntlets to look like and do, we should schedule a meeting sooner rather than later. We need to give the support course time to build the stuff. Hitoshi nodded in agreement, and the two worked on designing the gauntlets all the way through lunch. Villains can't apply to you, dumbass. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, shoving the hurt away. He'd heard far worse far more often, but it still hurt. His quirk wasn't his fault, and neither was people's reactions to it. He'd be more than willing to ignore it, but he'd long since learned that Izuku was a fiercely protective guy. Then I guess it's a good thing you aren't applying then, huh? Tsubasa's face screwed up for a second, while he tried to process what Izuku had said. He turned red, glaring at Izuku, but didn't say anything else. Come on, Hitoshi. We've got better things to do. Izuku tugged on his arm, gentle, and Hitoshi followed easily, watching as Tsubasa turned on his heel, storming away from them. They made their way outside of school grounds, headed back home. Izuku looked to Hitoshi, expression softening. Are you okay? Hitoshi resisted the urge to scoff or glare, his usual reactions to those sorts of questions. Izuku asked because he actually gave a sheet, something that no one else had before. I'll be fine, nothing I haven't heard before, anyways. I'll be a hero, and I'll prove every motherfucker here wrong. Izuku rolled his eyes good-naturedly. You've been around Bakugo too much. Hitoshi snorted, elbowing Izuku gently. Oh, does my language offend your delicate ears? Shall I speak to thee in prose? He asked, and Izuku elbowed him back, smiling. I made a meeting with Nedzu for after school Friday. Should be able to catch a train there, no problem. Preliminary designs we have to submit, but if they get approved I think you have to get fitted for them. Shouldn't take too long. Hitoshi sighed, thinking, not for the first time, that Izuku was his first slide of good luck in a long time. There was no way he would have been able to figure out or do all this on his own. Izuku had a physical quirk, at least Hitoshi was pretty sure that was his quirk, that was perfect for heroics, strong, flashy, loud. He and Bakugo should have gotten along like a house on fire, but Izuku turned his nose up at the explosive boy, and they weren't enemies, per se, but Izuku wasn't afraid to tell Bakugo to, and Hitoshi quotes, shove your explosive hands up your butt, maybe you can get the stick from out of there too. Hitoshi, who'd been dealing with Bakugo's extras for some time, was glad for Izuku's protection. He feared nothing, did no harm but took no shit, standing up for people he'd never met, for people who called him weird for hanging out with Hitoshi. Think we'll see Blasty Boy there? I know he's applying to UA too. Hitoshi spared a prayer that they wouldn't see him, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Probably. Not sure how many exams there are for the hero course, so we might not, but knowing our luck, yeah. Izuku straightened up. Someone needs to teach him to manage his anger. He's an atom bomb waiting to happen. Think UA can do it? Hitoshi asked. HM maybe? If their teachers are better, sure. No one's ever told Bakugo off, so it's part of the problem. If they're willing to call him out, give him consequences for his actions, he'd shape up at least a little. Hitoshi snorted. Like any teacher wouldn't look at Bakugo and worry about risking his heroic career if they did something about him. I'm serious, Hitoshi. UA attracts the best and the brightest, so he wouldn't be the best anymore. Someone will come along and put him in his place, and if we're lucky, it could be you. Izuku gave him a grin, and Hitoshi grinned back. Izuku had a vindictive streak in him when he got mad enough. It took a lot to bring Izuku to anger, but when you did, gods help you, because he was relentless. Come on, I want to look the designs over one last time. Izuku handed his notebook over with ease, and they spent the rest of the walk back bickering over his gauntlets. Koke County Police Report, September 5th, 2XXX. On the morning of Sunday, September 5th, 2XXX, a small group of civilians were gathered around Tammy Smith's, age 42, car, when several quirks went missing. The source was Izuku Midoriya, age 4, who was seen playing with his mother's, Inko Midoriya, age 23, attract small objects quirk. One civilian, James Whitmere, age 35, used his own quirk, officially named Reversal, which can undo the immediate effects of any quirk within 5 minutes of the other quirk's activation. Due to public civilian quirk use, a report was filed, and Izuku Midoriya's quirk was listed as a borrowing quirk at long distances. Officer Jameson responded to the call. "Okay, run that by me again? Because you're either FNG with me, or you're insane." Izuku sighed. He'd been worried Hitoshi might react like this. "My dad, he was a villain. He's dead, but I have his quirk. I can give and take quirks. I can literally prove it to you." Izuku held up his hand, showing Hitoshi the small hole in his palm. "Fine. Take my quirk then," Hitoshi challenged, and Izuku took a deep breath, reaching out and pulled. "Oh." Hitoshi blinked twice. "Oh, that's weird. No sheet. Don't tell anyone, please, Hitoshi. He's dead, but his followers probably aren't. Do you believe me now?" "Yeah, why dash?" A feeling clicked into place in Izuku's head. "Put your hand on your head." Hitoshi did, wordlessly. Izuku reached over and poked him to snap him out of it. He held his hand on Hitoshi's head, silently pushing brainwashing back to him. "Freaky," Hitoshi whispered. "How many quirks do you have then?" Izuku stared at his hands. The pinholes in his palms, capable of so much evil. He didn't like to think about his quirks, not in context. Their owners were dead, likely since a long time ago, if his father had been around since the dawn of quirks. That didn't make it any easier to think about. All for One was useless on its own, it needed other quirks to work. Just 5 right now. I guess I'm not getting any more, now that he's dead. Izuku swallowed hard. Just because Dad was dead didn't mean his followers were. I've got energy and light manipulation, a healing quirk, a technopathy that I can't really use, and one that I think is called flashbang. That's an interesting assortment. Why technopathy, and why can't you use it? Hitoshi asked. Well, he gave me a bunch of random ones to help me train it. And the technopathy isn't just manipulation of technology, I can read the information too. But it's all in actual code, which I don't know. And the manipulation aspect is stupid hard to use, so I never do. Izuku didn't like telling Hitoshi, but he had to tell someone. The secret was bursting at the seams, and Hitoshi wasn't an idiot. He'd keep it quiet, Izuku knew he would. The rest of the train ride to UA was quiet. The car was nearly empty, just one other teenager, with headphones in, and Izuku had made sure they were actually playing something before he started talking. It was nerve-wracking even just going to the school. They had visitors' passes, and Izuku was worried over nothing, but he'd apparently inherited that from Mom, and no, don't think about her right now, if Dad was to be believed. Which, okay, he wasn't, but Izuku would like to think he'd told his son at least some truths, no matter how much the man had left out. The station came all too fast and too slow at the same time. Izuku wasn't ready. If Hitoshi didn't get into the hero course, he wouldn't go into it either, his dreams be dead. They did this together or not at all. UA's front gates opened easily to their passes, as Izuku knew they would. They'd be slightly early, but they could wait, and he and Hitoshi had the designs in their bags, because Izuku was nothing if not paranoid. The campus was gigantic, although even if they got lost, it wouldn't be a huge deal. They had time. I think it's this way? Come on, I don't want to be late. Hitoshi tugged lightly on his arm, and Izuku let himself be dragged, taking in the campus. He never thought he'd be here, even if he weren't a student yet. He'd spent so long dreaming about being a hero, and this was the first, terrifying, step. Before they could make it too far, they were stopped by a tall, blonde student who grinned at them. Hey, I've never seen you around campus before, need some directions? Izuku's shoulders slumped in relief. Yeah, actually. Do you know where the principal's office is? We're kinda lost. Hitoshi looked ready to kill at Izuku's admission, but whatever. Damaged pride was a small price to pay. Oh yeah, I can lead you there. Just follow me. He motioned for them to follow. Great, thanks. Izuku gave his best smile, the one Hitoshi sometimes called blinding, and started walking. "Oh yeah, I'm Tagata Mirio." Izuku recognized the name, and he'd remembered where he'd seen that face, too. "Oh, you're the one with the permeation quirk, right? You were awesome in the sports festival." Tagata laughed, nodding. Izuku couldn't see his face, but he knew that Hitoshi was probably rolling his eyes right now. "Thanks. Are you two trying for the hero course too? It's kinda insane." Izuku nodded, then realized Tagata couldn't see him do it with his back turned. We're here to apply for support items for the entrance exam, since Hitoshi doesn't have a super physical quirk, and it doesn't work on robots." Tagata stopped short, turning around to face Izuku. He looked confused, narrowing his eyes slightly. It was slightly intimidating. He wasn't much taller than Izuku, but he was a lot more muscular. "How did you know what the entrance exam is? If someone told you..." "No one told us." Izuku figured it out by scouring the internet for 8 hours straight like the determined dumbass that he is. "Either way, we know, and my quirk only works on people, so I'm gonna need support items if I want any shot at passing," Hitoshi interjected. Izuku nodded in agreement, giving Tagata a smile. "It's that or getting in through the sports festival. That's only happened once or twice though." Tagata pointed to a large building, grin plastered back on his face, although Izuku could tell it was at least partially forced. "That's the main office. Principal Nedzu is in there. Just ask his secretary, she can guide you to him. Good luck." "Thanks." Izuku waved goodbye, and Hitoshi snorted, nodding in thanks. Tagata walked away, and Hitoshi elbowed Izuku in the side. "Oh, what was that for? You've got to stop unsettling people." Izuku glowered, rubbing his side. "It's not like I do it on purpose. It's just so simple to figure out, and if people would put in the time, they'd see that too." Izuku exclaimed, Hitoshi walking into the building, halfway dragging him along. "We can't all be super geniuses. If I didn't know your quirk, I'd think it was some sort of intelligence enhancer." Izuku froze, although there was no way that's what Hitoshi meant. Not like that." No, it's fine. Sorry, my memories of what he did, they're all jumbled up." "If he gave me a dash," Hitoshi slapped his palm over Izuku's mouth, pulling him into an alcove. A man dressed in all black, with long, unkempt hair passed them by, and Izuku used his light manipulation to draw his attention away. He kept walking, clearly more interested in seeing what the weird light flash was. Izuku felt Hitoshi relax, and he thanked his lucky stars that the other boy was paying more attention than he was. The less people who knew, the better. "Thanks, Hitoshi." "No problem. Come on, I think we're almost there." Sure enough, they came upon a large desk with a stressed-out-looking woman sitting behind it. She looked up at their arrival, and Izuku could almost swear she might have tears in her eyes. "Hi there." Her voice was injected with fake cheeriness, and Izuku didn't need to have heard that exact voice a million times over to know she was seconds from having a breakdown. "The principal has a meeting in a few minutes, but his schedule is clear afterwards. How can I help you?" Izuku gave her a genuine grin, and spoke before Hitoshi could. He liked Hitoshi just fine, but he wasn't great with being gentle in situations like this, Izuku had found. "We've actually got a meeting with him, or at least, Hitoshi does. I'm moral support, really. Should be under Shinsou Hitoshi, if I did it right." Her shoulders slumped in relief, and she clicked something on her computer. Izuku bounced on his heels, Hitoshi giggling softly. "Yep, you're right there. I'm assuming you're Shinsou?" She turned to Hitoshi, giving him a soft smile. Hitoshi nodded in response, apparently also aware he wasn't great with situational awareness when it came to delicate emotions. "All right, if you two just want to take a seat, the principal will be with you shortly. You can both go in, but I'm not sure if you'll be able to stay together the whole time." "Thanks." Izuku pulled Hitoshi along with him, sitting down on one of the benches that lined the wall. Izuku leaned over, whispering in Hitoshi's ear. "Will you be all right without me? I've heard the principal can be intimidating." "Oh no, whatever will I do without my emotional support broccoli?" Hitoshi deadpanned, and Izuku glared, but couldn't hold in his smile. "You know what I mean. And I'm serious." Hitoshi huffed, biting his lip. "I'll be fine. Not like you can make us stick together either way. Izuku could see his eyes stay trained on the clock sitting on the secretary's desk, no matter how nonchalant he wanted to act. Minutes passed in silence, and Izuku kept his eyes trained on Hitoshi, biting his tongue so he didn't mumble about quirks. That habit had been mostly trained out of him, although his father used to find it cute, which was part of the reason Izuku had trained himself to stop in the first place. The less that BSTRD liked him, the better. Not that it mattered now, what with the guy's face being punched off by All Might and left to die. Izuku had cheered All Might on the whole time. Fucker got what he deserved. Yep, definitely glad he'd mostly curbed the mumbling problem. There's no way he wouldn't have said that all out loud if he still did it. The secretary hummed and cleared her throat. The principal is ready to see you too now. Hitoshi worried his lip between his teeth for another second, before standing. Izuku gave him what he hoped was a reassuring smile and followed suit. Before either of them could knock, the door swung open, the principal standing behind them. He was comically small in comparison to them both, but Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. Shinsou Hitoshi and? He looked to Hitoshi. Ah, Midoriya Izuku, sir. Izuku smiled, bowing his head. Nedzu waved them both inside his office, still smiling, although Izuku saw it falter for one moment. Midoriya Izuku wasn't a name he'd heard in a long, long time. The timeline was correct, the description surprisingly accurate. If this was who Nedzu thought, it was sure to be an interesting year. Of course. I'll have the second-year support course students starting looking these over right away. If you don't mind, Shinsou, would you be willing to follow my secretary there? They'll need to begin the fitting process as soon as possible. Hitoshi stood, nodding. Izuku started after him, but Nedzu held up a hand, paw. Actually, Midoriya, would you be willing to stay for one moment? Nothing bad, of course, but I have some questions for you. Hitoshi paused for a second, but Izuku nodded to him, trying to encourage him to go. Go, Hitoshi. I'll meet you there. The door closed behind him, and Izuku reminded himself not to be too worried. He hadn't changed his name, of course, but his father didn't go by Midoriya in the first place. And he had no clue if that's what Nedzu was even asking about. So, if you don't mind me asking, how did you find out what the entrance exam was, Midoriya? Nedzu didn't show any emotions, just a pleasant smile on his face, but Izuku was always good at reading between the lines. He'd shaken the principal even if he hadn't meant to. It wasn't too hard. I know UA runs scanners on the web to try and stop people from posting about it, but you can't find everything and nothing is gone forever. So, I just scoured the internet for a while. Izuku gave what he hoped was a reassuring smile. I was also pretty determined to help Hitoshi, so that gave me some pretty good motivation. Nedzu kept his smile, although Izuku could tell he wasn't reassured. He rubbed the back of his neck. Embarrassed, but it wasn't his fault the exam was so biased. If Hitoshi wanted any chance to get into the hero course, he'd need all the help he could get. Aside from literally ripping robots apart with his bare hands, there wasn't much he could do. Hitoshi would likely need support items as a pro hero anyways, and the second-year support course students would be able to prove their skills if he got into the hero course with their handiwork. I apologize for my prying, but I also must ask, where are your parents? I assume you two are siblings, correct? Izuku barely resisted the urge to claw at his neck, a nervous habit he'd picked up from. Don't think about him, there was nothing you could have done. They're busy. We're foster siblings, so no biological relation, but he trailed off, unsure of what else to say. Nedzu gave him a smile once more, and Izuku's hands twitched, and he pinned them under himself, determined not to scratch. He needed the support anyways, and I was willing to give it. Of course. If you'll give me a moment, I'm sure they're almost done with the fitting. Powerloader's office isn't far from here, and all he needs is measurements for his gloves. A knock on the door almost made Izuku jump. And there they are. Thank you for your time, and good luck to both of you. Izuku stood, giving the principal one last small bow, and walked out to meet Hitoshi, excited to hear what he'd seen. All Might? Yes, it's Nedzu. Oh no, nothing too terrible, and nothing to do with the school of course, but have you passed on one for all yet? Oh hi, All Might. Can I help you? I have a feeling you can. Yes. Can you tell me about the incident last Sunday? Ready? Izuku asked. Hitoshi squared his shoulders, flexing his fingers inside his gauntlets. As I'll ever be, he grunted, stamping down his nerves. Are you ready for this? You seem nervous. Izuku gave him a nervous smile, but Hitoshi saw right through it. It made some amount of sense, although Hitoshi wasn't exactly sure what Izuku was so afraid of. It wasn't like he wouldn't pass, considering his quirk, and if Hitoshi didn't pass, he'd find a way into the hero course. Oh, it's only my future hinging on this, Hitoshi. How do you think I feel? Izuku snapped, then squeezed his eyes shut. Nervous enough to cut through the politeness, I see. You'll do fine, Damas. Hitoshi clapped Izuku on the shoulder, giving him a sheet-eating grin. Think we can team up, or will everyone lose their shit about it? Seeing as how the one kid keeps yelling at everyone to be orderly, I think we might make his head explode. Izuku murmured back. Hitoshi snickered, watching as the blue-haired boy chopped his arms wildly. Hey, one less person to compete with, right? Izuku elbowed him, and Hitoshi giggled even harder, watching as Izuku bit back a smile. Seriously, don't worry about it so much. We're gonna do this sheet, you understand? Everyone started to file out, and he and Izuku scrambled to follow. The training field was huge, an urban environment full of buildings. Izuku would be in heaven, leaping from the rooftops, Hitoshi knew. He'd never understand Izuku's thing with heights. They were surrounded by people, everyone excited to see what would happen. He and Izuku were the only ones who really understood what the robots looked like in action, how big they actually were. How UA ever got permission to use gigantic robots against untrained teenagers was beyond Hitoshi, but he wasn't really the one making those decisions. Let's go, listeners. Present Mike screamed, and everyone was off. People darted in different directions, and Izuku followed suit, going off where only two other people had. Hitoshi resigned himself to following them, the knowledge that he'd need to either get really lucky with some rescues or start taking out robots. Loud, clanging noises started from his left, and he darted off, clenching his fists to bring out the rounded claws on his gauntlets. Nedza didn't allow anything sharp, but he really just needed something thin enough to get between the panels, allowing him to rip them apart. From there, he'd need to jam something into the tracks on the robot's wheels to stop it from moving. Destruction wasn't required, although most people probably had powerful enough quirks that it was easiest to stop the robots by destroying them completely. A two-pointer rounded the corner, and Hitoshi backed around the building, pressing his back to the wall. The robots were strong, but the targeting systems were crap. The eyes weren't all that sensitive, and they couldn't hear anything. Hitoshi dashed to the side, managing to get behind the two-pointer, and dug his gauntlets into the paneling on the back. Ripping the robots apart wasn't easy, but they weren't indestructible. Grunting, he pulled them as hard as he could, until a panel came loose, nearly knocking him over. The wiring on the back was exposed completely, and Hitoshi was glad that the second-year support student was pushy and gave him a taser in his staff. Clicking a button, the staff extended, and he held down on the grip in the middle, jamming the electric prod into the circuitry. The robot beeped, and Hitoshi had enough presence of mind to make sure no one else was around just in case the thing exploded. Sure enough, one person was standing around, clearly looking for other robots. The two-pointers started to smoke, and Hitoshi swore to himself, running towards them and grabbing them, yanking them behind a building just before the stupid thing combusted. Hitoshi didn't give them a chance to say anything, just made sure they were fine, then nodded at them, heading off in search for another robot. Who's the kid with the purple hair? He's not using a quirk. Aizawa asked, hiding the curiosity from his tone. Shinsou Hitoshi. Quirk, brainwashing. Only works on other people. He and his brother came to request support items for him, Nedzu answered. Aizawa whistled though. And he's doing that well? If he gets in, I want him. He's got potential. Nedzu hid his face, the knowledge that his worry was likely leaking through preventing him from responding properly. He wasn't worried about Shinsou. He was more focused on Midoriya. Stupid quirk. Technopathy was really annoying when surrounded by a bunch of robots. Who knew? Izuku ignored it for the most part, focused on finding more robots. A lot of people had already taken care of the bigger point ones and were just looking for stragglers. Izuku himself had already taken out several 2- and 3-pointers, enough that he would likely get in no matter what. 8 minutes went by fast when you were destroying things, apparently, because a buzzer sounded, alerting people that there was only 2 minutes left. He could only hope Hitoshi got enough points, and he was about to see if he could find him, when people behind him started to scream. The 0-pointer. It was huge, almost to a ridiculous degree, and Izuku likely would have run like the others if he hadn't heard a cry for help. One of the buildings had been destroyed, and there was a girl trapped under the rubble. Izuku didn't stop to think, just sprinted forward, the knowledge that Nezu would stop the robot if he thought it might actually kill her ignored in his mind. He couldn't use technopathy, they didn't know he had that quirk. He couldn't just pull her out by himself, he'd need some help for that. The seconds were ticking away, and the 0-pointer got closer and closer, Izuku panicking more and more, until he spotted Hitoshi. "Help me pull her out," he called, and Hitoshi sprinted to him, panting slightly, but letting Izuku lift part of the rubble while he pulled the girl out. "Can you walk?" Hitoshi asked, and she might have responded, but Izuku wasn't paying attention to that. The robot was getting closer, it had clearly seen them, and they had to fight. The exam wouldn't end in time. A large piece of rubble sat next to Izuku, and he made his choice. Slamming one palm down onto it, ignoring the shock that rippled through his hand, he turned the piece into energy, used light manipulation to make it visible, and held the robot back, counting down the seconds in his head. Hitoshi seemed to understand what he was doing, setting the girl down somewhere safe, and running towards the 0-pointer. He reached its treads, pulling apart one of the panels, and jamming the electric end of his staff into it. The 0-pointer stopped pushing against Izuku's hold, and Hitoshi ran back towards him. "Come on, the robots explode, we need to move." He grabbed the girl, picking her up as she made a soft noise of surprise. Izuku followed suit, sprinting away and hoping that UA had some way to mitigate the damage. A loud buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the exam. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing into Hitoshi before remembering that he was still carrying that girl. "Sorry for just grabbing you like that." He put her down gently and she giggled airily. "It's okay, thanks for saving me." She grinned at the two of them. "I'm Uraraka Achiko. I hope we're in the hero course together. Midoriya Izuku, and this is Shinsou Hitoshi. I hope to see you too." Izuku grinned back, and Hitoshi sighed. "Need any help? I know you were pinned down pretty hard, so are you sure you're not hurt?" Uraraka shook her head, putting 4 of her fingers together. "I'll be fine now. I can't be a hero if I couldn't handle some scrapes and bruises. Thanks again." She waved them off as they left, and while Hitoshi was smiling slightly, Izuku could tell something was on his mind. "Hey, what's wrong?" Izuku signed, hoping he wasn't pushing too hard. Hitoshi liked to act stoic and unbothered, but Izuku could read him like a book. "I don't think I got enough points on the practical. Even with the support items, I only stopped like 4 robots." Izuku frowned. "Did you save anyone?" Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. "You mean besides that really cheery girl? I stopped a guy from basically running headfirst into an explosion, but otherwise, no. I mainly got the stragglers." Hitoshi sighed softly, putting his head in his hands. The night was young, but they'd been sent up to their room, the other kids in the house unsettled by their presence. Hitoshi wasn't allowed to talk, so signing was the only option. Izuku had gotten all his homework done, and Hitoshi was looking over his own one last time. "Even with support items, I can't be a hero. You can with rescue points." Hitoshi looked at him like he was crazy, and Izuku rolled his eyes. "Rescue points versus villain points. If you saved someone, there's a decent chance you'll get in with rescue instead of villain points. And you can be a hero, Hitoshi, even if no one's ever said you could. If you say so. Hey, what's the right way to spell this? I'm terrible at English." Izuku rolled his eyes, but sat down next to him on the bed, showing him the proper spelling. Behind the cafe, where the baristas knew their names by heart, Izuku and Hitoshi silently opened their letters together. They were thick and heavy, and Hitoshi hoped that meant something good. A thin piece of metal was inside, along with some papers, but Hitoshi didn't bother to read them when a hologram appeared. Izuku hadn't opened his yet, clearly watching Hitoshi's reaction first. Hello, Shinsou Hitoshi. You passed the written exam with flying colors, however, you didn't score enough points on the practical to pass. Hitoshi bit his lip, trying to hold in tears. He knew he couldn't be a hero, no matter what Izuku said. However, I am pleased to inform you that your heroic deeds did not go unnoticed. Saving your fellow examinees is what a true hero would do. You passed. His jaw dropped, and he tried to process what he'd just heard. I passed. I knew you would, I told you so. I passed, Izuku, I passed, I'm gonna be a hero. Hitoshi looked down to Izuku's still sealed letter. With shaky hands, Izuku opened his, seeing a similar hologram. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. You passed the written exam and the practical exam with ease. Your heroic efforts in saving those around you also boosted your score. You passed. Izuku clutched his letter hard, tears coming to his eyes. We're gonna be heroes, Hitoshi. I don't know how much help I can really be, but I do know that Izuku might not be had a borrowing quirk. What do you mean? Well, Inko told me once that she had Izuku take her quirk to practice, and he had it the whole day. Longest registered time for a borrowing quirk, in the States at least, is only about an hour. She thought that maybe he could take quirks. Where are Inko and Izuku now? She went back to Japan. Everyone kinda isolated them, too afraid to lose their quirks. She said she'd be able to find work easier there, and she might not be said it, but the people there would probably be nicer to her. Japan, it's like quirk heaven in comparison to here. Toshinori pushed down on his panic, already thinking of the people he'd need to call. Thank you for your help, miss. Midoriya Inko and her son were in danger. Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement, the thrill of being a hero overtaking him. Hitoshi was right alongside him, rolling his eyes at Izuku. He might act like he didn't care, but Izuku knew he was happy too. They were going to be heroes, good ones, ones that fought for people and not for fame or fortune. It was huge, and it was a confusing maze of buildings and rooms, and Izuku almost hoped to run into Tagata again, just so he could say hi to the upperclassmen. He was likely to be a part of UA's Big Three, considering his performance at the sports festival last year, so maybe Izuku could meet them too? At least he and Hitoshi were in the same class, 1A. Maybe Uraraka would be in that class too? Izuku was curious about her quirk. You're mumbling. That excited her. Hitoshi teased, patting the top of Izuku's head. He blushed, biting his tongue. Shut up, you're excited too. I never thought this would happen. And I'm still worried about everything else I told you, but this is just dash. Izuku cut himself off, biting his tongue harder so he'd stop talking. I know. Try not to freak out all our classmates, yeah? You've already unsettled that upperclassman and I'm pretty sure you managed to do it to Nedzu, so stop being a weirdo who won't shut up about quirks? Izuku wasn't hurt, really. He'd been called far worse things. Not like that. What I'm trying to say is that people don't usually get it. No one is as smart as you, so they get weirded out when you can't explain shit. Hitoshi frowned. It's not coming out right if dash dot. It's fine, Hitoshi. I get it actually. I think I act a lot like my father, even if I don't mean to, sometimes. Izuku gave him a grin, trying to show there were no hard feelings. Hitoshi wasn't particularly good with words, and Izuku didn't expect him to be. They came to the classroom door, and Izuku took a deep breath, opening it. Inside, Bakugo was arguing with that blue-haired kid from the entrance exam. So that's the kind of year they were about to have. I'll expel whoever comes last. Izuku knew he was lying. It wasn't hard to tell. He'd expel whoever had no potential, placement didn't matter. Eraserhead was a very logical man, who wouldn't just throw out a student based on a whim. He wasn't stupid. That didn't make his nerves settle, not really, as he watched Bakugo step up and use explosion to throw the ball. 705.2 meters. He really was powerful, although Izuku knew he was just happy to be able to use his quirk. Eraserhead looked bored, although Izuku didn't blame him. If he did this every year, he'd probably stop being surprised a long time ago. Midoriya, you're up. Izuku squared his shoulders, walking up to the ball. He wondered for a moment what the best way to maximize the distance was. He didn't like to use his own energy, but there was nothing else around him to use at the moment. He needed to match his performance at the entrance exam, just in case. It would be better not to raise any suspicion. UA was secure, but Izuku didn't trust it blindly. He took a deep breath, threw the ball, and used energy manipulation, with light manipulation to make it visible, to push it further, bracing his legs so he didn't go flying out of the circle. A hollow noise sounded from the ball, and it flew far, although Izuku doubted it would beat Bakuga's score. 700 meters, even. Izuku stepped out the circle, glad there weren't any eyes on him anymore. Not bad, all things considered, but this test didn't seem particularly fair anyways. Sure, some of them had suitable quirks, like Bakugo and Ida, but what about someone like Hagakure, or even Hitoshi? Invisibility wasn't useful for strength or speed, and even if she trained like crazy, there's no way she'd be able to beat someone like Ida in the 50-meter dash. He and Hitoshi had been training like crazy too, but inherent strength from a quirk was nay unbeatable. There was a reason people talked about All Might's strength more than his speed. His classmates' quirks were fascinating. Zero gravity would be wonderful for moving rubble, if Uraraka wanted to be a rescue hero, and creation was just plain useful. Engine was also interesting, although that clearly ran in the family, if Izuku was right about him being the younger brother of Ingenium. Heroics was always on his mind, wondering what the limits of anyone's quirks were, how far past those limits people could go. It was a family thing, according to his father. Izuku's mood soured at the thought, although he tried his best to keep it off his face. This year's class was certain to be interesting. Considering his performance at the entrance exam, it was no wonder that Midoriya Izuku had passed. His quirk was certainly destructive and flashy, to be sure. Although he certainly controlled it far better than Bakugo, whose explosions had burned more than a few students who'd gotten too close. Midoriya, on the other hand, had seemingly given up several points so others weren't caught in his range. Smart, although learning to control it was far more important for the long term. Heroes couldn't afford to back down, even without proper quirk mashup. The rat was interested in Midoriya, something about the boy clearly unsettling the principal. Whatever the kid had done, Shoyuta almost didn't want to know. The principal was not one to be unsettled by anything, the perpetual smile always plastered on his face. Shoyuta was far more interested in Shinsou Hitoshi and his quirk. He knew it was called brainwashing, and the trigger was verbal, but otherwise, there was nothing Shoyuta knew. Good, that would make it easier to see how fast villains could figure it out. He clearly hadn't trained as much as he needed to, but that wasn't uncommon. Few people truly understood the workload UA put on its students, and fewer were able to keep up with it fully. Same with Hagakure Toru, who was in last, albeit barely behind Shinsou. She had potential, she'd be fine. Midoriya's face twitched, and Shoyuta watched carefully. A small frown, although it was quickly smothered. He watched intently as his classmates competed, lips moving slightly, although if he was saying anything Shoyuta couldn't hear it. Interesting. Officially, his quirk was energy manipulation, unnamed, which was admittedly rare. Most people liked to name their quirks, especially if you were going to be a hero, except maybe All Might. Shoyuta had to resist the urge to roll his eyes at the thought of the font. The man didn't know jack about teaching, that was for sure. Call Shoyuta slightly biased, but teaching heroics wasn't going to be easy even with years of experience. Teenagers were hellions. No matter how starstruck they might act in front of the number, Hitoshi clung to his spot, barely above Hagakure. Thank God. He'd worked way too hard to get into the hero course only to be thrown out on the first day. A terrifying grin appeared on their teacher's face, and Hitoshi regretted everything he'd ever done in his life. It was a logical ruse. Eraserhead was officially insane. It was awesome. Okay, you don't have to tell me, but how the F do your quirks even work? I don't get it. Hitoshi slumped against the wall outside. Lunch meant they weren't likely to be bothered, and there was no one around to hear them. Well, I use energy manipulation on physical matter, or I can use my own energy, but it hurts like crazy if I do that. The energy is invisible, unless I turn it back into solid matter, which also hurts like hell, so I don't usually do it. I use light manipulation to make the energy visible, and the light also works with energy, but it's not all the efficient, so using them together works well. Flashbang is sort of a last resort. I would usually throw something at someone, turn it into energy, and then use flashbang to blind them temporarily. Works well as long as I'm fast enough. Hitoshi whistled, apparently impressed. That's insanely complicated. How the F do you keep track of all that? Izuku shrugged. I just do. I'm really used to using them all in tandem, and I can use multiple quirks at once, so it just makes sense. Izuku paused for a second. Are you going to tell the class about your quirk? They'll learn sooner or later, but you shouldn't give the trigger away. They'll learn it when they learn it. I'm honestly surprised no one's asked yet. Guess I got overlooked, Hitoshi grumbled. Isn't that a good thing if you're going underground? Can't be flashy, and you can never be too careful, even with your allies. Hitoshi huffed, sliding down the wall and sitting on the ground. I guess I just... me, it's so complicated and I hate it. I don't want to be noticed, but I want to be noticed, I guess. He frowned. That doesn't make any sense. I think I get it. You want people to care. It's hard, because your job would likely require you to blend into the background, but you still want people to give a shit about whether or not you come home at night. Hitoshi smirked, crossing his arms. I guess so. His face fell again. I think I've given up hope on anyone caring about me, though. No one wants to be friends with the villain kid, not when he can just talk and control you. I guess. I mean, I'd give a shit if you didn't come back, but knowing us, we'd probably be gone together. Hitoshi snorted, and Izuku gave a small grin in victory. God, this year is going to be dash. Insane? Because I think the word you're looking for is insane. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, but didn't disagree. I mean, yeah, any year with blasting fuckface is going to be pretty bats hit, but I also think it'll be good. And I'm sure you're in quirk heaven right now, with so much stuff to analyze. Izuku felt his face fall, but he did his best to keep it up. Hitoshi saw right through it. What's up? Sorry, it's nothing but, gods, I'm worried about my father. Or his followers, I guess. He had his hands in a lot of stuff. What if there's a spy or something here? Or what if someone recognizes me from the sports festival? Izuku looked up at the sky, small white clouds floating along lazily. He picked at the white gauze wrapped around his palms absent-mindedly. I don't ever want to go back. I don't even want to think about it. He's dead, right? And even if he's got followers or whatever, I've got your back. Hitoshi nudged him with his shoulder. Tell me about our classmates' quirks. I want to know what you've figured out so far. Look, Mama. I've got your quirk. Izuku giggles because it's Mama's quirk and it's warm and nice like she is. But when he looks up to her, to show how excited he is to play with her quirk, all he sees is fear on the faces of everyone around him. He didn't know why they were scared. Wasn't getting a quirk good? Izuku, how did you dash? Okay, I gotta ask, how do you two know each other? Ashido leaned over her desk, grinning at the two of them. Hitoshi knew this question would come up. He was just hoping it might take people a little longer to see that he and Izuku were close. Before he could open his mouth to respond, Izuku answered for him. We're brothers. Hitoshi bit back a grin at Ashido's confused face, and decided to play along. Yep. Can't you see the family resemblance? He gestured between him and Izuku's faces, doing his best to keep a straight face. Todoroki's eyes went wide for a second, then he turned away, mumbling something to himself. Izuku broke first, giggling, and then Hitoshi couldn't hold it in either, snorting loudly. Ashido still looked confused, and Hitoshi took pity on her, still trying to stifle his laughter. Sorry, he's dash. Hitoshi is adopted, Izuku stage whispered into Ashido's ear, interrupting him. Ashido smiled, giggling softly. Fine, two can play that game. Hitoshi gasped dramatically, putting one hand on his heart and the other on Izuku's arm, putting the best shocked face he can on. Izuku, I'm not adopted. I thought Mom and Dad told you, you're adopted. Did the purple hair not tip you off? Izuku gave Hitoshi such a convincing confused face he almost stopped the joke, worried he'd actually hit a nerve. It was hard to tell with Izuku, sometimes. Hitoshi, didn't they tell you? Mom and Dad have been dyeing their hair purple so you wouldn't feel left out. Izuku sounded amazingly genuine, and it's scary in a way. If Hitoshi weren't perfectly aware of the fact that his birth parents had left him, he'd almost believe Izuku. I stopped because my hair started to fall out, but dash. No, I stopped using dye on mine so I stopped losing my hair. Hitoshi frowned, ignoring the looks the rest of the class was giving them. Wait, which one of us is adopted? Izuku matched his panicked expression, and Hitoshi bit back the grin that was threatening to split his face. If you're adopted and I'm adopted, Izuku started. Hitoshi let his grin break through. Then who's flying the plane? They both said at the same time. Hitoshi couldn't hold his laughter back, holding his sides. Once they'd calmed down, Izuku looked at Ishido and the crowd that had formed around them. Seriously though, we're brothers. Izuku gave their classmates a grin, one that Hitoshi knew was slightly unsettling to most people, but very normal to him and Izuku. That's so manly. Are you guys going to be a hero duo? Kirishima asked, sharp teeth on display. Hitoshi snorted again, thinking of all the ways that would inevitably go wrong. Like I'd be able to stand his presence for that long. Besides, our quirks don't really mash up like that. Izuku grasped his chest, gasping like he'd been shot. You wound me. He draped himself dramatically over his chair, and Hitoshi rolled his eyes, looking towards the clock. Class is about to start, or are you too busy being dead? Izuku sat back up, and Ishido and Kirishima scrambled back into their seats. Uraraka and Midoriya as the heroes, and Ida and Bakugo as the villains. Izuku was excited, since this was the first time he'd ever seen his hero costume. He wanted practicality, more than anything, the knowledge that more flashy costumes were more popular ignored in his mind. In fact, he didn't want anything flashy, not at all. The more he blended into the background, the better, in his opinion. Hitoshi evidently shared that sentiment, because he could probably get away with wearing jeans instead of his hero costume. It was so plain. Izuku's was simple, just plain black, with paneling on his arms and legs. No gloves, because if the holes in his palms were covered, he couldn't use his quirks. A utility belt was slung around his waist, and he could now see how similar it was to Aizawa's belt. Hitoshi might be jealous, and Izuku grinned at the thought. Nothing was inside any of the pockets yet, but he was pretty sure he'd want something that he could easily turn into energy, just in case. Izuku didn't mind hand-to-hand, but that was more Hitoshi's strength. He'd prefer stealth and subtlety. Not easy when your quirk was registered as something that glows. Yeah, he might not be thought that one through. All his classmates' costumes were so cool though. Nothing was quite like Ida's impressive suit of armor, which only confirmed he was the younger brother of Ingenium. No one's costume was quite that over the top, actually, although Bakugo's was a close second for really driving the whole theme home. Yamamo's costume was essentially a sports bra and shorts, but as long as she was comfortable, Izuku guessed he couldn't really judge. She'd be cold in the winter. So would Kirishima, although being shirtless as a guy was different than as a girl, Izuku supposed. Uraraka's costume was cute, although she seemed embarrassed by how tight it was. Loose clothing wasn't often considered for most spotlight heroes, because loose meant things for people to grab and pull. Also, because the media loved to ask what heroes had to hide. Best Jeanist got away with it easily, so much so that it was a part of his look, and seeing his mouth at this point would be weird. Most heroes weren't so lucky. They were celebrities at this point, under constant scrutiny from the media. They'd criticize some of the female pros for getting fat, when they got a picture of them breathing in. But Izuku wasn't about to tell that to Uraraka, and looking at all his female classmates' costumes, a similar pattern of something tight and form-fitting was clear. Izuku wouldn't be comfortable in a skin-tight suit either, he guessed. Well, if you aren't comfortable, maybe you should go to support. They'd be willing to modify it, right? Probably yeah. She shook her head. We should focus. We need a plan. Right. Well, I don't know much about Ida, but I do know Bakugo. He'll probably be patrolling the perimeter and making Ida guard the bomb. I can try and kite him away while you go after the bomb. Is there a weight limit to what you can float? Uraraka shook her head, but bit her lip. I can float myself, but I'll get super sick. Izuku nodded. Okay, only use that as a last resort, then. If you can get a hand on Ida, his kicks should be useless in the air. We just need to grab the bomb. She nodded, still chewing on her lips slightly. We'll do fine, don't worry too much. Ida is pretty dramatic from what I can tell, so just let him talk for a while if you need to. You'll be okay, right? Bakugo seems explosive. He chuckled. Yeah, I went to middle school with him, too. He's pretty volatile. But easily predicted. Just go after Ida, okay? Izuku wasn't insane, although he put himself in the line of fire more than once. Hitoshi knew this. Hitoshi knew this very, very well, having to drag him away from some of Bakugo's more volatile lackeys. He'd almost broken someone's nose when they'd called Hitoshi a villain. Why would you do that? Because you aren't a villain. The teachers looked the other way, playing it off when the bully tried to complain. Midoriya is going to be a hero, they'd said, the same way they'd defended Bakugo so many times. The difference, of course, was that Izuku was a defender. Bakugo left Hitoshi alone for the most part, but the rest of Aldra did not follow his lead. Hitoshi was very, very used to this by the time Izuku came along, but he wasn't used to someone who was willing to lend a fist when he needed it, even if he didn't necessarily want it. It was better to blend into the background at Aldra, to let people ignore his existence rather than torment it. Izuku gave that system of ignorance one gigantic middle finger, and Bakugo apparently respected him. For what, Hitoshi had no idea, but it meant that Bakugo wouldn't hold anything back, not at all. The time started, and just as Izuku predicted, Bakugo went straight for them. Go find Ida. I'll take care of Bakugo. Uraraka nodded, sprinting off, and Izuku waved at Bakugo, giggling. Come on, you want a fair fight, right? I don't need backup. Bakugo screamed something unintelligible, launching a right hook, which Izuku easily countered, throwing him to the ground. You shouldn't always start with a right hook, Bakugo. Izuku pulled out his capture tape, planting a foot on Bakugo's back. Clearly not willing to stay down, Bakugo used a small explosion to propel himself up, making Izuku stumble backwards while he got on his feet. You fucker! He launched himself towards Izuku, an explosion ready in his palm, but Izuku stood perfectly still, waiting until the last second to use flashbang, making Bakugo stumble back. Izuku grabbed his right arm, pulling it behind Bakugo. Quickly, he grabbed the other arm, pinning them together and tying them together with his capture tape. Bakugo has been eliminated. Hitoshi grinned, watching as he swore up a storm after Izuku's retreating figure. Bakugo would not be happy, but Izuku was glad to bring him down at least one tiny notch. He ran off towards what he hoped was Uraraka's direction. Ida got rid of everything in the room, and I can't use my quirk. She cried into his earpiece, and Izuku could hear Ida's overdramatic speech even through the comms. Can you dodge under one of his kicks? That's one of his family's signature moves. If you can get your hand on him, we can win. Izuku ran as fast as he could, but he wasn't exactly trained for speed. I can try. Ida was kicking but at this, Hitoshi had to admit. Not a great mashup with him against Uraraka, who was clearly used to using her quirk as ammo. But Izuku was right. If she could just touch him, he'd be down for the count, easy. Ida went for a kick, and Uraraka took her chance, smacking his leg with all 5 fingers, making Ida float slowly to the ceiling. She pushed him away from the warhead, sprinting towards it and clutching onto it. Hero team wins. Inko, are you sure about this? I'm out of options, Amy. I'll keep in touch, I promise. Are you excited? Izuku asked, resting an elbow on Hitoshi's shoulder, just because he knew he hated it. Sure enough, Hitoshi batted him away, glaring at the grin Izuku gave him in response. Oh, shut up. I'm just amazed Bakugo didn't roast you alive after the battle trial. Izuku hummed. I was hoping he'd cool down. Whatever, someone needed to knock him down a peg, and I know I can usually take him. Nearby, Ida was directing their classmates to organize to get onto the bus, and Izuku bit his tongue so he wouldn't start giggling. After the whole reporter thing, Izuku was happy to hand off his position. Ida was far better suited for it either way. Izuku wasn't a fan of crowds, or having all eyes on him at any moment. Do we think Ida is secretly a robot? Hitoshi whispered to him as they got on the bus, which wasn't the type that needed such rigorous organization. Poor Ida. Bakugo's kinda got the personality of sewage, dude. There's no way someone with an attitude like that could be popular. Kaminari laughed, with Hitoshi stifling a snort. You OVF brand Pikachu. Bakugo screamed, and Hitoshi could see Aizawa-sensei's eyes open in irritation. You're kinda proving them right, Bakugo, Izuku said calmly. You always say you'll be number one, but you don't really act like a hero, do you? The bus went silent for a moment, Bakugo fuming silently. Hitoshi could sense the tense air, people looking to one another to try and figure out what Izuku was talking about. Izuku. Hitoshi flicked him on the nose. Oh right. Sorry. He hunched over on himself, and Hitoshi felt bad. It wasn't Izuku's fault, and he wasn't trying to be creepy. Bakugo doesn't act like a hero? What makes you say that? Azui asked, but luckily, they were spared from answering at their arrival to the USJ. 13th speech ended with Izuku and Uraraka grinning and cheering. Izuku was such a hero fanboy, and it was both funny and sad, considering what he'd told Hitoshi. Aizawa-sensei straightened up, but turned around before he could say anything. A small, purple vortex appeared on the fountain, and everyone backed up slowly, unsure of what was happening. 13. Protect the students. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be. Izuku hadn't seen him in years. There hadn't been time when his father died to try and pull him away, and Izuku thought he was dead. But there Tamura was standing, slouching. Izuku used to think it was cool, tried to emulate his big brother even if dad hated it, next to Kurojiri, a hand covering his face, the others on his arms. This wasn't a nightmare, it was worse than whatever Izuku could have ever dreamed up, worse than what he'd feared. A monster sat next to them, with big, bulging eyes and an exposed brain. Dad never liked to talk about work, but Izuku heard snippets sometimes, when he thought Izuku was asleep. The doctor, who Dad refused to let see Izuku, talked about the Numu, sometimes, a grin in his voice. He scared Izuku more than anyone else. All Might was supposed to be here. Izuku could cry. He probably was crying. Hitoshi was near him, trying to say something, but Izuku couldn't hear anything over the dull roaring in his ears. This was real. He could vaguely feel Hitoshi yank his arm, pulling him towards 13. He could hear Aizawa-sensei order them to protect the students. He could only see Tamura, face covered, but Izuku knew he had a manic grin, and knew him well enough to know that exact grin. Tamura might have always acted like a spoiled toddler, but he wasn't an idiot, and he was cruel when he wanted to be. Even at 10, Izuku knew this, and oh, God, how he tried to round out Tamura's harsh edges, soothe his father's harsh words and actions, to pull his brother from the brink. With Kurojiri here, oh God, they pulled out all the stops for this. There wasn't much of a point hiding behind 13. Coordinate-based warping aside, being able to see his classmates meant that Kurojiri could simply warp them all. Highly unlikely that they knew anyone's quirks, not so early in the year, but with so many villains, they didn't need to know. Villains wouldn't hesitate to kill, not if Tamura, or Dad, oh God what if he's alive, recruited them. Azui and Hitoshi were standing next to Izuku, Bakugo and Kirishima were ignoring 13's orders, and the mist was coming closer. He couldn't blind Kurojiri. Izuku tried that before, never worked well, but sight-based warping. There had to be something he could do with that. This was going to hurt. He still had gauze wrapped around his palms, and he didn't bother to hesitate. He grabbed Azui and Hitoshi, pulling them close, unwinded the gauze around his hands and turning it into energy, using light, and covering the three of them in a dome of light. Someone was crying out. He couldn't grab anyone else to save them, and he could only hope that his theory that they didn't have a clue about his classmates' quirks was correct. The USJ was designed for training, but that didn't mean it couldn't be deadly without supervision. He kept the dome up, tears streaming down his face. It hurt so much, and his arms were shaking and oh gods, they were going to die here, weren't they? Izuku! Breath, you need to let the barrier down. Hitoshi cried out, and Izuku didn't even realize he'd shut his eyes, but he opened them, crying out, shoving the energy into something more manageable, soft orbs of light floating around him. Ida was running towards the exit, Kurogyari following close behind, with Uraraka chasing after them both. Good, Ida could get help, but was everyone else going to be okay in the meantime? If only he could get his stupid technopathy to actually work, they wouldn't be in this mess. Izuku, you need to focus. We have to get out of here. Villains were quickly surrounding them, and there was no way Kurogyari wouldn't come back for them once he either caught up to Ida or the boy got away. We're gonna have to fight our way out if we want any chance of surviving. And we're gonna need to help Sensei. Hitoshi's eyes went wide at his declaration, but Azui was still calm, placing one finger below her mouth. We can't fight them all off, Karo. We're just students. Her voice was steady, but Izuku knew she was scared. I know. I can hold my own, Hitoshi, I know you can, but Azui, if you want, you might be able to get into the control room, if you don't want to fight. No judgment here, but we need a decision now. They were getting closer and closer, with Aizawa-sensei making his way towards them, but constantly being pulled back by more villains. I'll stay and help Karo. Even if I found the control room, there's no way I'd be able to figure out how to use everything in there. Izuku nodded, falling into a fighting stance. Hitoshi and Azui followed suit. And call me Tusu. Don't let Tomu the hand guy touch you. He can decay anything. Azui looked confused for a moment, but nodded, apparently deciding the issue at hand was more pressing. Hitoshi just nodded, although Izuku knew that he'd be explaining himself later. If they made it out alive. There were so many brats, such little time. Tamura would have gladly done it one by one, letting them die slowly under his fingertips, but it would take far too long. 3 of them managed to escape Kurogyari's warp gate, and he was currently chasing down that engine kid. Even though they went through all that effort to get the schedule, make sure the kids and All Might were isolated, the number 1 just had to go and ruin it, didn't he? BSE had the audacity to not even show up and save his precious little students. Considering what he'd done to Sensei, Tamura found himself not all that surprised. Damage to Sensei's face aside, the hero had killed Tamura's own little brother during their fight. Collateral damage, no doubt, seeing Izuku's death as a necessary evil. Sensei hated All Might on principle, and Tamura did too, but his hate burned even brighter at the thought of his little brother. Poor Izuku, who Sensei didn't want caught in the crossfire when Tamura decayed the rest of this miserable world around him. He'd get revenge, not just for Sensei, but Izuku too. It felt like it was endless, the villains they fought off. If they had a way to kill All Might, it made sense, Izuku guessed, to pull out all the stops. That didn't make it easier, fighting people off and trying desperately to get to Sensei. The monster was grabbing Aizawa-sensei, shoving him into the ground. Blood streamed down his face. Even as the thing lifted his head back up, Izuku could see him struggle to cling to awareness. Kurogyari warped back to Tamura, and Izuku felt a spark of hope. If Ida was out, backup would get here soon. Hopefully. None of them were used to fighting like this, against what felt like an unstoppable tide or villains, but they were wearing their numbers down, slowly. But the Numu was strong, pinning Sensei to the ground, hard, even as the man fought back. Dread pooled in Izuku's stomach. Aizawa-sensei wasn't getting back up. The Numu smashed his head against the ground again, and the man was down. Izuku didn't even think about it before he sprinted towards the Numu, every rational thought thrown out the window. He couldn't let Aizawa-sensei die. He couldn't let his father's legacy be known, to thrive. He couldn't let anyone else die by Tamura's hand. Numu, get the green-haired brat, Tamura ordered, almost lazily. The Numu did nothing, standing perfectly still. Izuku took his chance, breaking off the plating on his leg armor, making a sharp edge on one end. With all his might, adrenaline kicking in easily, he stabbed the piece into the Numu's chest, making the monster screech. Ignoring the horrific noise, Izuku slapped the plating with his palm, not even bothering to make the energy visible. Instead, he spread it out, thin, like a disc, all across the Numu's body. This is gonna hurt. He made it solid once more, and used the extra energy to push the two halves away from each other, ignoring the bile in his mouth. His palms were bleeding, blood running down his hands and arms, and Izuku's legs burned in pain. Blood pooled in his mouth, but he ignored it, doing his best not to swallow any of it. The monster screeched one more, but slid in half, spraying Izuku with warm blood. He gritted his teeth, a metallic taste on his tongue, because it wasn't over yet. Tamura was standing in awe. His classmates were slowly coming back to the main plaza, but Aizawa-sensei was dying. The Numu smashed his ribs, clearly, and if it weren't for the faint rise of his chest, Izuku would have thought he was dead. Everyone else was distracted. This was his chance. There was no way help would arrive soon enough to save Aizawa-sensei. Izuku crawled towards him, legs shaking too much to stand, and pulled. Erasure entered his body, making his eyes dry and heavy. He reached Sensei, putting his hand on the man's head, and shoving his healing quirk into him. There wasn't enough time to make sure it healed everything, but it would be enough to keep the man alive while help arrived. Once Izuku deemed him as healed as he could risk, he pulled his healing quirk back to himself, and pushed Erasure back into Aizawa-sensei. Izuku took a heaving breath, rolling onto his back, staring at the dome above him. No major injuries, although that wasn't surprising. Hopefully no one, besides Hitoshi, would look too closely at him. "I am here," All Might announced, and Izuku relaxed, glad that they'd be safe once more. Tamura was impulsive, but he wasn't that stupid, right? Hitoshi's "no" was all Izuku heard before Tamura landed on top of him, hand poised to kill. His healing quirk would keep him alive, but for how long? Izuku grabbed his arm, pushing it upwards and away from his body, trying to pull out his other arm, pinned underneath one of Tamura's legs. Izuku risked a glance at Tamura, looking him in the eye, and his brother froze. "Aizu," he whispered softly, one red eye going wide behind the hand on his face. Izuku took his chance, bucking his hips and shoving Tamura off of him, rolling away, before Hitoshi grabbed his arm and pulled him up to stand. A warp gate appeared behind Tamura, closing before Snipe's bullet could hit. It was a mess. Izuku was covered in blood, and his eyes were wide, staring at where the villains had disappeared. Hitoshi was doing his best to keep him upright, even with his own shaky limbs. "Izuku, you need to breathe, we're all fine, we're all going to be fine." Instead of responding, Izuku turned to him with far-off eyes. His voice was soft, terrified. "He's alive. Sensei." "Shigaraki Tamura. I know you failed." Tamura resisted the urge to scratch at his neck. Izuku used to berate him for disturbing the sensitive skin there. "I know, but I've got fantastic news." "Oh." Tamura could hear the interest in Sensei's voice. "Izuku's alive." "Where we going to, Mama?" "We're going to Japan, honey. It's where I used to live before I had you. I know it's scary, but you'll make a lot of new friends, okay?" Shoyuta groaned, a sledgehammer slamming behind his eyes as he woke up. A hospital, he'd been in enough of those to know when he'd woken up in one. A machine beeped somewhere around him, and his arms were bandaged. "Oh, thank F-." Hizashi sat up in his chair, hair unkempt and strewn across his shoulders. His glasses were off, sitting on a side table, and Hizashi squinted at him, before giving up and putting his glasses back on. His eyes were puffed red, and he sniffed once, before giving Shoyuta a smile. "You scared the F out of me." "Are the kids what if one of the villains and Midoriya, Shinsou, and Azui, they were there, fighting for their lives, they're just kids, they weren't trained or anything and they're fine." Hizashi laid a hand on Shuta's shoulder, grounding him. "Scrapes and bruises, and they're all shaken up, but they'll be okay. You, on the other hand, were bad, Sho. They weren't sure you'd live." Hizashi's voice went soft at the end, and Shoyuta desperately wished his arms were bound to hell and back. Is Midoriya okay? And Azui and Shinsou? They were with me, fighting. They could have died. Zashi, I couldn't dash. Everyone's alive. All Might got there, and that monster Tsung is dead." Shuta's breathing slowed down, the knowledge that they were all at least alive enough to calm him. Everything else could be worked through, with time and patience. But the Numu, it had smashed him against the ground, like he was nothing more than a ragdoll. Shoyuta had been sure it had punctured a lung, or at the very least gave him a concussion. But nothing. Sure, his head hurt, and his arms were clearly damaged, but he shouldn't have been able to get back up after all that, not with him passing out. How am I alive? That thing, it was made to kill All Might, I should be dead. There's no way help arrived in time. Hisashi sighed, opening his mouth to speak, when a nurse walked in. Oh good, you're finally awake. The good news is that you'll be up and running in another day or so, I'd think. But resting is more important. You won't heal properly if you push yourself. She checked his vitals, looking over a clipboard. She faced Hisashi, giving him a stern look. Make sure he rests. Don't worry, ma'am. I will. She nodded, walking out calmly. Hisashi faced Shoyuta again. It was bad, Sho, but you're alive. That's what matters. Shoyuta took a deep breath. Hisashi was right. It didn't matter why he survived, just that he did. How is everyone? I know that they'll be pretty nervous, but they'll all be okay, I hope. Hisashi nodded, although he bit his lip. Pretty much, yeah. But Midoriya, you were knocked out, but he was the one to kill the Numu. Shuta's eyes widened. He's pretty shaken. He was in shock when we got there. Shinsou was basically carrying him. Quirk overuse, they said. His palms were bleeding and was spitting out blood. He's okay now. Well, as okay as he can be. He's going to need therapy and a lot of it. Despite the serious topic, Hisashi smiled softly. He is. They're all going to need it, but Midoriya is pretty bad. And you need to rest, and I will make you rest. I know how you are. You don't have to tell me anything, but who's the hand guy? Hitoshi signed. Izuku bit his lip. He knew this was coming, knew that Tsuyu was going to have questions too. He'd need a cover story for her, but he had a little time. My brother. Sort of. My dad raised him to be his successor, so we grew up together. Memories of playing games with Tamura and sneaking him milkshakes to cheer him up after training came to Izuku's mind. They were happy as fed up as it was. Tamura was being raised to be a murderer, and Izuku was being kept locked up in a glorified cell, but they were happy. Tears streamed down Izuku's face, the knowledge that his father was alive and that he'd managed to shove Tamura over the edge, making them spill. I'm sorry. I won't ask if you don't want me to. Hitoshi paused, but kept his hands raised. Should we tell someone? We can't. We'll put everyone in danger if we do. I've already put you in danger. And there's no way All Might hasn't made the connection between that monster and my dad. Hitoshi bit his lip, clearly not happy with Izuku's answer, but eventually nodded. But if it gets any worse, we have to say something. Izuku didn't like it, but Hitoshi was right. He didn't really know his father, but he knew a few things. Okay. Toshinori had a lot to think about. Admittedly, it was his own foolish actions that led to the USJ being what it was. A traumatic, violent event, one that had moved UA into an unwanted spotlight. Everyone's nerves were high, and Netsu had upgraded the security several times already, paranoid about more intruders. Toshinori had to agree with the principal on that front. They were clearly bold and cruel enough to attack first-year students just to try and get to him. He'd worried about staying as a teacher, wondering if he should leave, try to find a successor a different way. Sasaki had one that he'd suggested, a third year who was certainly strong enough to receive one for all. But with all for one clearly alive, it would be cruel to put such a large target on a child's back. He was running out of time and running out of options. One for all would already be a heavy burden to bear, and to shove it onto a student who had little experience would be foolish, unheroic. He ought to talk to Netsu once more, see what he had to say. Then there was Midoriya Izuku, a name Toshinori hadn't heard in years. A decade later, and the child appears out of thin air, with a registered quirk that wasn't all for one or a borrowing quirk of any kind, and the drive to be a hero of all things. He didn't have permission to access student records, couldn't look to see what Midoriya's home life was, if his mother was alive or dead. It could be a coincidence, but Toshinori would rather it be a misunderstanding than let it snowball into something far worse. Netsu had certainly figured it out by now, of course. The principal was too smart to not have put the pieces together. But he wouldn't act until he saw the whole picture, knew what all the outcomes were, however grim they might be. Toshinori didn't have an intelligence quirk, but he wasn't an idiot. The simplest explanation was often the correct one. He'd been prepared to pull the boy aside at some point, ask him about his father, but he didn't wish to tip his hands so quickly. If this child were truly all for one's son, it was possible he wasn't even aware of such a fact. His closeness with Shinsou Hitoshi told Toshinori that something was off. There was no way All for One would pass up a quirk like brainwashing, and if Midoriya was so close to Shinsou, he would have taken it by now. There was also the possibility that All for One was playing the long game. He'd let the world think he was dead for this long. There was a chance he'd merely been waiting for his child to be old enough to attend UA so he could spy on it. Toshinori was cautious around him, and did his best to tell his coworkers to do the same. There was no telling what All for One could do if he were truly alive. When he showed up to the USJ to find the monster, the Numu, he was later told it was called, dead, and Midoriya covered in blood, he'd been forced to re-evaluate. Watching the footage back, Midoriya clearly hadn't known. He'd been just as terrified. His eyes when he'd seen Shigaraki and the warp villains spoke of fear, not of satisfaction of a plan coming together. Killing the Numu was just the tipping point to prove to Toshinori that Midoriya was likely not working with his father. He'd pushed himself to the point of destroying himself to kill the Numu, the sight of bleeding palms not something Toshinori could easily push from his mind. That thing was designed to kill him, it nearly killed Aizawa. There was no way Midoriya couldn't have just lied, saying it was too powerful for him to beat, and let it slaughter his teacher and classmates. He needed to speak to Sasaki and Naomasa, but the detective would have to come second. Sasaki had connections in the underground hero world, more so than Toshinori ever would. If there were whispers of the All for One's return, some of his spies would likely have heard something. They're still having the sports festival? Seems risky to me. Didn't some of the students just get attacked? Wow. UA must really be going downhill. Letting everyone show off their quirks after something like that? Tamura ignored the people around him, their whispers and wonderings. He was only after one thing, truly. All Might's death and the destruction of heroes could wait. Sensei was right, Izuku would get caught in the crossfire if he wasn't careful, and that was the last thing Tamura wanted. Izuku was innocent, probably being held hostage or being used by heroes. The thought made Tamura scratch at his neck absent-mindedly, his hood pulled up despite how warm it was. He didn't get any second glances, not that such a thing surprised him anymore. People couldn't be trusted, living in their own little worlds of worry. Although, some of the whispers around him had a point. Why the hell would UA still have the sports festival? The biggest reason the students weren't hurt any worse was because he and Kurojairi hadn't known their quirks, relying on scattering them for the plan to work. It didn't matter. Now that he knew Izuku was alive, everything else would be pushed to the back burner until his little brother was back home, where he belonged. Should I even compete? Izuku paced at lunch, nervous energy not letting him sit still. Tamura would have told his father he was alive, but maybe he wouldn't do anything? They already know, don't they? Why not compete? Hitoshi asked. I don't want to put UA at any more risk. If he knows I'm here, I don't know what he'll do. That's what scares me. Izuku looked at his shaking hands. There were scars there, from his skin splitting open. The biggest drawback to energy manipulation quirk, and the nurse who'd been there when he'd woken up has scolded him lightly, warning him not to do such a thing again. He'd taken off the gauze to let his hands breathe, and he could feel Hitoshi's quirk floating around him. He'd long since learned to ignore the pull feeling, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. I'm scared. I don't want to go back. Tears started to fall from his eyes, and Izuku curled in on himself. I'm so scared, Hitoshi. Arms wrapped around him, and Izuku sunk into the feeling, sobbing into Hitoshi's shoulder. We'll figure this out. Hitoshi's arms tightened around him slightly. I promise. I don't like it, Toshinori said to himself. He frowned, watching the footage of the USJ once more. Midoriya's face, his realization of what was happening, that was normal. Well, as normal as it could be. If All for One was his father, and more importantly, If Midoriya had a connection with his father, he shouldn't have been surprised at such a thing. His desperation to keep his classmates and Aizawa safe was clear, movements jerky and uncoordinated. Brutal but effective in many ways. Midoriya was not a physical powerhouse, but his movements suggested prior training, no matter how unprofessional. His execution of the Numu was brutally effective, precision and perfection of his quirk, but he'd only done it when Aizawa was completely down. He wasn't causing harm just for the hell of it. But once the Numu died, Midoriya had crawled over to Aizawa and placed his hand on his teacher's head. Toshinori couldn't see clearly, but he'd squeezed his eyes shut, like he was desperate for something to work. And once attention was back on them, he'd taken his hand off, like he'd done something he shouldn't. According to Mike, Aizawa was confused when he woke up, asking how he'd survived the attack. Watching back, it was clear to Toshinori that, really, he shouldn't have. The Numu did a number on him, and when he lost consciousness, that truly should have been it. Help didn't arrive in time. Something doesn't add up. Mama? Izuku rubs his eyes as he wakes up. It's cold, with no windows to tell him whether it's night or day. I'm afraid she's not here, little one. Izuku looks up the source of the voice. A tall man with white hair and red eyes stares down at him. Who are you? Where's Mama? She left you. She's afraid of your quirk. The tall man crouches down to Izuku's level, giving him a smile. But I'm not. He holds out his hand, and Izuku sees the tiny hole in his palm. He gasps softly, putting his hand on top of the man's. Do we dash? Have the same quirk? He ruffles Izuku's hair. I believe we do, little one. Izuku beams up at him. People are afraid of his quirk, but maybe someone with the same one won't be. Izuku's too young to understand the sharp smile on the man's face, but he remembers it all the same. All for One was aware that he was an odd man. His unnatural lifespan led to such strangeness, the knowledge that he was not truly meant to exist as he did. If the world had its way, he'd be long since dead, drowning in a pool of his own blood. His underestimation of All Might was truly one of his greatest downfalls, along with the death of his brother. The other was his failure to protect his son. Izuku was innocent, a child, whose abilities would not be regarded in a kind light by the world nowadays. They'd fear him just as they feared All for One. His actions were justifiable, taking his child to raise him, safe and sound. Heroes and villains alike would use him for his quirk, or lock him up for the greater good. The boy's mother was woefully unprepared, although her quirk was a fascinating addition to Izuku's base ability. His death weighed heavy on All for One's mind. He'd grown attached as much as he hated to admit such a thing. Izuku was a kind and charming child, full of wonder and naivety. Raising him and Tamura together was certainly interesting, but Shimura's spawn was protective over his little brother, determined to reshape the world so they could both thrive. It worked out well in some ways in the aftermath. Tamura blamed All Might for Izuku's death, scratching his neck raw, proclaiming his desire for revenge. All for One did not blame himself. He'd lived too long to do such a thing. And yet, he wondered if there was not more he could have done to prevent Izuku's death, when the ache of loss sat heavy on his chest, a feeling he hadn't had since the news of his brother's passing came to him. So, imagine his surprise when Tamura came back to him after the USJ, an attack that All for One knew would fail, telling him of his failure, only to reveal his greatest discovery. Izuku was alive. And this time, All for One was not letting him go. Hitoshi might have made fun of the bags under Izuku's eyes if he didn't know the cause of them. Several nights, Hitoshi would wake up to see Izuku crying silently, scratching at his palms. He'd started wrapping them even when he slept, but Hitoshi knew it was because he'd scratch his skin raw and wanted to hide the marks. Not like they'd stay, not with the healing quirk, but it probably still hurt, digging his nails into his skin. Hitoshi had to brainwash him once or twice, just to stop him from going after his eyes. It was bad. Hound Dog had met with all of them, and while everyone had passed the psych exam, Hitoshi knew Izuku was still going to sessions. Not that he blamed him. He'd told Hitoshi that his nightmares weren't about killing the Numu, but that he'd killed Aizawa instead. Or that he didn't reach him in time. That of course meant that Izuku was getting almost no sleep, less than Hitoshi did, and that was already very little. He slept during English, one of the benefits of him already being fluent, and Hitoshi would make sure to kick the back of his legs if Mike started to look too closely. Aizawa had caught him once, and Hitoshi had nearly throttled his childhood idol when he came over to wake up Izuku. Aizawa must have caught the murderous look in Hitoshi's eye, and slipped Izuku a note instead. All of that came back to bite them when, during heroics, Izuku swayed slightly, and Hitoshi didn't have enough time to react before he collapsed, and Hitoshi barely caught his arms so he didn't crack his head open. "Oh shit, is Midoriya okay?" Uraraka asked, running over to Hitoshi, Ida scolding her for her language right behind her. "He'd be more fine if you didn't crowd him. Shinsou, can you and Ida take him to Recovery Girl?" Aizawa helped Hitoshi sling Izuku's arm over his and Ida's shoulders. Hitoshi nodded, more subdued than Ida's vigorous nod, but they're all the same. "Considering everything that's happened, we are willing to make an exception for you." Izuku was still suspicious of everything, paranoia on high alert since the USJ. He'd gotten even less sleep than Hitoshi, which would be more impressive if he weren't so exhausted. Every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was Aizawa-sensei, lying there, Izuku unable to reach out to him. With the added stress of knowing his father was alive, he was barely holding it together. "Is this about me collapsing during training? Because really I'm fine, just tired." Despite his exhausted state, he didn't miss the look Aizawa and Nezu exchanged. "He probably looked awful. That's what I'm worried about. A hero can't save anyone if they can't save themselves." Aizawa frowned at Izuku, crossing his arms. "I'd be more comfortable with you not participating anyways. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of having the sports festival? If you want to prove that UA isn't all that's shaken up from the USJ, wouldn't it be weird for a student who was involved not to participate?" Aizawa looked at him in apprehension, and Nezu's smile faltered for a moment. "Besides, it's made for Hero Corps students to show off their skills to the pros. I would be really behind, wouldn't I? We can arrange for a hero to take you on, and your skills in class are more than enough proof to show to them." "Truly, it depends on you," Nezu replied, smile slightly forced now, and Izuku cursed his own lack of filter. He was too tired to turn off the weirdness factor. "Plenty of heroes would be glad to show you off as an intern." Izuku cringed. "And if I'd rather be underground?" Then, Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "You want to be underground? You don't exactly have a quirk that would be better suited for it." Izuku held back his glare, taking a deep breath. Aizawa didn't know. "I hate the media. And if I'm focused on my image, I'm not focused on saving people. Plus, I know I creep people out sometimes. I don't mean to, but the fact doesn't change. I don't know how to fix it." Aizawa and Nezu shared another glance, but Izuku was too focused on keeping his tears at bay to try and unpack it. "If that's what you wish, then I know of an underground hero who'd be willing to take you on as an intern, certainly. You've got a week to think about it, of course," the principal said, smile in place, little to no emotions showing. Izuku bit back a sigh. Aizawa clearly hadn't known if his look of surprise was anything to go by. What hero would be willing to take me on?" Nezu's grin got slightly wider. "Sir Nightai, he expressed interest in you some time ago, but he's more underground, so I thought you wouldn't be willing to intern with him. I guess I shouldn't have assumed yes?" Izuku did his best to give a smile back, even if he still felt like he might collapse again. He was running on empty, no sleep, no energy to speak of. "Seriously? Just you? Everyone in our class was in the attack, why not them too?" Hitoshi was confused. Did they seriously think that Izuku couldn't do it? It made sense that he'd take their offer, he'd already been worried about being in the festival, but still. "Yep. I've got an internship set up for me, so it's not a big deal. You'll probably get set up with Aizawa, if I'm reading him right, and I have no clue about our classmates. You should have seen their faces when I said I wanted to go underground." Izuku smiled at him. Hitoshi bit back a snort. "I mean, you've got a flashy quirk. Literally. And you're all upbeat and stuff." Hitoshi elbowed him softly, and Izuku looked up at him. "And creepy as shit." Izuku's face fell. "They didn't even try to deny it when I brought it up. I'm not trying to be weird." Hitoshi felt anger simmer in his gut for a moment. Izuku wasn't that creepy really. He was just too smart for his own good. You're not creepy. Or weird or whatever. They're the assholes for not even trying to argue against that. Izuku didn't seem convinced, wrapping his arms around his knees and burying his face against them. Hitoshi heard sniffling and swore under his breath. Me Hitoshi, I'm so much like him. I look in the mirror and I see his FING face and I hate it. I can barely remember what my mom looks like because I look so similar to him. Izuku lifted his head, wiping tears away with the heel of his palm. And I know I act like him too, sometimes. He was creepy because he wanted to be, and I guess I just dash. He cut himself off, shoulders shaking. I don't think you're anything like him. You aren't a villain, you aren't ever going to be a villain. We're literally training to be heroes, Izuku, that's a pretty big difference. Hitoshi wrapped his arms around Izuku awkwardly, still sitting next to him on the ground outside. And so, FNG, what if you're kinda weird? Our teachers are all batshit insane, our classmates are batshit insane, this entire school is batshit insane. Everyone's weird. Thanks, Hitoshi. Izuku wiped his eyes again, smiling. Also, I think I figured out what the first and second events of the sports festival are going to be. They're supposedly randomized, but I know they aren't. Technopathy. Izuku nodded. Technopathy. Finally figuring the stupid thing out, but it's so loud. The robots sound weird, and they're stored under the arena, so they'll probably be in at least the first event, which is why I think it's probably a race or obstacle course of some sort. You don't need to destroy them, just avoid them, because otherwise it's just the entrance exam all over again. And the second? Hey, Hitoshi wasn't above using his resources to get an upper hand over his classmates. He's already not on a level playing field, he'll take what he can get. I'm not too sure on it, but something with teams. Probably point-based, that's an easy way to score things, but where do the points come from? Likely placement on the first event, so getting first then might make you too big of a target. Second or third is much safer. Izuku mumbled to himself, eyes still rimmed slightly red. So do well but not too well? Izuku's head snapped up, and his cheeks burned red. Why? But also, they'll be Gen Ed kids too, so you should hide your quirk. If any of them really want to get into the hero course, you're an easy target because your quirk isn't super physical. You can hold on to your control for a few minutes, right? Hitoshi nodded. Then you should ask the question, then do something else to make them think the trigger is that other thing. Don't know what you do, maybe a hand gesture or something. It needs to be obvious enough that you fool people. There's always one-on-one fights at the end, so that's when you'd use your quirk. I could probably make people think it requires physical touch. That way, they'd keep their distance, and I could get them out of the ring last second. Hitoshi grinned at Izuku, glad the other boy's mood had lifted. Up against our classmates, I'm useless, but I just need to make sure I don't let any Gen Ed kids make it to first place. Hitoshi paused. Wow. That makes me sound like a terrible person, doesn't it? Izuku shrugged. Not really. Everyone wants to be a hero, right? So they'd be really determined to win, but so are you. Fighting clean is still fighting. Might as well do what you need to do to win. Hitoshi gave Izuku a small smile, and the two spent the rest of lunch talking about their plans, unknowing of prying ears and eyes watching them. Dad. Izuku's father looks down at him, smiling. Before Izuku can say anything else, he's already being swept up into his father's arms, kisses being littered all over his face. Izuku giggles and kicks his feet slightly. He's so tall and his eyes are scary sometimes, but his father loves him and that's what matters, right? Yes, little one? He brings their faces together, touching noses, and Izuku almost forgets his question. But his curiosity wins out in the end. Why does Tomu call you sensei? His father's face doesn't change, but he holds onto Izuku a little tighter. I'm training and teaching him, little one. Izuku nods in understanding, wiggling to be put down, which his father does. After giving him a few more kisses, Izuku smiles and runs off to find Kurogiri and ask him about his quirk again. Mirai wasn't entirely sure what to think. It's not every day he's halfway blackmailed into taking on a first-year hero student intern, and yet here they are. He's not going to question how Nezu got what is honestly an impressive amount of blackmail on him. That's something he really doesn't want to know. Either way, he would have taken Midoriya Izuku no matter what. The child was an enigma, an unforeseen circumstance that Mirai would not let go. It had been years since the case had been brought up, years since Mirai had felt that bitter sting of failure that still sometimes whispered in his ear. Heroes couldn't save everyone, it wasn't realistic. That did not make it any easier when they failed. Midoriya Izuku and her son were merely gone. The apartment they'd been set to move into remained empty, the job that Izuku had lined up reporting that she never showed. Their things were gone as well, showing that whoever had taken them, all for one or not, knew what they were doing. Knew far too much. Were they loose ends? Was it random? Nothing for a decade, and then, suddenly, out of nowhere, Midoriya Izuku turns up, no mother in sight. Applied for the UA entrance exam, got in easily. An energy manipulation quirk, unnamed, was registered to him. Parents were both listed as deceased, which wasn't helpful. A villain attack, supposedly. Perhaps he'd been sold off, somehow? If All for One was involved, he could easily steal the child's quirk, give him a different one, and there were plenty of memory manipulation quirks in the world. It would simply be a matter of finding one. But why give Izuku such a powerful quirk? There were few drawbacks, from what Mirai could tell, other than the bleeding that he'd heard about from the USJ attack. He'd gotten authorization to watch the footage, and Yagi was right. His face was not one of someone who knew, it was one of fear, of desperation. That didn't mean Mirai was going to let his guard down, not even for a moment. Sensei, why wouldn't he go past the first round? Aizu is way better than all those other NPCs, he'd kick their butts. Tamura clawed at his neck, glaring at the television. Izuku had dropped out because of some family emergency, but that wasn't possible. His family was here. Was Izuku still mad that Tamura had tackled him during the USJ? He'd barely recognized his little brother, only realizing it was him when he saw his eyes. Tamura had never met anyone who had eyes that green, and Izuku had clearly remembered him. Was he scared of Tamura or something? Why wouldn't he just take his quirk? I'm unsure, Tamura. Perhaps they felt it wouldn't be a fair fight? As you said, Izuku is superior to them in every way. Tamura huffed but still watched on. Lots of interesting quirks on display. He'd never liked to analyze them, not like Sensei or Izuku, but it was still fun to watch them in action. He'd barely seen them at all during the USJ, and if they wanted to instill fear in the hero world, they'd need to know what those brats could do. Do you think he's being held hostage? Did they find him after that fight? Sensei hummed softly. Perhaps. Izuku was always such a hero fan, but he never did express any interest in becoming one. The heroes are probably just using him. Tamura glared at the TV even harder. Mirai was not a man who was used to surprises. His quirk rarely let such a thing happen, even after its first manifestation. He was not in the habit of using it constantly, but he was not above using his resources to his advantage. It made no sense not to use the tools he already possessed, and if one wanted to stop larger crime circles, it was better to have at least some idea of what could happen. A useful quirk, especially for the more investigative side of heroics. It wasn't all punching villains, not for those who were underground. Even All Might occasionally investigated, although that was rarer now with his injuries. Midoriya Izuku was a surprise. He was quiet, skittish, but not so much he jumped at mere shadows. PTSD was likely. Mirai already knew that. Nearly watching his teacher and classmates die would already be cause for concern, but to then kill that creature, most pro-heroes didn't exactly sleep well at night for a reason. Some villains would not go down without a fight, and if it was between a civilian life and a villain one, the answer was always obvious. The Hero Commission usually wanted villains alive, both for PR and investigative purposes, but it wasn't always an option. To kill the Numu, even if it were a seemingly mindless beast, would be traumatizing to any normal child. Mirai had made the foolish assumption that Midoriya was not a normal child. Anyone who'd come into contact with All for One was either dead, halfway there, or a villain. Midoriya was, evidently, the exception to this rule. The child was not a villain as Mirai had first feared. He adored All Might truly, but sometimes the man's judgment could be clouded. He tended to see the best in people, and oftentimes could ignore the worst in them. A good trait for the symbol of peace, perhaps a bad one for a hero. Mirai had assumed that Midoriya's case would be similar, his own thoughts and speculations be demed. Midoriya was presumably lying about his quirk, wasn't he? Why on earth would All for One need another version of his own quirk? And a weaker, borrower version at that. But the more Mirai interacted with the boy, the more he realized he was wrong. The child was jumpy, but not wilting at his own harsh glares. Tagada's presence likely helped. That boy was sunshine incarnate, the perfect successor to One for All. Despite his sunny disposition, Tagada did end up talking to Mirai privately when Midoriya had gone with Bubble Girl on a simple patrol. "I've met him before, sir, but only once. It was before school even started, and he was with his brother, I guess? Anyways, I brought them to the principal's office, because they managed to figure out what the entrance exam was, and his brother didn't have a physical quirk." Tagada seemed uncomfortable at the story, fidgeting in his seat. "They figured out what the entrance exam was?" Tagada nodded. "Yep. And Midoriya recognized me from the sports festival too. I'm still amazed he remembered my name." Mirai nodded, unsure of what else to say. Did Midoriya have some sort of technology quirk? Surely not. He hadn't demonstrated use of it during the entrance exam, nor during his performance during the first sports festival event. "I see. Thank you for informing me." That left Mirai here, looking through Midoriya's notebook, with the boy's permission, of course. The analysis was messy, uncoordinated and unorganized, but fantastic. Midoriya had likely seen these heroes in action, what, once? Twice, if they were particularly popular? Little to no speculation on All Might, but he clearly was a nerd like Mirai, so the lack of information on him was strange, but Mirai could overlook it. "If you don't mind me asking, Midoriya, where did you learn to do this?" Mirai had to tread carefully. Midoriya was terrifyingly intelligent, clearly trained by someone who was a professional or had done it for years. This could lead him to the truth, and it was less about All for One and more about Midoriya himself. My dad did. He loved that sort of thing, and I guess it ran in the family." Midoriya tensed slightly as he spoke, hiding it well, but not from a seasoned pro like Mirai. "May I ask what happened to your father?" If possible, Midoriya tensed even more. "That both of my parents died in a villain attack when I was 10. I'm in the foster system." Did Midoriya not know? Mirai could be barking up the wrong tree, but something in his gut told him to press forward, no matter how awkward this conversation now was. "I see. What was your mother's name, if you don't mind me asking?" Midoriya tilted his head, looking over Mirai's face carefully. "Midoriya Inko," he said slowly. "Why?" It's him." It took every ounce of willpower Mirai had not to call All Might right there and then, but he kept his face impassive, nodding. "Curious. I apologize for my prying." Midoriya didn't look completely convinced, but nodded back, looking down at his notebook once more. He needed to talk to All Might, and fast. No matter what he did, Hitoshi couldn't stop thinking about Todoroki's words. Being cornered and asked if he was Aizawa's secret love child was one thing, but the humor of it was lost once Todoroki revealed his past. What Endeavor had done. People were monsters, Hitoshi already knew this, but Endeavor was considered to be a great hero. High property and collateral damage, mind you, but a hero all the same. Hitoshi was not naive, no matter what he said. Heroes weren't always good. Some of them truly were just in it for the cash or the fame. But Endeavor clearly just wanted power. It was disturbing to see the man now, flames coming from his face so he looked the part. Hitoshi wasn't jealous of his classmates' quirks, not really. The sting of envy was usually brief, and he could shove that away, pretend life was fair and place them all on a level playing field. Todoroki's refusal to use his fire shoved him over the edge. Really? That's stupid, Todoroki. I don't give two Fs about your dad. We've been attacked at school before. Get your sheet together. It's his power. It's yours, isn't it? He's a monster, but that doesn't make you one, does. Villains aren't going to give a shit about daddy issues. Use all of it or don't. But don't come crying to me when you get yourself or someone else killed over some stupid grudge. Not his finest moment, neither was getting his butt handed to him, but Hitoshi was amazed he'd even made it that far. No Gen Ed kids quite got there, although one of them made it pretty close, only to get pummeled by Bakugo. Hitoshi knew from personal experience that those punches hurt. And hey, in the end, Todoroki had used his flames, however briefly, during a one-on-one fight with Bakugo, although he still lost. That didn't make his story any easier to swallow. Hitoshi could tell Aizawa. The man was clearly concerned about Hitoshi's lack of sleep, even if he didn't act like it. But would he believe Hitoshi? No one did in the past, not the foster system at least. The only time they had was once, when he'd been in the hospital after a particularly enthusiastic beating from one of his foster siblings back when he was 10. Endeavor was a hero, a high-ranking one at that. What was Hitoshi's word against his? Sasaki, to what do I owe the pleasure, old friend? Yagi grinned at him in his true form, although the smile was no less bright. Mirai pushed his glasses up, expression serious. Do you remember that case in Texas? With the Midoriyas? Yagi's face turned dark and he nodded, sadness clouding his eyes. How could I forget such a thing? He shifted in his seat. He's your intern right now, is he not? He doesn't seem to know who his father is. He also confirmed that Midoriya Izuku is dead. Mirai sighed, exhaustion weighing him down. Sheet. Well, that sums it up nicely, Mirai thought bitterly. His theory of a memory manipulation quirk was looking more and more likely by the minute. All for One perhaps didn't need Midoriya's original quirk, but he could have taken it so it couldn't be traced back to him. This was getting more and more complicated by the moment. Do we tell him? He's clearly not affiliated with All for One, Yagi asked, serious. Mirai shook his head. We shouldn't. Not yet. UA has a summer training camp, does it not? We could tell him after that, move him to a safe location if need be. There's no point in stressing the child out, not if he's innocent. Yagi hummed, nodding in agreement. We should speak to Nedzu as well. He'll likely know what to do. Mirai didn't treasure the thought of speaking to the principal, but he knew Yagi's words to be true. Nedzu would know. Mirai just hoped he'd be willing to help, before something else happened. Dad? Did Mom really hate me? Izuku's almost afraid to ask. Dad doesn't like to talk about her, but Izuku can't stop thinking about it. Why was she so afraid of him? He didn't try to hurt anyone. Oh, Izuku, my little one. Dad puts down whatever he's working on. Izuku's not paying attention, but he catches a glimpse, and it just looks like a bunch of people's names and their quirks, looks boring, and pats his lap. Izuku climbs up without hesitation, trying to keep his tears at bay, but still sniffling. Dad just pats his hair, trying to get him to calm down. He never minded that Izuku was such a crybaby, but heroes don't cry, and Izuku is going to be a hero. Even if Dad gets a funny look on his face when he says that. Maybe that's just his face when he hears about heroes, though, because he gets that look too when Izuku mumbles about All Might. I'm sorry, little one. People are afraid of what they don't understand. They hate what they don't understand. Often. Your mother was amongst them. She left you in my care, because she was afraid. Izuku just sniffles harder, curling into Dad's chest. He doesn't remember falling asleep there, but he wakes up in bed, glow in the dark stars dimly shining at him from their place on the ceiling. Sir knew. Or at least he suspected something. It's not good, not by a long shot, and Izuku was just lucky he had a cover story lined up, or that would have been it. He wasn't claiming that his backstory is perfect, or anything, but why on earth would Sir care about his mom's name otherwise? He hadn't seen her since. Don't remember. It had been a while, that was the point. Sir didn't know he was in the foster system, so it wasn't that, surely. Did Izuku do something when he was young, and can't remember? He remembers when his quirk first came in, when he took a couple of quirks from some of Mom's friends, but otherwise, it's pretty hazy. And that was in America, over a decade ago. Everyone had assumed it was a borrowing quirk, but they'd all given him a wide berth after that, nervous about losing their quirks. Izuku didn't blame them, not anymore. It was a terrifying concept, even if the legends around All for One never really made their way overseas, not like the rumors in Japan, at least. No one knows the name, not most people, anyways, but the concept of giving and taking quirks is at least sort of known or spoken about. You'd either have to be All Might or very deep in the criminal underbelly to know that All for One was real. Or you'd have to be Izuku, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Sir knew, or at least he suspected, and that was bad news. Izuku didn't want anything to do with his father, far from it, he'd rather see the fucker dead than have him around. But with the increased scrutiny around UA and heroic society in general, them learning of Izuku's more villainous origins would be a disaster. He didn't want to go to Tartarus, selfish as it were. He liked his freedom, his life outside his father's control and influence. Plus, everyone who'd ever interacted with him would be in danger if they said anything. His father and Tamura already knew he was alive, and they'd probably told the doctor, but hopefully they'd stop there. Izuku didn't want people to know, to be so paranoid he can't sleep or think again. Not that he could really do anything about it, all things considered. No one can stop his father, and if Sir really thinks Tagata should carry one for all, they're all doomed. Not that he could say anything about it. Midoriya. Sir's voice broke him out of his musings, and Izuku instinctively slammed his notebook closed. Sorry, sir. How can I help? Sir looked down at his notebook suspiciously, although he'd already looked through it before, so there wasn't anything the man hadn't seen. Izuku slamming it closed probably didn't look great, though. It was reflexive at this point. People thought his analysis was creepy. The last person who wasn't unsettled by it at all was his father, and Izuku wasn't exactly looking for his approval. I was merely wondering if you could analyze a quirk for me. Have you heard about the hero killer, Stain? Izuku nodded, unsure what Sir was asking him to do. No one had any clue what Stain's quirk was, and there was almost no footage of him in action. But I didn't think there was much footage or records of his fights. Sir nodded, gesturing for Izuku to follow. His most recent victim is dead, but before that he maimed Ingenium Dash. Izuku's head snapped up, and he finally realized what had been bothering him. Ida's older brother just got maimed by Stain, and his most recent victim was found in Hosu. Ida was interning with Manuel, which was a weird choice, except for the fact that he was based in Hosu. You need to send heroes to Hosu. And tell Manuel to keep Ida close. Izuku felt bad interrupting Sir, but this was important. Ida could get himself killed. What? Sir turned to him, a mild glare on his face, but Izuku had seen far worse expressions on far worse people, and Sir Nitai's face just looked like that sometimes. That wasn't important then, anyways. My classmate, Ida Tenya, he's Ingenium's younger brother, and he's interning with Manuel, because he's based in Hosu, where Stain most likely is. He's going to do something stupid and get himself killed, sir. Sir didn't seem too convinced, but nodded all the same. I'll contact Manuel, but he doesn't patrol today anyways. Izuku slumped in relief. At least he shouldn't tonight. You think the hero killer is in Hosu, still? Izuku nodded. I'm not sure what his pattern is, but he's only, how do I word this? He's only attacked 2 heroes in Hosu so far, and his pattern is usually at least 3, right? Sir nodded as they walked towards his office. So he'll go after another hero in Hosu, I'm just not sure who. The only one I can think of in Hosu who might fit his criteria is Native, because of that scandal a few months ago. I'm not sure of Native's patrol schedule, but I'll find it. But taking down the hero killer is another problem on its own. Sir pushed open the door to his office, and Izuku followed him in. Sir pulled open a drawer on one of the filing cabinets, grabbing a thin file and placing it on the desk. That's what I have on Stain, currently. I'll find Native's patrol schedule, you look through that. Izuku nodded, glad that Sir was taking this so seriously, and flipped the file open. There wasn't much to look at inside, it was pretty bare bones. A couple of eyewitness testimonies, but nothing particularly useful to Izuku. There was some speculation on Stain's identity, a former vigilante known as Stendhal. That was a good starting point. The quirk registry wasn't technically open to the public, But Izuku knew that sometimes villains' quirks were made public when it was considered an emergency. Although, considering their spectacular lack of action against Stain, they might not have it open. A quick search let him know that while Stain's quirk was unknown, Stendhal's wasn't. It wasn't fully understood, but it was some kind of paralyzer, which lined up with eyewitness accounts and the victims that survived. But how were they paralyzed? It was unlikely that it was through eye contact, seeing as how Izuku knew of a quirk like that before, and that was from his father. Touch was unlikely as well. Everyone reported that they could move until Stain used his quirk, and a paralyzer would likely require skin contact, which would be borderline impossible with Ingenium. But a paralyzer didn't last forever, not any that Izuku had ever heard about. That left no contact or outside requirements for quirk activation or some sort of fluid ingestion. The latter was more likely, actually. No outside requirements would mean Stain would likely just paralyze his victims instantly, and they'd die pretty quick afterwards. He carried around knives and swords, a simple way to draw blood quickly and easily. How did one discover a quirk like that? Izuku couldn't be sure, and no one had figured out Stendhal's civilian identity, so Izuku couldn't verify anything, but it seemed likely. He was caught up in his own thoughts, but he still heard it when Sir entered the office. Izuku lifted his head, and Sir nodded to the file. Anything. Paralyzer, probably. If he was Stendhal, that was his quirk anyways. I think it might be through blood ingestion. I doubt it's eye contact or touch, and if it were a remote activation of some sort, he'd have a higher kill rate. Plus, a paralyzer lines up with eyewitness and victim testimony. Sir hummed, took the file and made a note. Certainly possible. Although there's no confirmation that Stain and Stendhal are the same person. Izuku frowned, although Sir made a good point. True, although their ideals match up, don't they? And it's easier to just assume they're one and the same. Stain has a paralyzing quirk, and probably doesn't like drawn-out battles or being outnumbered. I'm assuming it has some kind of time limit to it. Sir hummed, tapping the file softly. Likely, some sort of ambush would be the most effective way to take him down. But we'd need bait, Sir said. He pushed up his glasses, staring at the paper file like it would give him the answers he was looking for. Use native. I know it sounds cruel, but he'll go after him either way. Wouldn't it be smarter to act like native is alone, before having the others come in? Izuku suggested, knowing full well that Sir likely wouldn't agree. It was a huge risk to ask a hero to be bait for a villain who had killed already, but this might be their best and only shot. Stain couldn't be allowed to go unchecked, and Izuku was worried Ida would do something impulsive. It is cruel, but effective. Getting native to agree is the hard part. Other heroes likely wouldn't be in the line of fire, but he'd be in direct contact with Stain. He'll be in direct contact either way. It's less a plan, more of a reaction. That, or you just don't tell native. If people happen to be there to help, Izuku trailed off. That's vaguely illegal and even more immoral. Sir raised an eyebrow. But I suppose you are technically correct. Native patrols tomorrow, and I've warned his agency about him being a target of Stain's. I contacted Manuel's agency and he won't be patrolling for another day, so Ida is out of the picture. Izuku nodded. That was good. If native said no, they could have other pros waiting around anyways, to get a chance at Stain. Did Bakugo seriously go with Best Jeanist? Why would he do that? Hitoshi didn't understand the logic. Best Jeanist was a high-ranking hero, sure, but he and Bakugo were nothing alike. Their quirks weren't similar, their attitudes weren't similar, and it didn't make any sense. Bakugo wasn't an idiot, but it didn't seem like he'd thought his choice out too well. Then again, Yamamo was going to go with Iwabami before Izuku suggested Fatgum, because their quirks matched up so well, so maybe book smarts didn't always translate too well. Not sure. Probably his ranking. Why do you care? Aizawa asked, handing Hitoshi a water bottle. They just finished sparring, if you could call Aizawa kicking Hitoshi's but into the ground sparring. Hitoshi can't tell if he's getting better or worse, although Aizawa just rolls his eyes and tells him it's the former more than the latter. I don't. Just curious, I guess. They don't really match up that well. Hitoshi's tendency to just say whatever he was thinking was really biting him in the butt, here. He knew he couldn't do emotional comfort, which was part of the reason Aizawa was such a good teacher for him. No emotions there, just logic. Ideal for someone like Hitoshi, who'd long since given up on trying to get people to like him. Izuku was far better with people, far better at connecting with them, but he had a tendency to creep people out. Being raised by an insane villain did that to people, apparently. Best Jeanist has a tendency to take in problem cases, especially with younger heroes. He probably thought Bakugo would get help from him. Hitoshi snorted, rolling his eyes. Yeah, right. Guy's way too volatile for that. If he just sees Bakugo as a charity case, he'll get nowhere fast. Can't help everyone and can't help if they don't want it. Most people would say violent, Aizawa remarked, sitting down next to Hitoshi. They sat in silence for a moment. Bakugo wasn't, well, he was violent on occasion, when he felt threatened. What was it that Izuku used to say? That he didn't want people looking down on him, so he pushed them down so they'd have to look up to him? Something like that? I guess. He's not, if he's not threatened or whatever. Everyone always said he'd be a hero, so I guess he just took that to heart. Hitoshi stared at the water bottle in his hands. It still didn't feel all that real, in turning under the man who Hitoshi had looked up to for so long. You went to the same middle school, right? Hitoshi nodded. Yeah. And Izuku. Bakugo hated him so much, because Izuku wasn't afraid of him at all. Hitoshi smiled at the memory of Izuku and Bakugo meeting. Izuku gave him a terrifying smile, and told him to F off, before turning back to his work. I don't think anything scares Izuku. That child is fearless, and that's not always a good thing. Hitoshi knew that Izuku wasn't fearless, that he'd just seen far worse things, so most stuff didn't scare him at all. He didn't even jump at horror movies, sometimes, because he could tell they weren't real. The Numa did. He kept waking up at night, and I would brainwash him into going back to sleep. At least no one had caught him doing that. Hitoshi knew it wouldn't have ended well. But it was that, or let Izuku try and claw his own skin open and then spend some time helping him bandage it up, because he was too tired or hungry for the healing quirk to kick in properly. I don't blame him. No one came out of that unscathed. You're close though if he lets you use your quirk on him so freely. Hitoshi tried not to be insulted. That wasn't what Aizawa was implying, or at least, Hitoshi hoped it wasn't that. People were afraid of his quirk, terrified of it, even. To let him use his quirk on them was seemingly a death sentence to them. Whatever, he'd be a hero anyways, prove everyone wrong. He's the first person I've ever met who wasn't afraid of it. Hitoshi stood up and stretched, not letting Aizawa respond before he walked away, intent on not having their little heart-to-heart go on any longer. Breaking news. Hero killer, Stain is caught. The villain known as the hero killer, Stain, was apprehended last night by the pro-heroes Hawks and Edgeshot. Sources claim the villain was after pro-hero native when he was caught and pinned down by Hawks, and quickly apprehended before being sent to jail, where he awaits trial. Stain was infamous for his murder and maiming of several pro-heroes, including Ingenuum, who was recently released from the hospital, but was forced to retire from heroism. Stain also injured many others, including... Tamura grinned as he read the news report. That stupid Stain, just a thorn in his side, was gone. Anyone who loved All Might that much was not to be trusted, and that idiot was the worst of them all. Besides, the plan to ambush him had Izuku written all over it. Heroes were way too stupid to figure that out on their own. Stain had already killed a bunch before they'd caught on, and he'd probably have kept killing if Izuku hadn't been smart enough to make a plan for those idiots. It was a shame he was being forced to do so much work for the heroes, though. Don't worry, little brother, Tamura said to himself, looking down at the last photo he had of him and Izuku together. They were both grinning, Tamura slightly taller than Izuku, and he could even remember asking Kurojiri to take the photo. We'll bring you home soon. Pissed. Tomu, come here. Izuku whispers, gesturing for his brother to follow. His dad was really harsh today. Toma was wrapping his hands up, but Izuku knows Dad has a healing quirk, so why didn't he use it? Aizu? Sorry, I'm tired, I don't want to hang out today. Izuku glares because that's not what he means. Instead of waiting for Toma to follow, he walks into his bedroom and holds out his hand. Not that silly. I've got that healing quirk Dad gave me. Do you want to switch quirk for a bit? Then one of us can distract Giri and we can get milkshakes. With internships over, everyone came back to classes either happy or thoroughly disappointed. Hitoshi was amongst the former rather than the latter, of course. Interning under their homeroom teacher was an experience, for sure, but he'd learned a lot. Okay, it was mostly him getting his butt kicked over and over, but hey, he'd certainly learned how to fall properly, which was apparently decently important for hero work. Who knew? That, and Aizawa had taught him the basics of parkour, with the promise to keep it up if Hitoshi wanted to, which he certainly did. Hitoshi would never admit it, but it was nice to feel wanted and cared for by Aizawa, even if he knew it was just because the man had an obligation to all his students. Still, Hitoshi would take positive attention wherever he could. How was your internship, Izuku? I know you went with Night-Eye. Izuku smiled at him, but it felt slightly forced, and Hitoshi frowned. Was Sir Night-Eye secretly an a-hole, or something? What happened? Hitoshi asked, worried. Izuku sighed, the smile dropping off of his face. The only other person in class at the time was Ida, and he was towards the front anyways. Still, Izuku leaned into Hitoshi's desk, speaking softly. I'll tell you at lunch, okay? Not here. Hitoshi nodded, his worries growing. The only time Izuku ever insisted they talk at lunch was when he was talking about his father. But surely someone didn't figure it out. Hitoshi doubts he'd be here if they had. Thank you all for coming on such a short notice. I know these circumstances aren't ideal, but it's rather urgent. Mirai hoped he was doing the right thing. Recovery Girl, Grand Tornino, All Might, Nedzu, and Detective Tsukachi were gathered around a large table at Mirai's agency. As soon as internships ended, he'd sent out the call for them to gather, and while All Might likely knew what this was about, and Nedzu, because there's little the principal doesn't know, no one else did. Bubble Girl and Centipeder were both out, but they wouldn't be gone forever. Of course, sir. Not that it's not a pleasure, but what is this about? You said it had something to do with the all-for-one case? Did you find something? The detective asked, already ready with a notepad and pencil out. Mirai nodded slightly, and he saw All Might straighten up out of the corner of his eye. In a way, I'm sure we're all aware of the Midoriya case, over a decade ago. I took the boy as my intern. Mirai sighed, taking a deep breath. From what I can tell and what he told me, he has no idea who his father is. But he shows signs of the intelligence, the natural ability for quirk analysis, and a strategic mind. He was the one to suggest using native as a way to lure Stain out. Gran Torino swore softly, as did the detective. Nedzu's face betrayed no emotion, and Mirai wasn't shocked at the idea that he likely already knew. Nedzu tended not to act unless all the cards were on the table, and so far, Midoriya Izuku had done a fine job hiding those cards. Mirai had even managed a background check, and the files and birth certificate were all in their proper place. And a death certificate, for Midoriya Inko, citing the cause of death as a broken neck from some sort of heavy impact. It lined up with Izuku's story, certainly. Does he have the BSDRD's quirk? Mirai shook his head at Gran Tornio's question. Doubtful. After the incident in Texas, it was registered as a borrowing quirk. Even if he could give and take quirks, why go through the trouble of finding a quirk like he currently has, taking it, covering his tracks, and then registering to a hero school? A borrowing quirk isn't unheard of, even if it's rare. He shook his head again. My current theory is that he and his mother were taken to cover up all for one's tracks, and that he merely took Izuku's quirk and gave him another one. It's possible he had no clue it was so powerful, or that he thought the boy might have some sort of accident with it. Something as volatile as energy manipulation would be difficult for a child to control. A memory manipulation quirk wouldn't be too difficult to find nowadays. Simply wipe both their memories and send them back out. And he confirmed Inko's death when he was 10. There's also the possibility, however small, that our memories have been changed. Gran Torino huffed, staring at the wall behind Mirai. But why not just kill them? Seems like a lot of trouble to go through, and it's not like he's got a great moral compass. He asked, staring Mirai down. Before he could respond, though, All Might spoke up. Getting rid of them would mean a paper trail. He likely found out about young Midoriya the same way we did, a police report in America, a decade ago. The US is far worse in terms of quirk discrimination than here in Japan, and even if it were a simple borrowing quirk, they were likely ostracized by the community. Moving back to Japan would require passports, papers, somewhere to move into. Killing them both would raise some sort of alarm that they never made it to where they were going, he said, frowning, shadowed eyes looking down at the table. They never alerted anyone if the Midoriyas never made it. We're talking about a man who could control literally anything, Toshinori. I want to believe that he's innocent, I really do, but dash. He is, Recovery Girl interrupted Gran Torino. He is innocent. He's a child who has done nothing wrong so far, who has clearly proven himself as heroic. If he is or was working with the League, why kill the Numu? Why go through the effort to save Eraser? Why even show up to class that day? The room's tension began to rise, as everyone tried to speak, before Nedzu cleared his throat. What matters now is this. Midoriya Izuku is likely the son of All for One if we are correct. He also is likely not aware of this fact, judging from my own interactions with him and what he's shown so far at UA. I understand he was vital to the capture of the hero killer, and that his actions are, so far, heroic, to a point that I doubt he's acting. Nedzu sipped at his tea. However, that doesn't mean we do not have a duty to protect him and tell him the truth. After the summer training camp, perhaps. There's been talks of converting UA into a half-boarding school of sorts, where students can stay on campus if they are deemed at risk, either due to villain attacks or living situations. None of this would be happening until after the training camp, however, so it's logical to offer Midoriya somewhere safe to stay on campus afterwards. The only reason I've pushed back against having dorms in the first place is to preserve some sense of privacy for our students. It's also quite a huge bombshell to drop on a child right before final exams. Recovery Girl sighed, closing her eyes. It's not ideal. There's never going to be a good time to tell him. All we can hope for is that he'll be mentally okay. I think Sir Night Eye might suspect something. I don't know what to do. Izuku was tired. He'd been more and more exhausted lately, trying to keep up with schoolwork and sorting out what he was supposed to do about his father and the League. Tomura would destroy the world if someone didn't help him, and Izuku didn't want to lose his brother. Not again. What makes you say that? Hitoshi asked, letting Izuku rest his head on his shoulder. Izuku was about to respond when he saw Yamamo and Ida walking over, along with Uraraka and Todoroki, who were lagging behind slightly. Tell me later, Hitoshi whispered, and Izuku nodded slightly against him. Hey guys, can we sit with you? Uraraka gave them a grin, and Izuku perked up, nodding. Great, thanks. The others sat, digging into their various foods. How were your internships? Yamamo asked, smiling politely. I think I learned a lot more from Fat Gum than I would have from anyone else, so I should thank you for your advice, Midoriya. Izuku grinned at her, glad she'd learned something. Of course. I really like quirks. So I can see the mashups better than other people, sometimes. No offense to you. Uabami would probably have been fine if you wanted to learn the popularity side of heroics. Yamamo played with her ponytail, frowning slightly. I suppose so, but I'd rather learn how to manage my quirk more than my popularity. I'm just sorry you couldn't make it to the rest of the sports festival, Midoriya. Who did you intern with? Sir Knight. Former sidekick of All Might, but he's a pro with his own agency, now. I want to be underground, and Hitoshi already took Aizawa-sensei. Izuku elbowed Hitoshi softly, who rolled his eyes. I guess they let some pros view my stuff from heroics class. That's good at least. Todoroki slurped his noodles. I guess I already had an internship lined up with my father. Izuku nodded, frowning slightly at the mention of endeavor. His own father never liked the hero, and although Izuku was hesitant to agree with the BSTRD on anything, he could see why. From what Hitoshi had said, the man was cruel and controlling, a power-hungry monster. It was too similar to his own childhood for Izuku to be comfortable, although it wasn't exactly the same. All for One wanted Izuku out of the crossfire so he wouldn't be hurt, and Endeavor seemed to want to shove Todoroki into it, for some meaningless ranking. And I learned a lot from Gunhead. If I ever get a rematch with Bakugo, I'll do much better. Uraraka grinned, waving her chopsticks around. Izuku smiled at her declaration, but frowned when he noticed Ida. He was quiet, picking at his own food in silence. Hey Ida, who'd you intern with? Izuku tried to make it seem innocent, although he had an inkling why Ida was so quiet. Sir had essentially forced Manuel to keep Ida from doing anything against Stain, and he'd wanted revenge. That didn't mean Izuku regretted it, stopping Stain the way he did, but he understood. I interned with Manuel in Hosu. I did not get the chance to patrol as I hoped, however. Izuku gave him a reassuring smile. Yeah, after all that stuff with Stain, makes sense they wouldn't want any students around. Guy's a monster, Hitoshi interjected, and Izuku hid a wince. Ida frowned harder, staring down at his lunch vehemently. Shit. Sorry Ida. At least they caught him. And with such strange tactics, too. I didn't think most heroes used ambushes, and isn't there something against using other pros as bait? Izuku wilted slightly. There wasn't anything in the books, but most heroes didn't like to use bait. Too many risks. Well, I guess he would have been a target either way, right? Might as well take advantage of it. Izuku tried to play it off like it was nothing, but Yamamoto looked at him like he'd flipped her entire worldview. But that's just a theory. Maybe Hawks and Edgeshot were just hanging around. That was a lie. Izuku himself had suggested Hawks, knowing his aerial assault tactics would work well against Stain, someone who required closer contact with his victims to have an advantage, or to even use his quirk. Hawks was a long-range fighter who was known for his speed. A perfect counter to someone like Stain. Oh, I guess I never thought of it that way. But I didn't think Hawks and Edgeshot hung around Hosu. She shook her head. Anyways, it's good they caught him. Yes, I agree. I wish they could have before he dash. Ida bit back a sob, and Uraraka's arms were around him in a second. She patted him on the back slightly awkwardly, but he evidently appreciated the sentiment. Izuku felt awful. He wasn't sure what he'd do if someone had hurt Tamura like that. Probably would have tried to do the same thing as Ida, actually. I'm sorry, we shouldn't be talking about this right now. Sorry Ida. Yamamoto seemed to be floundering slightly, and Izuku felt slightly out of his depth. He wasn't exactly super close to Ida, not like Uraraka. Todoroki was awkwardly sitting there, no longer slurping on his noodles, but softly patting Ida on the back like he didn't know what to do. It's alright Yaoyorozu. It makes sense for people to be talking about it. Ida sniffled once more, but straightened back up, blushing slightly. I apologize for breaking down like that on you, Uraraka. She smiled softly at his apology. It's okay Ida. That's what friends are for, Uraraka said, then looked to Todoroki, who was still patting Ida. You can stop now, Todoroki. Sorry. Izuku smiled weakly at Todoroki's awkwardness. Ida stood up, bowing slightly. Excuse me for a moment. He left quickly out of the cafeteria. You always hear about those villain attacks on TV. It's a lot scarier when it's someone you know, I guess, Yamamoto remarked, once Ida left. I suppose. Everyone gets caught off guard by it, even though it's so common, Izuku said, unable to bring himself to look up from the table. You've lost someone, Todoroki stated bluntly. Uraraka flapped her hands, stuttering as she tried to tell him off. Why? I lost my mom when I was 10. The table gasped softly, and Izuku felt Hitoshi's hand on his arm, an anchor. There was an attack on the train. They stabilized it while they got people out, but I guess they hadn't gotten the villain yet, and they toppled the whole car. I was out. Mom dash, Izuku broke off, tears coming to his eyes. God, it felt like it was yesterday even thinking about it. The scene he'd made in his head versus the truth, something he could never tell anyone. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I shouldn't have asked like that, Todoroki apologized, and Izuku wiped away his tears. It's alright, Todoroki. It's been several years now, so I shouldn't be crying, but Todoroki reached across the table, patting Izuku on the shoulder. Solidarity, if what Hitoshi said was true. At least his mother hadn't scarred him, not like what Todoroki Ray had done. It's understandable. I had a cousin who died during hero work, but we weren't particularly close. I can't imagine what losing a parent so young would be like. Izuku wiped at his eyes again, smiling at Yamamo. I'm sorry for your cousin. And it wasn't pleasant, but it's part of the reason I want to be a hero. They never brought the villain to justice. And I doubt he's still out there, but if he is, I want to take him down. No reports. They're just gone. A hand appears on Toshinori's shoulder. Sasaki gives him a grim look, staring at the computer screen. We'll keep looking. I promise. There's no point now. If he got them, they're long gone. Gran Torino is harsh, but his face blanches slightly at the glare Sasaki gives him. We'll keep our eyes and ears open then. I'm sorry, Yagi. Toshinori says nothing, clutching the pen in his hand so hard it explodes, black ink staining his fingers. It's a quiet night, and Shoyuta likes it that way. Usually he'd be restless, the undeniable urge to patrol or at least move weighing him down, but tonight, he's got grading to do. If he didn't like being a teacher, or at least the idea of shaping the next generation of heroes, he'd probably have quit a long time ago. It's a hassle, grading papers and slogging through Kaminari and Ashido's abysmal work, but it's worth it. Usually. Hizashi is quietly sitting next to him, humming softly under his breath as he did the same. Apparently, Midoriya had been speeding through all his work and getting near-perfect grades, to the point his husband was concerned. That's another perfect for Midoriya. I'd almost swear the kid is fluent. Shoyuta hummed in agreement, making another red mark on Ashido's paper. At least he was almost done with hers, everyone else should be a breeze in comparison. And he's not cheating? Hizashi shook his head, loose hair falling from the quick bun he'd put it into. Nope, he said, popping the pea. I doubt it anyways. His homework is always great, and his test scores are too, but I don't think he's cheating. Might just have an affinity for languages. Wouldn't be the first time. Well, he's a good student in homeroom, too, I suppose. Quiet. He's attached to Shinsou at the hip. Hizashi snorted softly, but Shoyuta didn't share the same sentiment. It was a little funny, sure, but it was also the sign of someone clinging onto their only lifeline. He's the first person I've ever met who wasn't afraid of it. Those words sat in Shuta's mind, heavy. Shinsou had been in the foster system since he was 4, according to records. Just when his quirk would have come in, and there was almost no reason for that to be a coincidence. It was a similar feeling to himself, being abandoned for a seemingly villainous quirk. But Midoriya not being afraid of it, that was something else entirely. Midoriya, whose quirk was perfect for heroics, big and devastating, flashy. Midoriya, who was smart yet kind and knew what the hell he was doing in a battle of wits and strategy, working with strengths and weaknesses alike. Midoriya, who showed he was willing to make brutal but needed judgment calls in a split second. Midoriya, who wanted to be underground, who was, in his own words, creepy. Shoyuta had to admit he'd been slightly unsettled by the kid. When he'd heard stories about him from Nedzu, his conversations with the principal about Midoriya were nothing short of cryptic, like Nedzu knew something he didn't. Which was certainly likely, because that was just how Nedzu operated. Shoyuta wasn't an idiot, but he wasn't a super genius, either. He regretted not arguing with the kid when he called himself creepy. It was true, to some extent, and personality couldn't be completely changed, but that was part of the point of the management course, too. Working with hero students to be more marketable, which Shoyuta hated, personally, but it made sense. Spotlight was more popular for a reason, from the fame to the fortune, that's what most people wished to be. Underground was generally reserved for people like himself or Shinsou, who couldn't let others know what their quirk was, or were at least at a huge disadvantage when someone did know. No hero could afford to be a one-trick pony, but some of them could at least use the same moves twice. Shoyuta was worried about Shinsou and Midoriya. Maybe he was paranoid, but he'd heard the horror stories of foster care. He'd been lucky his parents weren't happy with his quirk, but they hadn't kicked him to the streets, either. He'd survived with the support he'd gotten from Hizashi and Nemuri and Oboro. And yes, Shinsou had Midoriya and vice versa, but if one crumbled, the other would too. Shoyuta had seen it happen, time and time again. He was thrown out of his thoughts by his phone ringing. Well, vibrating, so it wasn't an urgent call, but he'd given his number out to very few people, Shinsou included. Hello, Sensei? Shoyuta had never heard Shinsou's voice sound so scared, so small. Something was wrong. Shinsou? What's wrong? Shoyuta stood, his grating shoved aside, and ignored the confused noise Hizashi made. He grabbed his wallet and started for the door. Shinsou? He's hurt, and I don't know what to do, and I used my quirk dash. Shinsou cut himself off, and Shoyuta heard something shifting in the background. Shinsou, bruh. Send me your location, and tell me what happened. Shoyuta had already typed out a text to Tsukachi, and his phone dinged with Shinsou's location, which he shared with the detective. He wasn't far, thank God. Izuku, he hit him so hard and I tried to stop them but he got Izuku in the head, and I think he's got a concussion, Sensei. Shoyuta wasn't about to try and figure out what Shinsou was trying to describe, he'd find out later. Try and keep him awake, I'll be there in a second. Shoyuta was glad, for once, that Hizashi bothered him to learn how to drive for so long. Hitoshi tried to keep himself calm, tried to keep his head on straight. Wasn't that what heroes did? His cheek stung, and he was sure it was probably bright red, but the pain was numbed with worry for Izuku. Slurred speech, lack of focus, disorientation. Hitoshi, I'm gonna be fine, just give me a bit dash. Izuku, just stay awake. Ramble about quirks or something, I dunno. Hitoshi was aware that he was panicking, aware that he was probably more worried than he should be. Izuku told him he had a healing quirk, but he didn't tell Hitoshi how it worked, of course, but his entire world just got flipped on its head, so he's pretty sure some hysteria is excusable. If Aizawa-sensei didn't get there soon, their foster father might break out of Hitoshi's brainwashing, and they'd need to run like hell if that happened. I'm serious, Hitoshi, I'm already healing, okay? It was true, he was able to follow Hitoshi's movements, but he was worried, sue him. And in pain. Hero training hurt more than this, but it was always with the undercurrent to improve, not because their teachers wanted to hurt them. The shock of knowing Izuku subjected himself to this for years was horrifying, and Hitoshi didn't understand, but he barely understood half of what Izuku did on a daily basis. A car pulled up, and Hitoshi braced himself to run, even though Izuku was slumped awkwardly on his shoulder, too tall for Hitoshi to properly hold him up. Izuku had a nasty black eye, and his lip was split, and Hitoshi hoped that he didn't crack his head when he fell. Aizawa-sensei stepped out, and Hitoshi nearly wept in relief. They were both effed up. Midoriya had a gigantic black eye, blood coming from his mouth, and some was trickling down his forehead. Shinsou didn't look quite as bad, but his cheek was bright red, like someone slapped him. From Midoriya's injuries and Shinsou's hurried explanation, it wasn't hard to piece together what might have happened. Tsukachi should be there any second, but Shoyuta had a terrified teenager with a possibly concussed one leaning on him to deal with in the meantime. Shinsou, what happened? The boy in question looked up, and it's with so much hope Shoyuta almost felt uncomfortable. Our foster father, I used my quirk on Izuku, because he likes to help me test it, but we got caught, and I'm not supposed to talk in the house, but I wanted to test my limits and it's my fault dash. Shinsou. Breath. Shoyuta shoved his anger aside. Shinsou took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face. He smacked me, and Izuku grabbed his arm before he could hit me again, and he punched Izuku in the face, and knocked him into the corner of the table, so I used my quirk on him to make himself lock himself in the bathroom so we could get out. That explained the marks on them both, not that it made Shoyuta feel any better. Okay. Shoyuta took a deep breath. Unpack this, one step at a time, he figured. You aren't allowed to talk in the house? Shinsou shook his head. It's been a rule since I got my quirk. People are afraid of it dash. And they're fucking idiots. Your quirk is awesome. Midoriya interjected, swaying slightly, but grinning, and he looked feral, with blood dripping from his head. Shoyuta ignored his swearing, and instead focused on the car pulling up. There's Tsukachi, thank God. Midoriya doesn't look concussed, but he's still obviously beaten half to hell. The detective didn't bother with pleasantries, which Shoyuta was grateful for. He calmly walked to Shinsou, who was still crying, and held his hands where the boy could see them. Can you tell me what happened? Shinsou nodded. Tsukachi gestured for him to speak. I used my quirk on Izuku. We wanted to test something with it. Truth, we got caught. I'm not supposed to use it in the house. Truth. What happened next? Naomasa asked calm. Anger could wait. Our foster father, he got mad. He smacked me and... Izuku grabbed his arm to stop him, but he got even madder, and punched Izuku and shoved him back. Truth, and he hit his head on the corner of the table, I think. Truth, I used my quirk on him and made him lock himself into the bathroom. Truth. Naomasa exhaled roughly. He wasn't a hateful man, but child abuse made his blood boil. And Shinsou had used his quirk in self-defense, which, while not legal, would be easily swept under the rug, all things considered. Do you think he's concussed? He gestured to Midoriya, who was another can of worms, from what Sir Night Eye said about the boy. I thought he was. He was slurring his speech a ton, but, truth. Either way, you two should go to the hospital. Shinsou, I doubt you're too hurt, but it doesn't hurt to check. And Midoriya is still bleeding. I'm not anymore. I'll be fine, I promise. Truth. Naomasa paused. How could he think he'd be perfectly fine, with a head wound? He doubted it would need stitches, but it must hurt, at least. Most people would be more distressed, too, from the amount that head wounds bleed. He shook himself out of it. There were more important things to worry about. How do I break someone out of brainwashing? Shinsou turned to him. Just flick them hard. Should break them out instantly. He's locked in the downstairs bathroom. He might be mad. I'm sorry, Naomasa nodded to Shinsou, cutting the boy off from his apologies. I'll take them to the hospital and figure out the custody situation. Text me when you get to the station. I'll fill out the paperwork as soon as I can, Eraser said, leading the students to his car. Naomasa nodded again and headed towards the house, steeling himself. It was far from the worst night of Shuta's life, but it was far from the best, either. He'd called Hizashi, told him what had happened, and in turn, his husband got the guest bedroom ready. Thank God for small mercies, though, because Midoriya's head wasn't horrifically split, like he'd been worried it would. A nurse with a healing quirk was able to fix up the rest of the damage, but they'd both been kept overnight, just in case. Shinsou was still panicky, eyes blown wide for most of the night, but he'd eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. Not ideal, but at least he'd gotten some rest, unlike Shoyuta. Tsukachi called back, telling him their foster father had been arrested on the spot. Whether either of them would need to testify was another matter. The law was usually decently lenient with minors, but the courts would probably eat Shinsou alive. DMN Corcus. He'd ended up taking emergency custody of the two of them for the time being, contacting Nedzu as soon as he knew. The principal didn't need to know, but it was better to keep him in the loop. He would have figured it out quickly, anyways. Might as well save them both the headache. Plus, if they did have to go to court, the principal would be rather protective over his students. Bringing the two of them home was another matter entirely. Hizashi had set the room up, of course, but they didn't have proper beds yet, just two simple futons laid out. Shoyuta figured they'd set them up with something more permanent later. The cats came running at the sound of the door, and Shoyuta was fast enough to grab two, but the third, Soba, tried to make a break for it. Instead, Shinsou scooped the little bee up, the goofiest grin Shoyuta had ever seen on his face. Izuku, there's cats. Midoriya gave Shinsou a smile, closing the door before looking down at the purring cat in Shinsou's arms. I know, Hitoshi. Cats, Izuku. Shinsou was beaming in pure happiness, and Midoriya looked like he might burst out laughing. That's what those animals are called, correct? Midoriya carefully pet Soba, smiling softly. Cats. Thank you, Mr. I'm fluent in English, what else can you say? Shinsou gave Midoriya a half-hearted glare, but it was lessened by the cat in his arms. Shoyuta snorted at their antics, and shot a look at Hizashi, who gave him a grin back. I mean, I could also tell you about how cute the thing is in English, but also how glad I am that there's cats and that you're happy about it. I could also probably tell you that I know you don't actually hate dogs, but you've been pitted against them because you're a cat lover, so you pretend you do. Shinsou glared at him, clearly not understanding everything Midoriya had said. You are fluent. Hisashi accused, standing up from his place at the kitchen table. Whoops. Midoriya looked sheepish, walking further into the house. Yeah, I was born in America, Mike-sensei. My mom taught me Japanese too obviously, but I learned English faster because that's what I mostly heard. I kept up with it after we moved. Shinsou grinned at him, letting soba out from his arms when he started squirming. Busted. Midoriya glared, but Shinsou kept his grin, grabbing his bags. It had to happen eventually, Izuku. See if I help you with your homework after this, then. Shinsou stuck his tongue out, and that was the end of that. Breaking news. Man killed in accident. Police are asking for any information in regards to his death. Kato Takai was found dead last night, with signs of multiple quirks used against him. Kato was a former foster parent who was arrested 3 days ago on suspicion of child abuse and was awaiting trial. Any information on his death should be reported immediately, as police search for those responsible. No one hurts his baby brother and gets away with it. Dabi, Toga, Spinner, and Magna were more than happy to help. Izuku, come here. I want to give you something. Dad beckons him, and Izuku giggles before obeying, walking up to him. Dad grins, and puts his hand on Izuku's head. A warm feeling starts under his skin, and he palms tingle. A new quirk. Dad smiles at him, pulling him close and giving him kisses on top of his head. Izuku giggles again, poking the new quirk with his mind, wondering what it does. Dad switches them out sometimes, but he's always had the healing quirk for as long as he can remember, and Dad never gives him fire quirks. He says he's paranoid about Izuku burning himself. Of course. Do you want to test it? Do we think I can fake my death before finals, then come back in a miracle of science and technology? Hitoshi asked, only half joking. His grades were fine, but they weren't anything amazing. That, and the stress of having no clue what the hell the practical part is, wasn't helping his case. He could barely study without worrying about what the hell their teachers are going to cook up for a practical exam. Hitoshi, no. Izuku deadpants, not even looking up from his dinner. Rude, he's trying to get Izuku to understand his plight. He either needs to study more and get an actual sleep schedule, or fake his death. He knows which one is easier and more reasonable at this point, and it's not the former. Hitoshi, yes. I think we could do it. You're smart enough to figure something like that out, if what I heard Aizawa talking about was true. That made him look up, staring at Hitoshi like he'd grown a second head. Which would be? He asked after a pause. Hero killer stuff. You were the one to help take him down. Izuku choked on his bite, glaring at Hitoshi's grin. I overheard them talking about it. You weren't supposed to, problem child, Aizawa spoke up, making Hitoshi jump, and Izuku snored at his reaction. But yes, Midoriya did technically help with Stain's takedown. Wasn't that hard? Ambush is brutal but effective, and Stain was a serial killer who preferred one-on-one battles, Izuku said, staring down at his food. I don't think Sir Night Eye liked the plan though. What makes you say that? Hitoshi asked, before Aizawa could stop him. He already knew Izuku had something to do with it. It wasn't like he was learning anything he shouldn't. Izuku frowned, glaring at his noodles. I think he probably didn't want to use native as bait. I guess I wouldn't either, normally, but Stain would have gone after him either way. They told all the news stations that it was just an opportunity, but that's just so they wouldn't be mad they put native in the crossfire. Izuku smiled to himself. Or they didn't want to admit that some random teenager came up with the plan. He's a hero. He's already in the line of fire. And more like they'd be accused of incompetence if they found out it was you. Some random teenager takes down the hero killer, while the heroes don't. Aizawa snorted at Hitoshi's words. Something like that, yeah. So just wanted to ask me what the hell I was teaching my students. Izuku smiled again, but it was weak. Hitoshi knew he hadn't been sleeping well since the news of their foster father's death came out. If he didn't know who Izuku's dad was, he would be more confused. Learning that there'd been multiple quirks used, and the police cell door turned to dust, was terrifying. Hitoshi wanted to go to the heroes, or at least Aizawa and Mike, but Izuku convinced him not to, terrified he'd be blamed for his father's crimes and locked up. Izuku came like that. That finally made him look fully up, and oh yeah, he hadn't slept in a while. He looked worse than Hitoshi when his own insomnia hit him hard. "Rude," he said, blinking slowly. "When was the last time you slept? You look worse than me." Izuku's head lolled to the side, resting on Hitoshi's shoulder. He hummed in thought. "Like, 24 hours? It might be less than that, I dunno. Can't sleep. Nightmares. Well, that was bad." The less sleep Izuku got, the more likely he'd accidentally spill something about his interesting family situation. "Want me to brainwash you into sleeping?" Izuku seemed to consider it, before Aizawa interrupted. "Please don't. I've got some meds he can try, and if those don't work, we can ask Recovery Girl." Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose, sighing. "Why the hell is that your first solution?" he asked, exasperated. Easier than asking for help. "Everyone always got weird looks when either of us talked," Hitoshi said, matter-of-factly. Izuku had given up on his food, clearly, more content to bury his head into Hitoshi's shoulder. "I don't think threatening a muzzle counts as a weird look. Foster families are assholes." Izuku was sleep-deprived as hell, that was evident even without his eye bags, because he'd never talk about foster care if he wasn't forced to. Plus, he almost never swore in front of other people. The time he had a concussion, probably, didn't count. But it also meant that he would let something slip if he weren't careful. So are biological ones, sometimes, but whatever. That made Aizawa's gaze turn sharp, and Hitoshi bit back a swear. "Your biological family was?" "My dad. A-hole, but he's dead," Izuku said, sitting up from his place on Hitoshi's shoulder. Oh good, he was still sticking to the cover story. Hitoshi wasn't sure how he'd explain something as insane as, "The guy behind the USJ who can also give and take quirks and has also been around for, like, 200 years is also Izuku's dad and he's got the same quirk." No one could explain something like that and sound sane afterwards. "Yep, you need sleep." Hitoshi gently put his hand over Izuku's mouth to stop him from spilling anything else. "You'd never say anything about your dad under the threat of death, normally." Izuku mumbled something to himself, muffled even more by Hitoshi's hand. "That bad?" Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow at Hitoshi, who nodded. Better to stick to what Izuku had said, at least somewhat, right? And even if Izuku did spill something, there was no way Aizawa would believe him. Hitoshi hadn't even believed him at first. Yeah. Hitoshi looked to Izuku, who was definitely out of it. "I'll tell you, but please help me get him to bed. Before he spills something else you shouldn't hear." Aizawa sighed, bone-deep exhaustion clear, and stood to help Hitoshi wrangle Izuku to bed. It wasn't even that late, but hopefully Izuku would sleep for a while. At least it was the weekend. After they'd managed to get him to take the meds, and got him lying down, Aizawa motioned for Hitoshi to follow, clearly not willing to let Izuku's words go. Hitoshi bit back a sigh and followed. "Alright, tell me what you know. Even if the guy's dead, I'd still like to have some idea of what his father was like." "He hasn't told me everything. Just the basics because he kept waking up with nightmares and I was usually awake with him. From what I can tell, his dad was Dash, an evil mastermind who's still alive and I wish it were my secret to tell, a villain. A bad one and a bad father. He said his mom died in a villain attack, and I assume his dad either was behind it or died the same way, only to a hero instead of a villain." "What was his quirk?" Aizawa asked, frowning. Sheet, this was bad. Izuku had always said fire breathing, right? Fire breath, I think. I guess his quirk was something from his mom's side, some sort of great aunt, or something. It skipped a generation or two, I'm not sure. And it's not like either of his parents are around. Or willing to talk to heroes. Mori Saburo was his name, I think. Aizawa hummed, still frowning. Heard that name before. Some sort of gang of fire quirks. Never knew he had a kid or a wife. Hitoshi quickly shook his head. "I don't think Izuku's mom was married, not at least from what he's told me. He was born in America, and they moved back for some reason. It might have been blackmail or something that made them come back, if she went through all the effort to go to America to have her kid." Hitoshi hoped that would satisfy Aizawa. He could tell Izuku that cover story later and get his help to patch it up. It didn't help that Hitoshi wasn't even sure of what was true and what wasn't. He'd told him what he'd said to Sir Night-Eye, so it'd be fine on that end, but if something else didn't line up, Izuku was done for. Possibly. She could have come to Heroes for help, but it's also possible she was too afraid to do so. It wouldn't be the first time. Aizawa got a far-off look in his eye, and Hitoshi squirmed slightly in his seat. He felt awful for lying like that, but what choice did he have? It wouldn't be right to tell Aizawa a secret that wasn't his, and Izuku had promised that if anything else happened he'd tell someone else. They'd be fine. I'm doomed. Izuku snorted at Hitoshi's proclamation. Thank God for him. Izuku's entire familial situation was almost spilled from sleep deprivation. Apparently his sleepy brain still thought All for One was dead, which was at least good. At least Midnight talks a lot. I got paired with Kaminari against Nedzu. Hitoshi whistled. DMN. Good luck working with him against Nedzu. Izuku winced, wondering how they could win against the principal, preferably without spilling all his secrets that Izuku wasn't actually supposed to know. His father kept detailed records on everyone he'd come into prolonged contact with, or that he deemed a threat. All Might was top of the list, but Nedzu was on there too. If anyone could take his father in a battle of wits alone, it would be the principal. That, however, would require a level playing field, and his father never. Actually, that wasn't a terrible idea. Who needed a level playing field, anyways? Are you sure, dude? That seems intense, even for you. That was Izuku's biggest worry. Kaminari was, in general, a morally upstanding guy. Not all that book smart or study smart, but good with people and generally friendly. And he wouldn't have gotten into UA if he were a complete idiot, but that was beside the point. In a game of strategy, there's no way to win against him. Even in a game of fighting, you'll have a tough time. But you have to trust me and don't look back, got it? I know how this'll play out, and it depends on you playing your part. Things get rough, then just go. Someone gets to pass, that way at least. Kaminari didn't seem wholly convinced, but they were out of time, anyways. He'll try and block off escape routes. I'll kite him away, do my part, but you need to just make a break for it. They left the bus, and Izuku squared his shoulders. Showtime. Kaminari did as Izuku told him, sprinting towards an exit. It was unlikely the principal would just let him leave, so Izuku ran with him, knowing that Nedzu would find them soon enough, and he wouldn't be above using dirty tricks to win. Good thing Izuku wasn't either. A loud crash came from behind them. One of the buildings had been destroyed by a FING wrecking ball, because of course it had. Kaminari had paused at the noise, but Izuku just grabbed his arm, urging him to keep moving. That's him. Keep going. Don't stop. The loud noises were coming closer, wreckage flying around them, and Izuku caught one piece, turning it into energy and storing it quickly. Hope you're good at dodging. Kaminari gave him a self-assured grin and nodded, running as fast as he could, weaving through debris. Izuku sunk to his knees, praying this would work. Kaminari might turn back if his acting was too good, but he'd told him to run to the exit either way, no matter what. He slammed his hands over his ears, but kept his head up slightly, watching as Kaminari made it just outside the exit. He could leave right now and pass, but he stopped, looking to Izuku. The crane came closer and closer, but Izuku had faith. It wasn't easy to read the principal, far from it, but he knew a few things. Being raised by a villain tended to do that. He never thought he'd be grateful to his dad, go figure. The rumbling stopped, and tiny footsteps padded towards him. Izuku felt a little bad about it, actually, but he didn't have a choice, for his or Kaminari's sake. His classmate needed to pass, and Izuku wanted to pass too. A tiny paw landed on his shoulder, and Izuku barely resisted the urge to pull back. Midoriya? Can you hear me? Izuku shook, and he really hoped Kaminari was staying where he was. He looked up the principal, tears streaming down his face, and he sniffed. Sorry, he whispered, and used flashbang. A blinding light erupted, but Izuku was expecting it, so he blasted off, using some of his stored energy to push himself forward, and tackled Kaminari, pushing them both past the exit. Holy shit, dude, that was terrifying. I feel bad, I didn't do anything, Kaminari trailed off, and Izuku winced. He hoped Kaminari wasn't afraid of him now. You listened to me, so that's okay. I feel bad for making the principal worry. But I'm pretty sure we didn't have another way to win. Izuku stood, offering his hand to Kaminari. A pull feeling flitted through Izuku's mind for a moment, but he ignored it on reflex. I doubt it, dude. That was some amazing acting though. How'd you know he'd stop the crane? Kaminari asked, pulling himself up. He wouldn't ever hurt a student. So I knew he'd stop before I got hurt, and try and figure out why I was sitting in front of a moving crane. That tactic wouldn't work on real villains, I guess, but it worked here. Kaminari shrugged. Villains with morals, maybe? He shook his head. I forgot how smart you are, Midoriya. I would have never figured that out. Kaminari grinned, and they walked out of the training area, although Izuku caught Nedzu's eye, an unreadable expression on the principal's face. I'm worried about Midoriya's tactics. Shoyuta watched as his student faked a panic attack, used it against the principal, and tackled his teammate to victory. Kaminari was right, a tactic like that wouldn't really work on a real villain, but they technically made it out within the time limit. Nedzu always enjoyed combat against humans, but this was another thing entirely. Less combat, more emotional manipulation. He'd done a bit of research on Mori Saburo, and found most of what he'd been looking for. A physically violent man, with a short temper and an infamous ruthlessness. Although he hadn't ever shown the strategic mind that his apparent son had. The man was dead though. At least Midoriya Izuku was safe, his father's gang long since scattered and arrested. The idea that he was behind Midoriya Inko's death was another thing entirely. Where Shinsou got that from, Shoyuta had no idea. She died from a snapped neck after falling from a train car during an attack that had nothing to do with Hisashi, who'd been dead for a while at that point. The villains behind the attack had been arrested and convicted, nearly a decade ago by now. Something wasn't adding up. I'm too. It's one thing to be clever against the principal, it's another to do that. Recovery girl frowned, watching the screens carefully. Nedzu had insisted they go first, and Shoyuta understood why now. None of the other students were watching, and it was possible he'd predicted Midoriya would do something drastic. Still, it wasn't pleasant to watch. Where the hell did Midoriya learn to do something like that? Well, I'm glad that's over. Since no one could see you and Kaminari's exam. Hitoshi stretched, yawning. Izuku had been right, Midnight knew his quirk, but she also never stopped talking. All it really took was for her to slip up and respond to him. We passed, that's what matters. Izuku sounded off, like he'd done something he wasn't supposed to. I'm glad you did too. Something happen? Hitoshi knew he wasn't great with comfort, but he always at least tried to be there for Izuku, who defended him and patched him back up on more than one occasion. You've been off for a while now. What? No, it's just, after the news about Kato dying, I can't think about anything else. I know it was him. They found the cell door, it was just dust. Izuku's eyes were somewhere else. He knew. He knew this whole FING time, didn't he? He let me think I was free, only to pull me back in again. God, Hitoshi wished they could tell someone. Izuku was always jumping at shadows now, scratching at his palms, and sometimes Hitoshi would catch him scratching at his neck, clawing at the skin there. Listen to me. This goes any further, anyone else gets hurt, we have to tell someone. Please. I'm worried about you. They wouldn't believe us, and if they did, I don't know what they'd do. That's what scares me. I'm so used to knowing and reading people, but there's nothing there, I can't tell what's going to happen next, and I don't know what to do. If we go to the heroes, they probably wouldn't believe us. If they do, I'd probably get thrown in jail, and I don't know what they'd do to you. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who can even come close to convincing my father to stop without any more casualties. Izuku shook his head, tears forming in his eyes. If something happens to you, I will tell them, Hitoshi threatened. And he meant it, because if he couldn't stop Izuku's self-sacrificial streak, the least he could do was offer something to the heroes, even if Izuku had told him close to nothing. I know you would. Izuku wiped away his tears with shaky hands. I don't want to think about it anymore. Fine. Hitoshi didn't like it, But Izuku wasn't going to talk about it anymore, he knew. Come on, we should figure out what we're going to need for the training camp. Tomu, are you sure about this? Izuku doesn't want to get in trouble with Dad. He's scary when he's angry, but he doesn't want Tomu getting into trouble either. Of course I am. I'm 4 years older than you, I know what I'm doing. He pushes at the window more, until the latch finally snaps. Dad took decay while he went on a business trip, so Tomu couldn't hurt anyone, and Izuku doesn't have anything that can help them here, so brute force it is. The hinges are old, squeaking loudly enough that Izuku winces. See? I told you it'd be fine. Izuku can't contain his curiosity forever. It's dark, and there's almost no streetlights around, so only the moon shines down on them. The fresh air is nice, though, and Izuku sticks his head out, breathing it in deeply. No one walks around here, he's noticed. Maybe it's a bad neighborhood? But why would Dad live somewhere like that? It doesn't matter. The stars aren't very clear, too much light pollution, but Izuku can make out a few, twinkling against the dark backdrop. They're brighter than the simple glow-in-the-dark ones, with a much whiter color, rather than the pale sickly green shade of the fakes. Come on, let's go to the roof. I want to see how high up we can get. So, are you excited? Hitoshi asked, hands in his pockets. When their classmates had suggested going to the mall, Izuku figured they'd stick together, at least somewhat. Instead, everyone had pretty much split off in different directions, headed to different stores for supplies. He and Hitoshi stuck together, because they always did, and because Aizawa had made them promise to do so. Izuku could appreciate the paranoia, all things considered. The League had made several public spectacles, and he wouldn't put it past Tamura to do something crazy. No matter how much he tried to bring his attention to other places, his father was still at the forefront of his mind, constantly digging at him to do something. Run again maybe, but Izuku was attached again. He didn't want to lose the life he'd made, stupid as it was. Hitoshi was the kindest person he'd met in years, who couldn't, and shouldn't, it wasn't his job, fill the void Tamura had left, but he was there. They were brothers, and brothers they'd stay, if Izuku had anything to say about it. He was pretty sure Hitoshi shared the sentiment. I know only the teachers know the training camp place, but I'm still worried. Hacking UA's records isn't that easy, and he doesn't have my technopathy, obviously, but Hitoshi sighed, patting Izuku's shoulder. I get it. After the camp, we should say something. We can make something up and figure it out. I know you don't want to, but it's better than something awful happening. He was right, but Izuku didn't want to hear it. He was scared of what you might do, of what his father might do. He'd lied over and over again to a bunch of pro-heroes and he was drowning in it, dragging Hitoshi down with him. If they wanted to say something, it needed to be just Izuku, and Hitoshi couldn't be caught in the crossfire. They'd be mad at him too, even if it were Izuku's fault. I know. And we will, okay? I'll figure something out, even if it's the truth. But no matter what, I'm going to tell them I lied to you. Hitoshi opened his mouth to argue, but Izuku put his hand up. They'd be sad at you. Even though I told you not to say anything, they'd still be mad that you didn't say anything to them. It's a pretty big thing to lie about. You did think he was dead. Hitoshi looked at a price tag, not really seeing what was written. They were both pretty much set on supplies, and they'd essentially come to hang out with their classmates, but that was clearly bust. I don't blame you for telling me. You needed to tell someone, and I told you my tragic backstory. That doesn't mean I should have said something to you. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's dangerous to know. He's considered essentially a cryptid for a reason. Hitoshi shook his head stubbornly. No. We would have been in danger during the USJ anyways. Your dad being an a-hole has nothing to do with you. But anything Tamura does now is on me, Izuku shot back. Tamura wanted his brother back, and Izuku did too, but it could never be the same, could it? Tamura was a villain, reveled in the fact that he could destroy whatever he wanted, without any consequences. Izuku wanted to be a hero, so badly he could almost taste it. Even when he'd figured out he was in a decorated cage, even when Tamura was at his worst, even when he figured out where his father got all those quirks. Izuku wanted to be a hero. He was going to be a hero, his family be dead. Hitoshi wouldn't lie and say he was looking forward to the training camp, necessarily. He wanted to improve, sure, wanted to get stronger and push himself to his limits, but nothing felt safe. Shigaraki had been spotted leaving the mall, presumably looking for Izuku. They'd still hadn't come up with something to tell the teacher after the camp, not fully. Izuku didn't want Hitoshi caught in the crossfire, which he appreciated, but he didn't care. So what if they got angry at him for keeping Izuku's secrets? They were secrets for a reason, and he hadn't realized his dad was even alive at the time. Izuku tended to plan things, and then have backup plans for his backup plans. Not factoring in someone being alive when, by all likelihoods, they shouldn't have been, wasn't something Hitoshi blamed him for. And Hitoshi had spilled his own secrets to Izuku. Nothing could really top the whole "my dad is a supervillain" thing, but he'd told Izuku what his life had been like in foster care, the hospital visits. At that point, they were on equal grounds for life-shattering secrets. Hitoshi didn't think he was related to any villains. The closest he'd gotten before UA was almost getting sold off to some at the worst foster home he'd been in. Thank God for the police raid, or Hitoshi likely wouldn't even be alive. It was rare that he felt bitter over his quirk, but it still stung, sometimes. Being underground meant he couldn't exactly be a role model for anyone like him, but he'd like to think he could help somehow. Those heroes wouldn't know what hit them. They were idiots to think that changing the camp's location would be enough to stop the League. Tamura would get his brother back, if it killed him. Or someone else, for that matter. He'd mourned for Izuku, wept over the shrine he'd made. Sensei couldn't cry, of course, no tear ducts to do so, but Tamura wasn't an idiot like people thought. He'd lost his son, he'd mourned too. Some of the crew they'd assembled for the raid wasn't great. Muscular and Moonfish wanted blood, and mustard. Well, Tamura wasn't entirely sure about mustard, but they wouldn't stick around, that was for sure. Dabi and the vampire freak were fine, Magna, Spinner, and Mr. Compress were too, but the other three Tamura didn't particularly want to stay. Whatever, they'd be cannon fodder for the heroes and heroes in training. Dabi was good firepower, literally, and it'd be useful to get the heroes distracted enough to nab Izuku and get out of there. Recruitment from a hero school was stupid, really. They all wanted to be heroes, and they'd die like heroes. Getting Izuku out was priority number one, because with the heroes using him, they'd get him to formulate some grand plan, and the League would be wiped out, no matter what. Izuku wasn't an idiot. He was brilliant, taught by Sensei and understanding it all. Besides, Izuku could just take most of their quirks, if he wanted to. Tamura had learned to fight either way, but the rest of the League hadn't, or didn't have something that could really be used in combat. If only he'd managed to grab him at the mall, then this mission would be about getting revenge rather than Izuku. It was going to be tempting to decay all the people who'd held Izuku captive for so long. Tamura did his best to shake those thoughts from his head. Izuku was the priority. Revenge could wait. Ow! Izuku was on the floor, shielding his crotch just in case. Hitoshi was biting back snickers, watching as Ida tried to reprimand Kuda for punching Izuku. Direct hit? Hitoshi asked, offering Izuku his hand. He took it gratefully, pulling himself up with a whimper, and nodded. Hitoshi whistled. Come on, let's get our stuff. Yeah, I know. Wasn't expecting that. Hitoshi tried hard not to laugh, but it was funny, seeing Izuku brought to his knees by one punch from a child. Oh, shut up. Oh, I am well aware that it's only funny because it's not me. Come on, we can have dinner and then go to the hot springs. Izuku mumbled something under his breath, and off they went. I'm worried about Kuda. He didn't eat, right? Izuku mumbled, mostly to himself. He was exhausted, although maybe not as much as his classmates. Everyone was pushed to their limits, which was the point of the training camp, but that also meant that everyone just wanted to collapse at the end of the day. Making dinner was like the icing on the sheet cake, for most of them. Izuku was always better at baking, but at least challenging Bakugu's cooking ability meant that he'd made food for everyone. Are you seriously worried about a child who punched you in the crotch eating? Hitoshi asked, turning to Izuku with a deadpan look. He'd had so many nosebleeds that day, and Izuku wouldn't have been surprised if he woke up with a migraine the next day. Mental quirks didn't usually have a lot of drawbacks. Not like the more physical ones, but pushing said quirks to the limit tended to reveal anything negative at all. Turned out, Hitoshi got nosebleeds if he held his control for too long, although his limit was relatively high already. I'm gonna bring him some food, I'll be back soon. Izuku stood, grabbing a bowl of curry. Hopefully Kuda would eat something at least. It wasn't healthy for someone so young to skip meals, and it would be good to try and make the kid open up. Izuku wasn't perfect with children, but he was probably the best with them out of everyone in his class, except maybe someone upbeat like Ishido. He was awake enough to turn off the weirdness factor, at least, and who knew? Maybe Kuda liked someone who was willing to bring him food. Have fun. Don't collapse. Izuku snorted at Hitoshi's sleepy response. Another drawback to quirk overuse. At least Izuku could understand that. His palms still hurt, and he healed instantly. Following the trail of footprints wasn't hard, leading up to a large cliff. Izuku could see Kuda, sitting alone. Poor kid. At least Izuku understood what it was like to lose a parent, although the sting of losing his mother had dulled now. Izuku was determined to not think about Tamura. Somehow, learning he was a villain was like thinking he was dead all over again. Kuda? I brought you some food if you're hungry. He startled, turning around to face Izuku, glaring at him. Go away. I'm not hungry. I want to be alone. He turned back around, wrapping his arms around his knees. Izuku carefully set the bowl down, in case he changed his mind. It wasn't hard to guess that Kuda didn't like heroes, and didn't want to be around them, but that didn't mean Izuku couldn't try. He understood, vaguely, what Kuda was thinking. The entire heroes versus villains thing had torn him apart for a while too, once he learned what his father really was. Tamura's rants didn't help, not when he made the occasional good point, rare as it was. You don't have to eat, but I'll leave it here if you'd like it. Izuku turned to leave, but decided against it. I'm sorry about your parents. He saw Kuda clench his fists, trembling in what Izuku assumed was anger. You don't care. No heroes care. All you do is show off your quirks so you can fight people and then die. Izuku hid a wince at the words. Harsh, if a little true in some cases. Some heroes liked fighting more than saving, and not every hero was good. Izuku was well aware of that. That doesn't mean I'm not sorry. I'll leave you alone now. Izuku left quietly, head stuck somewhere else. Tamura could barely contain his excitement. It was almost time. He'd have his brother back, then he could decay this useless world around them. It was going to be perfect. Someone's attacking? Izuku's not scared of whoever's stupid enough to go against his dad. They'll just have their quirk taken and die. That's what always happens. Tamura is scared, and even Kurogiri seems troubled, but no one can beat his father. Izuku knows this well, even if he wishes he didn't. The only person who might even stand a chance is All Might, but there's no way he's. No, that is All Might, but he's not smiling. Izuku can't hear the words, can't bring himself to care what they might be. He doesn't have a lot of time to plan, to pack, to see if he can find Tamura and get him out, but this is his one last chance. There's no way All Might can win, even if Izuku wants him to, desperately. But maybe he can stall his father enough that Izuku can disappear. By the time the smoke clears, All Might limping away, his father lying in a pool of his own blood, Izuku's already long gone. It had been going so well for so long. They'd been fine, confident in their tactics of hiding the training camp from the League. Only the teachers knew the location, and the woods were confusing enough that villains were likely to get lost in them. There were a total of 6 pro heroes protecting them, plus another 40 heroes in training. Even if they somehow managed to find the camp and recruit the numbers they'd had during the USJ, they couldn't win. The other teachers were on call, other heroes not informed of the location out of paranoia. The League wouldn't find them, and they wouldn't win against them. Shoyuta should have known better. Villains weren't usually that smart, but there were actual brains behind the League, no matter how immature Shigaraki acted during the USJ. Hizashi had brought up his own concerns about a traitor to Shoyuta privately, but he'd dismissed his husband's worries, chalking it up to paranoia over the kids. It wasn't logical for there to be a traitor at UA, seeing as how everyone working there had been a pro for at least a decade before becoming a teacher as well. It was a lot of effort for little reward to plant a spy in UA's midst. Now, with the forest burning, students knocked out, villains all around them, Shoyuta admitted to himself that maybe Hisashi was onto something. Before he could get any further into the camp, an explosion of fire engulfed him. "You're not the one we're here for. Hitoshi. Find Ragdoll, keep her safe, I don't care what you have to do. I'm going after Kuda." Izuku couldn't turn around, wait to see if Hitoshi listened. Kuda was in danger, there was no doubt in his mind. Ragdoll was too. Search was too valuable to be lost to his father. Izuku didn't listen to Mandalay's instructions, boosting himself forward with energy. His heart was pounding, fear and adrenaline screaming in his chest. At least he knew where Kudo was likely to have gone to, his secret hideout, not so secret to Izuku, not anymore. The League wouldn't just attack like this, not without reason. All Might wasn't here, and the Pussycats weren't so high-ranked that an attack on them would cause an uproar like Tamura would want. Most civilians wouldn't know about the UA training camp, except for the parents of his classmates. An attack like this would still be big news, but it was a lot of work for no guaranteed payoff. His father never liked to gamble, preferred to fudge the numbers in his favor instead. This attack was about something else entirely, and Izuku wasn't sure he liked what it could be. Speculation on what they wanted could wait. Kuda was in danger, and only Izuku knew where he was likely to be. A large, looming figure raised a fist, clearly trying to swing forward towards Kuda's prone form. Izuku tackled the boy out of the way, shielding his head from the heavy impact of the cliff. Muscular. Not a particularly creative name, but accurate enough, considering what he looked like. Infamous for his murder of the water hose duo, Kuda's parents. It was likely he was here to finish the job, so to speak. Not a villain Izuku could just convince to leave, or turn his morals and beliefs inside out and make him confused enough that they could get out without a fight. Kuda was the main priority. Taking Muscular's quirk wasn't really an option, not with a witness. Izuku was hoping there wouldn't be any villains up here, and that he could just run with Kuda, but there was one way of getting out, and that was a fight. Kuda. Izuku stood, turning to him, saw the tears in his eyes and felt his own well up. Diamen his empathy. "It's going to be okay." Muscular chuckled, low and dangerous, grinning widely. His eyes were a weak point, Izuku noted. The water hose duo did a number on him before they died. Hee hee, two little brats to crush then? Shigaraki wanted you unharmed, but I'm willing to say you put up too much of a fight. I'm not afraid of him. Oh, excellent, that confirmed the League's purpose here. He wasn't in his hero costume, which wasn't exactly great. No ammo for his quirk, except for his own energy. A justifiable cost, but then what? If he got caught even once, off guard, it was game over. A plan formed in his mind as he tuned out Muscular's words. It wouldn't be pleasant, far from it. Hopefully Muscular hadn't heard about what Izuku had done to the Numu during the USJ attack. Hitoshi broke off from Ida, Ojiro, and Kuda. Hopefully they'd think he'd gotten lost in the chaos. Running towards midpoint, he dodged through the trees, praying he'd be ignored. They weren't the thugs that he'd faced at the USJ, more muscles than brains. No, these people must actually be mildly intelligent, for Izuku to have that much panic in his voice. Hitoshi focused on movement, a singular goal in mind. Find Ragdoll, and keep her safe. He cut through the middle, following the Forgin voices and hoping that his classmates would be okay. It felt cowardly to abandon them, but he didn't have a choice. They all had more physical quirks, anyways, and once his trigger was known, he was practically dead weight. A strange-looking villain, wearing a yellow coat and a black and white mask greeted him in the clearing. Ragdoll was nowhere to be found, but the villain was holding a strange blue marble. He turned at the noise of Hitoshi's entrance through the foliage, tilting his head. Hitoshi squared his shoulders, tense. This was it. Ragdoll was the priority. Ah, another hero child. Here to save the day? You aren't the one we're looking for, I'm afraid. Hitoshi stayed silent, glaring as hard as he could. Nothing to say? Not even trying to get close enough to use your quirk. At least their ploy during the sports festival worked. Then, Izuku was always thinking 10 steps ahead, and it was clear that the villains were unaware of Brainwash's real trigger. What do you people even want? A hearty laugh sounded from him, and he started towards Hitoshi. Simple, of course. We want dash. Show me where Ragdoll is, and then sit on the floor and stay still. The villain obeyed, unable to break the command, and set the marble on the floor. A small plume of smoke erupted, and Ragdoll was on the ground, knocked out. Hitoshi dashed forward, picking her up gently, and sprinted back towards the main building. Hopefully Izuku was okay. Izuku dodged one of Muscular's swings, letting the villain's hands smash into the rocky ground, creating rubble all around his fist. He needed something sharp, and hopefully a rock and adrenaline would be enough. Kuda was still shaking, terrified, directly behind him. Muscular was still grinning, clearly thinking that he'd win either way. A small rock shard dug into Izuku's calf as he dodged another blow, and he grabbed it, taking a deep breath. He didn't bother to pretend it was his registered energy manipulation. Instead, he used flashbang, blinding Muscular temporarily. The villain covered his eyes, crying out, and Izuku dashed forward, stabbing the rock as hard as he could into the man's leg. Kuda, close your eyes. Sniffling came from behind him, but Izuku couldn't wait to see if his instructions were obeyed. He slapped his palm against the rock shard, turning it into energy, and using the same trick he had last time. Muscular howled in pain, falling over, his left leg cut clean off. Izuku didn't stick around, bundling Kuda in his arms and sprinting away as fast as he could. He would deal with the consequences of maiming Muscular later, instead focusing on heading back to relative safety. The entire camp was chaos, halfway engulfed in flames and gas. A fire quirk was likely, but the gas could be from the black market. Even if it were quirk-created, Izuku ignored it in favor of simply running. Problem child. Are either of you hurt? Aizawa-sensei came sprinting down the path, and Izuku instinctively braced, before noting the quirk he felt in the air was erasure. Paranoia always served him well. Sue him. Plus, a shape-shifting quirk wasn't out of the realms of possibility. Izuku wordlessly handed Kuda off to him, still running. No, but I know why they're here. They're after me and Ragdoll. People were all around them, other students luckily, all headed back towards the main building. Izuku's heart was still pounding hard. One of the villains is down, Muscular. He was trying to kill Kuda. There's a villain who can make clones. Are you sure it was the real Muscular? They take too much damage and they're destroyed. Then he wasn't a clone. At Aizawa's silence, Izuku added, and he's not dead, or anything. Just not a problem anymore. At least, I hope so. If they didn't get to Muscular quickly, he'd bleed out anyways. Not that Izuku really cared about it, not right then. He was trying to kill a small child. Is Ragdoll okay? Aizawa shook his head. I'm not sure. Great. Hopefully Hitoshi had listened and grabbed her before any of the villains had. His father could not, under any circumstances, be allowed to gain search. Only God knew what he'd do with it. When they reached the main building, people were already gathering, Hitoshi, carrying Ragdoll among them. Everyone looked exhausted, scared and miserable, wondering what might happen next. Even Minoma looked off, eyes wider than usual. Izuku! Hitoshi cried, looking up at their arrival. Are you okay? Hitoshi shifted Ragdoll's weight awkwardly as Izuku nodded. I'm fine. But I don't think they're going to stop, not until. They're either taken out or get what they want. Aizawa turned to him sharply. Then we'll stop them. I don't care what you think about their goals, you are not allowed to give yourself up, he said harshly. Izuku didn't even wince at the tone, instead steeling himself for the fight that would inevitably unfold. Tamura would stop at nothing to get him, he knew. That didn't mean he wasn't taking everyone he could down with him. They wanted him so bad, they could fight for it. Izuku was going to do something stupid, Hitoshi could feel it in his bones. He ran on the idea that it was worth sacrificing himself if it meant saving someone else, and Izuku knew that he likely wouldn't die. Some of their classmates had said there was a Numu, which meant the League, which meant Izuku's Bats Hit family was behind this. Aizawa had ran off, presumably to find more students, and Izuku's hands were shaking. Vlad King was there, but if any of the villains came, they were screwed. Hitoshi, if something happens, tell them everything. Ragdoll was no longer in Hitoshi's arms, so he moved closer when Izuku motioned for him. His name is all for one. Shigaraki Hisashi. Hitoshi nodded, setting his jaw. He wasn't going to let anything happen to Izuku, not if he could help it. It had seemingly been luck that got him out of his father's clutches the first time, and Hitoshi didn't think he'd get lucky again. Don't do something stupid. Izuku smiled at him, shaking his head. I'll try not to. But we might be out of options. He glanced around, seeing no eyes on them. Giving myself up might be the only way to get them to leave. No. Please don't. That's a terrible idea and you know it. They won't kill me. I know they won't. Hitoshi glared with all his might, but he knew Izuku was right. It might be the only way. Someone kicked open the door. Everyone tensed and Vlad put his fists up. The scarred villain grinned, holding up one of the Class 1B students by the back of his shirt. Hitoshi didn't know his name, but he struggled slightly, only stopping when the villain ignited a flame in his other hand. Anyone moves and he goes up in flames. He sounded almost bored, even as the tension in the room grew so much it was nearly suffocating. He nodded to Hitoshi. You open your mouth, same thing. Izuku clenched his fists, clearly trying to think of a way out. All we want is one measly kid. That isn't too much to ask now, is it? Vlad opened his mouth, but Izuku beat him to it. Put him down and I'll come. No fighting, nothing. The scarred villain narrowed his eyes, but nodded. Midoriya, don't, Vlad started, but was interrupted. Come here first. You aren't exactly in the position to negotiate. Izuku clenched his fists, but took a step forward. Time seemed to slow down as he walked, closer and closer, until the villain dropped the 1B kid, grabbing Izuku instead. Now, was that so hard? Izuku glared, but didn't fight. He started to drag Izuku away, but Vlad stepped forward, lunging, only to have flames shot at his face, making him fall back. Hitoshi started to move, but Izuku shook his head, giving him a sad smile. Tell them everything, he mouthed. It didn't feel real anymore. Passing through the portal was familiar in all the worst ways. Izuku couldn't bring himself to regret it. As long as Hitoshi told them everything, they'd find a way to take down his father. If they found him again, great. If not, then, well, at least he didn't die in vain. The bar still smelled. That was familiar, at least. Exhaustion weighed heavily on his mind, and he was half asleep by the time he realized Tamura was there, a smile on his face. Welcome home, little brother. Name. The police officer seems tired, overworked, but he gives Izuku a small smile despite his clear exhaustion. Midoriya Izuku, sir. Quirk. He can't tell him his real quirk, he knows that much. Currently he's got 5. Healing wouldn't be a good idea, neither would technopathy. Not when they're seemingly recent, from what Izuku can tell from his father's files. That leaves the other 3. Energy manipulation. It's a good enough lie for now. When Shoyuta found Shinsou crying silently, everyone in the room frozen, eyes wide, he knew what had happened. Vlad was badly burnt, but would live. Kuda was presumably still hiding where Shoyuta had told him to. Ragdoll was there as well, so she'd be safe even while knocked out. The villains had retreated, leaving everyone with burns, bruises, and a small stab wound on Uraraka. Medical teams were working to try and stabilize Muscular, but Shoyuta didn't care about that. Sensei, Shinsou choked back tears, breathing heavily. He gave himself up. It was barely a whisper. Shinsou was clearly still in shock. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was a soft sob, and he crumbled, falling to his knees, covering his mouth. The implications were clear. Midoriya Izuku had been taken. We'll find him. I promise, Shinsou. When Izuku finally woke up, he was on his childhood bed, familiar sheets covering it. Dad always hated his obsession with All Might and heroes in general, but he indulged Izuku on occasion. The grinning facade of the #1 hero stared at Izuku, and he sat up, head pounding. His room hadn't changed much, glow-in-the-dark stars lining the ceiling, posters of heroes and sidekicks in poses and exaggerated expressions on their faces. Izuku's gut lurched. He never thought he'd have to come back here, to the locked doors and windows that he never dared to peek behind after. Mama! Izuku, it's time for bed. He didn't bother to think about anything else, not in the moment. When he stood and sprinted to the bathroom, it still got his old all-might toothbrush, gross, and promptly threw up. Izuku took a heaving breath, trying to push the memory away, push his anger and nausea down. He rinsed out his mouth, gagging at the smell. The bar never did smell clean, really, because it was just that, a bar and run by villains. Old blood, old food, and now that Izuku had lived 5 years out from his father's grasp, it smelled even worse than he remembered. His palms hurt, the memory of slick blood dripping down them still clear in his mind. Everything was a blur of movement and adrenaline. Hopefully they'd find Muscular before he bled out. Hopefully the villains had left completely. Hopefully he could find a way out of this nightmare again. A knock at his door drew his attention, and with shaking limbs, Izuku opened it, unsure of what might be on the other side. Tamura smiled at him, eyes suspiciously misty. Izuku couldn't react before he was pulled into a strong hug, his brother babbling something in his ear, about heroes and revenge and all might. Izuku raised his aching arms, and hugged Tamura back, crying for all the wrong reasons. When they finally pulled apart, Izuku was wiping away his tears, a selfish desire to keep clinging on shoved to the back of his head. If he could keep hugging Tamura, maybe his father couldn't see him, maybe Izuku could finally round out the sharp edges his father had shattered Tamura into. He wouldn't have to deal with the consequences of his actions, to deal with the fact that he might not escape this time. I missed you so much, Aizu. Tamura wasn't crying anymore, not that Izuku was surprised. He wasn't nearly as much of a crybaby. I missed you too. It wasn't a lie, per se. He missed his brother. He missed the Tamura that giggled when they snuck milkshakes and tried to climb into the roof to drink them, only to get caught by Kurogiri. He missed the Tamura that he bickered with, smacking each other with pillows and wrestling because someone took the last piece of cake without asking. He missed the Tamura he'd left, 5 years ago, running away from his problems. We thought you were dead. Tamura wasn't who he was before. That was a fact that Izuku had to face, no matter how harsh it felt. I tried to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Not until the USJ. I did too, Izuku whispered, ignoring the thought that wished they'd stayed dead. I thought you were both gone. Tamura smiled again, scars on his face more prominent without a hand covering it. Come on, Kurogiri made mocktails. Izuku didn't want to go out to the bar. This was familiar territory in all the worst ways. His childhood was here, standing in front of him, villainous ideals no longer an ignorable aspect. It was a terrible idea to get attached again. He walked, hand in hand with Tamura, to the main room of the bar. Disaster. That was all Shoyuta could think. Disaster, disaster, disaster. A student kidnapped. A villain completely crippled from an attack, halfway to dead when medical teams finally managed to find and stabilize him. 4 villains caught. 39 students terrified, traumatized, covered in burns and bruises. The pussycats were thrown too, Ragdoll still shaky from her brief kidnapping. Shoyuta had been angry at the time, but eventually had to admit that Shinsou was right to do what he'd done. He'd ignored Shuta's orders, but he'd saved a pro-hero, probably would have saved Midoriya if the villain hadn't threatened to burn a classmate alive if he spoke. Home was empty, blank. Even the cat seemed to sense it, curling up at Shinsou's side when he sat on the couch, expressionless. Hizashi gave them both space, but he clung into Shoyuta that night, terrified of letting him go. He hadn't even truly been in danger, not like the students. They'd paid for their own hubris, confidence in the idea that UA was untouchable. And then a student was gone to God only knows where, leaving his brother broken behind him. Nothing could have prepared Shoyuta for Shinsou's whispered confession. Sensei? Are you going to have a meeting about what to do about Izuku? Quietly picking at his food, Shinsou didn't look at him. Refused to actually. Too afraid, perhaps. We are. Why? Did Midoriya tell him something before he was taken? A code of some sort? They'd found his phone on the cliff face, so it couldn't be that, but Shinsou and Midoriya were insanely close and raised together for several years in an unstable environment. It was possible they had somewhere they'd agreed to meet up at, and if Midoriya somehow escaped, he'd go there first. I know something, but you have to swear you'd believe me. And that you won't be mad until Izuku's okay. Red flags waved in Shuta's mind, and Hisashi gave him a look. We won't, okay? Hisashi reassured. We won't be mad. And anything you can tell us might be important. Shinsou sniffed, looking up. Tears streamed down silently, but he took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. Okay. But I think I can only say it once, so maybe during a meeting or something. Izuku, he promised he'd say something before anyone else got hurt, but then it was too late, Shoyuta finished. That wasn't a good sign. Turns out, facing down all of his teachers, the principal, recovery girl, a police officer, the wild pussycats, and 2 other pro-heroes, one of which was Sir Night-Eye, the other was one Hitoshi had never heard of, Grand something, was intimidating, but he owed it to Izuku. Besides, Mike was right. Anything Izuku had told Hitoshi could be important, especially considering who the League was to Izuku and why they would have taken him. Shinsou, I understand that Midoriya told you some things that you wish to share? Sir Night-Eye pushed up his glasses, a tiny glare on his face. From what Hitoshi could tell, that was his default expression. Hitoshi nodded, gulping. Yes. And I'm sorry we didn't say anything sooner, but we were scared. I was scared for him. His heart felt like it was in his throat, pounding heavily. Aizawa-sensei, you already know that his dad is a villain. Someone hissed in a breath, but Hitoshi shut his eyes. It didn't matter, they'd be more surprised later. He knew, someone whispered, more to themselves than anything. But the villain, I said, it's someone else. He told me the name before he gave himself up, and he told me to say everything. Hitoshi squeezes his eyes tighter, praying to every god he can think of that they believe him. He said his name is All for One, and that his quirk is the ability to give and take quirks. Hitoshi opened his eyes at the interruption. The skeletal man who'd introduced himself as Yagi was pale as a sheet. The detective's mouth was open in horror, along with Sir Night-Eye. He did know. But why? Izuku can do it too. His quirk is a combination of 3, from what he's told me. We knew about his father, but we thought he didn't know, Yagi said, voice hollow. Why wouldn't he ask for help? He was afraid that he'd get thrown into Tartarus or something. He also told me he thought his dad was dead. Hitoshi exhaled shakily. The USJ proved him wrong. The entire room sat silent for a moment while they processed everything. Nothing in the past day had felt real, like Hitoshi was in a waking nightmare. UA was under fire, reporters gathering at gates and halfway trying to storm into campus. Izuku was gone, trapped with his family, and Hitoshi was left to try and help the heroes piece everything together. The USJ proved many of us wrong, I'm afraid. We thought All Might had managed to kill All for One, but the Numu, no one else could make a monster like that. Yagi sounded haunted, like he barely believed it himself. Hitoshi couldn't blame him. I feared something like this might happen. It was part of the reason I was so keen on getting you both into the hero course. I didn't realize it was multiple quirks. I feared that Midoriya had taken one and played it off as his own, Nedzu said, a small frown on his normally genial face. You knew, Principal? Yagi asked, coughing up a small amount of blood. Hitoshi looked at the man in alarm, but Aizawa put a hand on his arm. I apologize, young Shinsou. That is normal for me, I'm afraid. And to answer your question, yes, I did know. I'm not an easily fooled creature, and I already was suspicious of Midoriya's quirk. Nedzu closed his eyes. I assumed the worst of him, and now we are paying for such a thing. And you didn't think to tell anyone? Sir asked, glaring hard at the rodent. No. You would have seen a child who, at that point, had done nothing wrong or villainous in any way, and judged him harshly for things he'd never do, things he hadn't done. You wouldn't see Midoriya Izuku. You would see All for One. Nedzu stared right back at Sir, a hardness behind his eyes. Humans are not immune to their own biases. I don't claim to lack them, but you also must understand that I had no idea of Midoriya's true intentions. Even now, I'm unsure of what his goals are. He is heroic. All eyes turned to face Aizawa at his statement. He had no reason to act like that during the USJ. He had no reason to save Kuda. He had no reason to put himself on the line to save everyone during the training camp. I will agree with you on many fronts, Aizawa. The Numu was designed to kill All Might. It would have been reasonable to think that young Midoriya could have claimed it was too powerful for him to defeat and let it kill his classmates. Yagi glanced at Hitoshi, a strange expression on his face. It would also surprise me if he truly were working with his father, that young Shinsou's quirk wouldn't have been stolen. There's no way that monster would have passed the opportunity to gain a quirk that could control people. Hitoshi's heart leapt into his throat. It was terrifying to think about. He might have spent his childhood hating his quirk, but he'd grown into it now, even if he sometimes wished it were different. But to think he could have lost it so easily, had Izuku not been who he said he was. That doesn't change the fact that he knew and didn't tell anyone besides Shinsou. Did he truly think we wouldn't help? Something in Sir's voice made Hitoshi want to snap at the man, biting his lips so he wouldn't say something he regretted. People didn't help kids like him and Izuku. Their quirks scared people. And even with the Numu and his actions at the training camp, it could have easily been a way to gain our trust, make us lower our guards. Hitoshi clenched his fists in anger, trying not to show what he thought. 13 hummed in thought. Possible, sure, but it's a lot of work for what seems like very little reward. No one would have questioned it if he didn't stop the Numu. It could be overcalculation on his part. Or, if the Numu was some mindless beast, it's possible he knew he could easily kill it without reparation from either side. Looking at how he took down Muscular, he could just enjoy violence, Sir said, his voice critical. People argued over Hitoshi's head, but he couldn't listen through the static anger in his mind. How dare they? Izuku was a hero, he'd saved people, he'd gotten Hitoshi to save Ragdoll. You're wrong. Hitoshi hadn't even realized he'd said it out loud until all eyes were on him. Sir raised a critical eyebrow, looking Hitoshi up and down. Excuse me? I said you're wrong. No one believes kids like me or Izuku. They were already afraid of me, and I don't have some insane villainous legacy behind me. They didn't believe him when he tried to report our foster father when he put a FING muzzle on me. The heroes wouldn't listen, the police wouldn't listen. I still had the marks, but nothing came from it. Why the hell would he think heroes would help with this? Aizawa's face was one of dawning horror, but Hitoshi ignored it. At best, they wouldn't believe a single word he said. At worst, they'd do what you're doing now, call him a villain, accuse him of something you have no proof of him even doing. Hitoshi hadn't realized his voice was getting louder until Mike put his hand on his shoulder, gently forcing him back into his seat. He was the one who told me to get Ragdoll and make sure she was okay. At the mention of her name, Ragdoll looked up, a haunted look in her eye. No one else did. And I get it, okay, I know what it sounds like and looks like, but we said we'd say something after the training camp. But he's not a villain. He's nothing like one. Shinsou is correct. The principal's voice cut through the ensuing silence. Midoriya Izuku hasn't done anything against heroes, nor has he helped villains in any way, considering his suggestions to take down the hero killer and his actions at both the USJ and the training camp. Netsu took a deep breath, seemingly bracing himself. He has also broken the law about his quirk, and for good reason. I understand that, as heroes, it is our duty to protect citizens and uphold the law to its fullest extent. By hero law, Midoriya should be in jail, not only because of his improper registration, but his relation to All for One, the laws protecting non-villainous parts of a villain's family be demed. The Hero Commission would tear him apart for something he had no control over. The entire room went dead silent as the principal let the implications sink in. He was right. If the Hero Commission knew, they wouldn't think twice before throwing Izuku in a jail cell and letting him rot. I agree. The Commission is more inclined to control heroes rather than guide them. With a villain as powerful as All for One, they might even try to use him as bait. Aizawa seemed to age before Hitoshi's eyes. What matters now is getting Midoriya back. Hitoshi was about to open his mouth again when his phone went off. Weird, he'd put it on silent before the meeting. All eyes went to him, and he opened the text, slightly embarrassed. "Sensei." "It's Dash." Hitoshi let Aizawa grab his phone, heart pounding. Once more. A location. And not the one on the tracker Yaoyorozu made. Izuku learns, rather quickly, that people don't like him analyzing their quirks. He doesn't see why it's creepy, doesn't understand why they can't see it like he does, but he does his best to stop mumbling about it. Besides, his dad loved doing that, so maybe he should hate it? So, for a month and a half, at 10 years old, that's what he does. He pretends to not want to pull apart every quirk he sees, tries not to foam at the mouth thinking about their limits and how they could be applied if someone trained hard enough. He doesn't think about the combinations he could make with multiple quirks, if he could take several at once and use them all in combination. He's got friends, for his efforts, sure, but he's miserable. It feels like he's suffocating a part of himself, more than covering the holes on his palms does. So, he goes back to analyzing. The other kids don't like him, but that's okay. He misses Tamura, but he's sure he'll get over it eventually. His father used to talk about the greater good, and how sacrifices must be made to achieve it. He doesn't believe a word his father said to him anymore, but maybe he was right about one thing. This is the greater good, and the sacrifice is Tamura. It doesn't make the ache Izuku feels for him lessen. 5 years is a long time to wait. It's an even longer time to keep his room the same way it once was, sheets still perfectly made and waiting for him. His bed felt weird after so long, the mattress digging into his back in all the worst ways. The posters haven't faded, and there's no dust. They didn't think he was alive until the USJ, likely, or they would have grabbed him long before he was at UA, when he was an easier target with no one likely to report him missing. It's creepy. Really, really creepy. He was so used to sharing a room, and even after Aizawa and Yamada took them in, and oh god, will they be in danger now, he shared his room with Hitoshi. Hitoshi wasn't loud or intrusive, but the knowledge that there was another body sharing his space was always sitting in the back of his mind. It had taken time to get used to when he first went into foster care, but after a few months, it was natural. Normal as getting tossed around, house to house with people who only saw him as a paycheck could be. At least Aizawa and Yamada were kind, even if it was a little awkward, not inherently cruel like many of the people he'd been forced to stay with. They were his teachers. It was weird seeing them in another context besides school. It took Izuku a few days to get used to seeing Yamada's hair not reach the ceiling. None of those thoughts mattered right now, so Izuku waved them away. He still hadn't seen his father, which likely meant that All Might did more damage to the man than Izuku thought. Seeing the hero alive had been a shock. Izuku figured he'd be dead after facing down his father. Then again, Izuku also thought his dad was dead, so maybe he wasn't great with estimating how much it took to kill someone. Tamura always played the news in the bar. It blared at all times, only going off if his dad was talking or if it was night, and Tamura was sleeping. Kurojairi probably couldn't stand it, turning it off when Tamura finally collapsed and turning it back on before he woke up again. Izuku couldn't say he blamed him. At least the abundance of news playing meant that Izuku knew Muscular was alive, if permanently crippled. No one had released reports on who'd done it to him, and Izuku knew that was likely all thanks to Nezu. If it got out that one of the Hero Corps students had permanently maimed a villain, they'd be done for. UA was already under fire after the training camp incident. They didn't need any more attention on them. That didn't make Izuku feel a whole lot better about what he'd done, when one of the villains who'd introduced herself as Toga, and also had vampire fangs, what an interesting mutation from her quirk, likely blood-related then, giggled at the sight of Muscular being carted off, blood staining the mountainside. Izuku hadn't even realized the villain had bled so much. He'd had other things to worry about at the time. "Oh, who did that?" she asked, watching the TV glow softly against the dingy bar. Dabi, as the scarred villain was called, rolled his eyes at her enthusiasm. Tamura wasn't paying attention until she spoke, but gave a wide grin, hanging his head off the back of the couch to peer at Izuku. "Can't believe that trick worked twice. Did he really think you were such a wimp, Aizu?" Toga leapt up, smiling wide at Izuku, who felt himself shrink back at her advance. Even Dabi snorted, seemingly impressed. Wow. I really think you're impressive, Izuku. Can I stab you? Toga pointed a knife at him, and Izuku carefully pushed the tip away from himself, speaking before Tamura threatened to kill her. Please don't. She frowned, almost pouting, but she kept the knife down, evidently feeling the murderous glare Tamura was directing at her back. And, no he didn't. He just threatened to kill me. He did what? Tamura asked, eyes wide and manic. Izuku felt himself flail for a moment, then realized that he didn't actually care about what happened to Muscular anymore. He tried to kill a child, tried to kill Izuku, and for what? A lust for violence? Just because he felt like it? Izuku shook those thoughts away. Yes, Muscular was a monster. That didn't mean he shouldn't go through the judicial system and be tried properly, without interference from Tamura. It was a slippery slope, one that Izuku didn't want to fall down. Vigilantism was looked down upon for a reason, because it grayed the waters. Villains and heroes weren't all that far apart, when you looked at it from an outside perspective. They both were just titles, people using their quirks on either side of the law for a goal. True heroism was unattainable, Izuku knew that. All Might came close, but there wasn't truly a way to be a hero without benefits. It was the main problem with Stain's ideals. They were far too black and white in a world that was all shades of gray. Don't kill him, Tomo. There's no point. Izuku did his best to keep the tremor out of his voice. Tamura couldn't get any more blood on his hands, not if Izuku wanted to try and pull him from his father's influence. Tamura scratched at his neck, but nodded, his desire to listen to Izuku outweighing his want for revenge, evidently. Fine. Izuku's shoulders slumped in relief, and Dabi took notice of it, raising an eyebrow. Izuku faced him head-on, trying to remember where he'd seen eyes like that. They were too familiar to be anyone he'd just run into once or twice, but it was just far enough away in his head that he couldn't quite make the connection. There's rumors that you helped take down Stain Kid. Tamura flexed his fingers in warning, but Dabi didn't back down. Izuku sat up straighter, looking Dabi in the eye. Depends on how you view it. I wasn't there to take him down in person, if that's what you're asking. Dabi sneered, staples pulling at his burnt skin. That face was familiar too, although the scars made it harder to identify. Izuku didn't falter. He'd seen far worse. He needed to be taken down. He didn't. Demon heroes, running around, facing no consequences. Something slid into place in Izuku's mind. A fire quirk, a powerful one at that. Turquoise eyes that shined dimly in the light. Anger at heroes and a lack of consequences. Todoroki, he mouthed to himself, looking at the bar floor. He looked up sharply at Dabi, glaring. The eldest Todoroki was a villain, then. It made some amount of sense, considering Endeavor's parenting. Dabi was outside his room that night. Izuku wasn't scared, not really. There was little the villain could actually do against him, not with Tamura in his corner, not with Izuku having a powerful healing quirk and an energy manipulation that worked with fire, as he'd found out, working with Todoroki one day during training. You want to talk, don't you? It wasn't a question, merely a statement of fact, but Dabi nodded anyway. Izuku motioned him inside his room, letting him close the door after entering. If he didn't want anyone else to hear this conversation, fine. Any reason some little hero kid ain't fighting back more? Shigaraki acts all buddy-buddy, but I don't buy it. Well, at least he wasn't stupid. Izuku could work with that. Brothers. You'd know something about that, wouldn't you? Izuku was playing a dangerous game, but he knew it'd be worth it if Dabi was out of the picture. Childhood trauma really does make people do stupid shit, doesn't it? I make my own choices, brat, Dabi sneered, but Izuku rolled his eyes. Do you? Or are you still controlled by Endeavor? Still trying for daddy's love, too ya? Dabi's face twitched violently, and he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and Izuku decided to push his luck. You're a lot like him, you know. Lashing out whenever you want, just because you got shoved aside, ignored like your Fuyumi and Natsuo. He broke you, but you never bothered to put the pieces back together. just hung around the shards of glass, stepping on them so you could hurt yourself more. Izuku didn't think it was Dabi's fault, Endeavor's abuse, but that didn't mean he wasn't above shoving it into the man's face. Shudo was abused too, and he didn't become a villain. You couldn't save everyone, and any ounce of sympathy Izuku had for the scarred villain in front of him was shoved back when he remembered him trying to kill his classmates, holding one hostage and threatening to burn him alive. Don't you FING dare talk about them. I am not a DMN thing like that fucker. And don't call me that, Tuya is dead. Dabi paused, taking a deep breath. I'm going to kill him, it's the only way to protect them anymore, he gritted out, glaring. Izuku stood from his place on his bed, getting closer and closer. It? Or are you lashing out, like a toddler who doesn't know how to control his emotions? Izuku felt venom drip from his words, and he never felt so much like his father before, but that breakdown could wait. With Dabi out of the equation, the league lost its best long-range fighter, and that would make everything much easier. The room was silent, a deadly sort of stillness that was unnerving to those who weren't used to it. Dabi's face was twitching, staples pulling at scarred and half-dead skin. And protecting doesn't entail attacking your youngest brother, now does it? Izuku tilted his head, tapping his chin for show. Just saying, if you wanted to protect them, you wouldn't have abandoned them. Leaving them to fend for themselves, your poor fragile mother sitting alone in a hospital bed. Wonder what she'd think if she could see you now, trying to kill your own little brother, and for what? Out of jealousy? Because suddenly Shudo comes along, and you get left behind. Izuku wasn't exactly sure of what he was saying, and he was just going off what Hitoshi had told him about Shudo, but he had a pretty big idea of what Dabi's goals were. And that involved a classmate and a hero dead. Izuku was not a fan of Endeavor, but All Might wasn't getting any younger, and sadly, the number 2 was probably going to be number 1 soon. Izuku wasn't going to let Dabi get his way. He still wasn't leaving. Izuku was not above manipulation when it suited his goals, and there'd be time to ponder his morals when he wasn't in danger. Calculations generally meant very little in the face of human emotion, unpredictable as they were. But Izuku knew, in some regards, that victims of abuse were predictable. Reactions to large revelations or the knowledge that someone knew your secret were generally explosive. Dabi would either burn himself up or storm out. As long as he was out of the way, Izuku was willing to take his chance. And you, Todoroki Tuya, are very much alive, no matter how you'd like to deny it, Izuku proclaimed, going in for the kill. It had the expected reaction he hoped for. Dabi hissed in anger, and Izuku dodged a stray flame. Tuya is dead. I am going to make that beast look at what he's done to me and send him to hell. Dabi reached out for Izuku, but Izuku dodged calmly. He was hoping Dabi would storm out in anger and get himself caught. Anger tended to cloud judgment, and normally Izuku would prefer something more controlled, prefer a way to contact and warn the pros, but he was out of options here. Dabi reached out again, and Izuku wasn't quite fast enough, being lifted by his shirt collar. Blue eyes stared into green ones, and Izuku put as much smug energy that he'd learned from his father as he could into his gaze. The look of invincibility, the very idea that someone could hurt him laughable, no matter how terrified Izuku felt. Don't give a shit what Shigaraki said. I'm gonna roast your butt, you little brat. Izuku chuckled darkly. If he were dead, there was no telling what Shigaraki or his father would do to Dabi. Laughing in the face of danger? That's something all heroes do. Dabi gave him a grin, staples pulling at scarred and dead skin eerily, a half-dead corpse come back to life. That's all Dabi was in the end. If Tuya was dead, so was Dabi, leaving him in a limbo of his own creation, hung from his own actions. Izuku was out of options. He didn't like to use it, hated to use it, but he didn't want to die, and Dabi needed to be gone. Izuku's palms were uncovered. This was a mistake on Dabi's part, of course. Before the villain could react, make good on his promise, Izuku shoved his hand onto Dabi's face, feeling the weird texture of burnt and unburnt skin under his palm, activated all for one and pulled. Transfer of quirks back and forth took little to no effort or time, really. A quick and relatively painless process, if the person who was losing their quirk was either willing or knocked out. Making it painless when they were fighting was harder. Possible, sure, but it took over a minute to do, and after a certain point, his father hadn't really cared anymore. Izuku had only ever taken a quirk forcibly once, and that was not an experience he ever wanted to relive, not if he could help it. Izuku didn't care, not in the moment. Dabi screamed, dropping Izuku and clutching at his face like it was on fire. Izuku felt the heat of cremation under his skin, burning him up, and clutched his hands into fists. The feeling of euphoria running through Izuku's veins felt cruel, rewarding his own anger and hate. His bedroom didn't have windows, but if it had, he might have dumped Dabi out one. Instead, he knocked him out with a hard punch to the underside of his jaw. Izuku could hear footsteps storming towards his room, and he quickly put a shocked look on his face, falling to his knees, as if he'd only just realized the weight of what he'd done. Tamura swung the door open, eyes burning in anger, then relaxing slightly when his eyes landed on Izuku. "Aizu? Are you okay?" Izuku looked up slightly, thankful that he'd harnessed his tears for moments like this. Crying on command was an underrated skill. Tears started to form in his eyes, both on his command, and also the feeling of dread in his bones. Just like him, just like him, just like him. I'm sorry. He attacked me and I panicked." Izuku didn't dare raise his voice above a whisper. His throat hurt, arms shaking, all with the undercurrent of power flowing through his veins. Dad never let him have a fire quirk before, and the feeling was intoxicating. Something like cremation, flames hotter than endeavors, was raw power, destruction and death at his fingertips. "It's all right, Aizu." Tamura gave him a small smile that was far less creepy than his normal one. "Did you take his quirk?" A relatively innocent question. Tamura likely did actually want to know. "Why?" I panicked. Technopathy started up again. All his quirks had gone silent for a moment, making space for a new one, perhaps? Izuku didn't exactly regularly take quirks, so he wasn't completely sure. A phone. Tamura had a phone in his pocket, because he hadn't gone to bed yet. A phone that could share its location, unlike the burner phones the rest of the league used. Tamura either didn't know or forgot that Izuku still had his technopathy. It whispered in his mind, code and meaningless numbers screaming at him, but he only had his sights set on one thing. Location sent. Dad wanted to see him. It wasn't a surprise at this point, because Izuku had been there for over 2 days now, and back before everything they saw each other every day. Mainly because Izuku was young, too young to be left alone, and because Dad was protective. Overly protective, to the point that Izuku got emotional whiplash at being let outside when he first went into foster care. The freedom had been intoxicating. Izuku would have been fine never going back to before, when he wasn't allowed outside, when he thought that was normal. Before he ran. His father was not a patient being when he wanted something. Or someone for that matter. So when Tamura told him, Sensei, wanted to talk, Izuku wasn't surprised when a sick churning started in his gut, nerves combined with the worst warp quirk he'd ever even heard of. "Hello, Izuku. It's good to see you again." Well, see wasn't exactly right, was it? No eyes, no nose, no hair, just a map of scars on the top of his head, tubes connecting everywhere. The doctor would have done that part, considering that anyone legitimate would have questioned his injuries. The doctor didn't care though, just wanted to see what the limits of humanity were, then push past them. His father might have funded the Numu and provided quirks, but there was no way it wasn't the doctor making the creatures themselves. You still mumble. I'm glad you haven't completely been changed by your years away. It's over now, though. Izuku bit his lip hard, swearing in his head. His father still had the menacing aura, but Izuku was used to it. I hope not. They'll come for me and I'll be glad for it. All for one, tooted softly, running a large hand through Izuku's curls. He did his best not to flinch at the touch, familiar in all the worst ways. Comfort, fortune as it were, couldn't come from a monster like his father. You always did love heroes. I thought perhaps you'd be smarter than that. Izuku didn't dignify that with a response. I feared you were dead. You thought the same, did you not? I was hopeful you were. I used that fight to escape, thought that I'd be able to get out of the country before you recovered, but I got caught by police. Used one of your old cover stories to convince them I was who I said I was. All for one, chuckled darkly, still fingering Izuku's curls. I should have known you wouldn't be content to stay in the nest your entire life. Still, I was hoping you would come back to us, or at least Tamura. He was heartbroken. Izuku did his best not to twitch. I still don't understand your fear of me, my little one. I wasn't afraid until you killed her. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat as he spoke. There was no telling how long the memory quirk would have lasted. I saw you. You snapped her neck like it was nothing, made me think she abandoned me. You did see. I was under the impression that memory quirk lasted longer. Izuku pulled away slightly, but the hand in his hair tightened. I lost it if that's what you're worried about. It lasts longer than you think. Izuku stubbornly blinked away tears. I didn't want to forget her. I didn't want to let you make me forget, so I did what I had to. His father huffed, smiling wide. You are my flesh and blood, truly. You made me think I already used it on you, didn't you? Izuku didn't nod, just let him come to his own conclusions. My clever child. An ingenious solution. You'll forgive me if I don't take that as a compliment, coming from you. Izuku let his tears fall, ignoring the hand that wiped them away. I was too afraid to stay after that. I thought you'd do the same to me. I would never. I didn't ever truly know your mother, but I loved you. I still do, little one. Izuku hugged himself tightly. He didn't want to think about it, to feel the hands that had been so casual about killing someone. I have her quirk. That made Izuku stop short. He could barely remember having it, but he'd held it, once. It was warmth, his mother's quirk, small and unassuming but beautiful. He'd spent so long thinking her quirk had died with her, an empty feeling that sat heavy in his stomach when he did. Why? His father shrugged. No point in wasting it. When you've got as many quirks as I do, one more or one less doesn't matter so much. Izuku hated him so much. Quirks defined people. To take one was a death sentence. You took Dabi's quirk without a second thought, though, didn't you? You've used it before. It's what led me to you. A kiss was placed on the top of Izuku's head. I am willing to give it back. For what? There was always a price to pay when you made a deal with a demon, and his father was the devil. There was always something he stood to gain. If you stay with me, little one. An arm wrapped itself around Izuku's waist, pulling him in. Stay with me. Do you want to be a hero? Izuku asks Hitoshi, because he seems lonely. No one wants to talk to either of them. They think Izuku is creepy, and that Hitoshi's quirk is scary. Izuku doesn't agree, but he also understands why. People would be afraid of him if they knew what he could really do. Everyone does, right? Hitoshi signs, although he looks around, biting his lip. Right? They don't like him talking or signing in the house. Stupid rule. No one's around, and it only works with verbal questions and responses, but Izuku's learned that foster families are rarely kind to kids with villainous quirks. Assholes. I guess. That doesn't answer my question. Hitoshi's good at avoiding questions, not quite answering them, but giving people just enough that they think he has. Hitoshi gives him a half-hearted glare, but lifts his hands anyways. I do. No one thinks I can, but I do. Hitoshi wasn't stupid. He knew the teachers and the other heroes who knew about Izuku were hesitant to save him because they thought he was like his dad. Netsu vouched for him, which did a lot, but it wasn't going to be enough. Dabi turning up quirkless, mumbling demands for someone to give it back, didn't help Izuku's case. It made him irredeemable in Sir's eyes, even if Hitoshi knew Dabi wouldn't have hesitated to kill Izuku, burn him alive. Self-defense was a thing, but Sir didn't want to hear it from him or Aizawa. Even All Might seemed hesitant, but even he still agreed to follow the tracker Yamamo had gotten on the Numu. Whether it was to save Izuku or to defeat All for One, Hitoshi wasn't sure. But Sir wasn't having it, glaring at everyone who even tried to suggest that Izuku might not be a villain. If Hitoshi had to look at Sir's face one more time, he might actually punch the guy, pro-hero status be demanded. He doubted Aizawa would stop him. Or reprimand him if no one else was around. Except maybe for the fact that Hitoshi got a swing in instead of himself. Aizawa was losing his patience with Sir, and Hitoshi was somewhat glad that he wasn't allowed to sit in all of the meetings. Aizawa was trained to deal with people and hero meetings, and he already dealt with teenagers all day. Hitoshi wasn't nearly as calm. Either way, there wasn't much progress. Organizing a raid took a while, of course, but that didn't make Hitoshi feel a whole lot better. Izuku was out there, likely terrified out of his mind, and it felt like heroes were twiddling their thumbs and waiting around to save him. Staling for some reason, although Hitoshi had a bad feeling that they wanted to see if he was truly a villain. Izuku might even break himself out if they took long enough, but UA was already under fire for letting him get kidnapped in the first place. Why the hell would they wait so long? Hitoshi's phone, surprisingly, wasn't taken in as evidence. They took the location from it, finding that it led to some random bar in Kamino Ward, but otherwise they'd left it alone. There was a press conference happening tonight, presumably to address the situation, and possibly to break Izuku out. It would be good timing, make the villains let down their guard, but Aizawa said they couldn't tell Hitoshi anything, just in case. Because saving his brother couldn't involve him, apparently, and he might put Izuku at risk if he told anyone. As if Hitoshi would ever tell a soul if it'd put Izuku in danger. They'd have to lock him up before Hitoshi didn't go looking for Izuku. He was going to save him, the hero's efforts be damned. The screen was starting to burn Tamura's eyes. It was such a simple little thing. Just a single message to an unknown number, nothing more. Location sent. The phone decayed under his touch, even as he saw red. Izuku had a technopathy quirk, but he'd always had trouble using it, even before All Might burst in and ruined everything like he always did. But that was 5 years ago, and Izuku was always smart when it came to new quirks. He'd figure it out eventually, and 5 years was plenty of time. No one else in or anywhere near the league had a long-distance technopathy. That left Tamura somehow doing it himself, impossible or at least highly improbable, or Izuku sending out his location to a random number. But why would Izuku do that? He had a happy childhood, they both did. Sensei was harsher on Tamura than he ever was on Izuku. And what was wrong with him, anyways? Sensei wanted to see him, but Izuku was back now, shakier than ever. There was some far-off look in his eye, like he was trying to figure something out. That was normal, kind of. Izuku was constantly analyzing, but what problem was he trying to solve? There were too many questions, not enough answers. Izuku was at the center of it all, and it was time to get him to talk. Tamura knocked on his door, nails digging into his palms hard enough to break skin. His neck itched and he longed to claw at it, dig his nails into the skin there and break it with all the force he could muster. He forced himself to resist the urge to drag one shaking hand from his neck. There had to be a reason for his actions. Izuku was his brother, not his enemy. And Tamura was ready to destroy the world so his little brother could flourish without judgment for his quirk, his actions. Izuku was smart enough to know that. Tamura? Izuku asked, opening the door silently. He looked awful, large bags under his eyes, hair sticking straight up in some places. Izuku's hair defied gravity at the best of times, so it wasn't a surprise to see it messier than usual. What's wrong? You still have technopathy, don't you? It wasn't a question. Izuku had been lucky Tamura hadn't noticed until now. Or, at least, that he hadn't confronted Izuku about it. But it was done, that was what mattered. Hitoshi would have gotten the message, and hopefully he'd passed it on to the heroes. There wasn't much else Izuku could do. He'd done his best to screw over the league any way he could, from taking Dabi's quirk to putting a mild poison in one of Spinner's drinks. Nothing that could permanently harm the guy, but enough that he was out of commission for a few days. Plus, Mr. Compress was arrested at the training camp if the news was to be believed, so the league was weakened. As weakened as they could get, without Izuku doing something drastic to Tamura. He didn't want to kill his brother. He didn't want his brother to kill a bunch of heroes when they raided the bar and tried to save Izuku. Sending out his location was the best thing he could do, really. Even if they didn't try to save him, the public outcry against the league was loud enough that they'd want to at least take a shot at destroying them, and the bar was their hideout. Izuku could escape in the chaos again. That plan would have worked if his dad didn't have that warp quirk. It worked constantly, and Izuku hadn't figured out a counter to it yet. His father gave him 2 days to make his choice. It didn't feel like enough time. He wanted that quirk, to feel his mother's warmth one last time, but was it worth it? He'd been happy, for lack of a better term, for most of his childhood. It got turned on its head once he knew his father was a monster, but before that, it was perfectly fine. In the most selfish way possible, he wanted things to go back to the way they were before. That couldn't happen anymore, so Izuku would have to settle for something else. I know what you're trying to ask about, Tamura. Tamura glared at him, red eyes sparking with hatred for a brief moment. It was unsettling, to say the least, but Izuku was used to far more murderous auras. Then why? Why dash? I left home. I didn't get kidnapped or captured or held hostage or whatever he told you. I left, of my own volition, because he's a monster. Izuku didn't realize he'd gotten so close to Tamura's face until he saw the fear on it. He looked a lot like Dad. Izuku took a step back, straightening up. Think of it this way. It's the same reason you conveniently got a deadly quirk that you couldn't control in the middle of a panic attack. Convenient, right? He dash. Just think about, okay? Izuku turned his head away, closing his eyes. Technopathy was screaming again. Radios, tracker beacons, phones. Hero phones, specifically made to counteract most weaker technopathy quirks. They all had drawbacks, of course, but his father could get around most of them with another quirk that either lessened or completely destroyed those drawbacks. Izuku didn't exactly have that luxury, even as cremation floated around in his head, silently mocking him, but that didn't mean he was an idiot. Hero phones usually relied on random signals to confuse technopathic users into thinking it wasn't anything important. Izuku had the unique perspective of being a hero student who was pretty much constantly around the things, so he knew what they would sound like. The heroes were here. It's over, Tom. Think about it. If you don't fight back too much, maybe I can visit you in prison. Izuku braced himself, the sick feeling exploding out from his mouth. Heroes were swarming the area. Hitoshi was caught behind a police barrier, and if Aizawa or Yamada caught him, he was so dead, but curiosity kept him rooted to the spot. They couldn't find Izuku in the bar, but there were 2 teams. Multiple hideouts, not that Hitoshi knew where the second one was. He hadn't been allowed to see the tracker itself, and he didn't have one obviously, but it was still in Kamino Ward, if what he'd overheard was true. He just had to follow the sounds of destruction and follow them. Izuku was getting saved one way or another. He already had his hood pulled up over his hair, and the surgical mask was enough to keep out most of his features. He still avoided cameras and heroes best he could, knowing that he'd be sent out of the battle if they caught him. Or grounded for life, which might actually happen anyways, depending on how it went. It was destroyed. The entire factory was rubble beneath his feet. Numas were being sent out left and right, attacking heroes and police alike. The doctor was long gone, presumably back into hiding. Tamura and the rest of the league weren't warped, like Izuku figured. His father didn't give 2 sheets about what happened to him. He'd raised him to be a successor, nothing more, nothing less. A monster couldn't love, no matter what he claimed. Heroes were frozen in fear, staring up at his father. That wasn't all that surprising. Murderous auras tended to do that. The man literally had a quirk for it. Best Jeanist, the Lady, Gang Orca, and Tiger were all terrified. Izuku couldn't blame them. A single wall had held, but nothing else. Thank God for energy manipulation, but it still had its drawbacks. Too much energy, and Izuku would literally explode. It had to go somewhere, and with an attack that powerful, the buildings around him were better than people. Hopefully they'd evacuated all the civilians. Still defending heroes, little one? His father asked, mocking. Still being a piece of shit, all for one? Izuku mocked right back. There was no way the heroes weren't told about their relation, but whatever. If the media didn't get a hold of it, all the better. Someone else was here though, but it wasn't a media camera. A standard phone, one that felt oddly familiar. God damn it, Hitoshi. If they made it out of this alive, Izuku was kicking his butt. And where did you learn language like that, little one? Izuku would have rolled his eyes if he weren't worried about the heroes. Take a wild FANG guess. You should make your choice now. It wouldn't change much either way. Bad idea, bad idea. This was the most terrified he'd ever been, and Hitoshi had nearly died on multiple occasions. One villain, one terrifying, death itself coming for you villain, and Izuku was sassing him, because he apparently had a death wish. All that energy had been redirected, and Hitoshi was lucky the wall held. But he was here now, and that was what mattered. He'd get Izuku out, one way or another, even if it meant he couldn't be a hero. Vigilantes were a thing, right? If he weren't permanently crippled, and no, don't think about that, just focus on getting Izuku and getting out. All Might was likely on his way, but that didn't mean anything really. If he'd barely won the first time, how would he win the second? Especially if he was weakened, like Izuku thought he might be. Raw strength isn't all that great really. There's always a bigger fish, right? Better to be able to convince your opponent to give up without having to fight. Izuku didn't seem fazed by the looks he'd gotten. Bakugo seemed to take it personally, but Hitoshi wasn't in that boat, really. No one in the class was quite as battle-smart as Izuku, but they could learn. Whether or not they would was another question. But that was literally his quirk. The ability to convince a villain to give up without a fight. That's what Izuku meant. Hitoshi made himself look. The heroes were frozen, but All for One was moving towards them, Izuku frozen in place, eyes watering. Paralyzer, right? Hitoshi wasn't fully trained in stealth, far from it, but that didn't mean he wasn't sneaky when he wanted to be. Quick movement led him to Izuku, and jostling him broke the paralyzation. Thank God. Hitoshi! He signed, glaring, what the F is wrong with you? You need to get out of here. I didn't think the heroes would come. I didn't trust them to, now come on. We'll get out together, Hitoshi signed back, already dragging Izuku back to the wall. Ah, such clever children. Hitoshi and Izuku both froze, still clinging onto one another. A shame it must end this way. All for One walked slowly towards Hitoshi, and he felt himself freeze, fear overtaking him. Do you trust me? Izuku asked low, breaking him out of his stupor. Yes. Izuku, still holding Hitoshi's hand, pulled. Thank God they'd done this before, otherwise Hitoshi would probably be screaming. That had a tendency to happen, apparently, if Dabi, and his father, was any indication. Dad wouldn't notice until it was too late. What the F are you doing? Izuku, really, you ought to dash, he froze as brainwashing took hold. It hurt like hell, his head pulsing in pain, but he was frozen, and that was what mattered. Touch would break him out of it. Good thing Izuku's All for One didn't need that. There were way too many quirks in the air, but Izuku could tell some of them apart. Forced quirk activation, rivet stab, the stupid warp quirk, if this failed somehow. Izuku wouldn't have long to react, and the hold he had on brainwashing wasn't strong enough to keep it held forever. Rivet was still floating around. Excellent, he still had that one. Izuku shoved brainwashing back into Hitoshi, and All for One stumbled back, quirks ripped out from him by force. Izuku raised his hands, activated forced quirk activation and rivet stab, and sent it right into his father's body. Did you really think I don't have backup plans for this sort of thing, Izuku? And we both know that little trick doesn't work without going for a specific quirk dash. All for One choked on something. The mask meant that Izuku couldn't see it, but he was willing to bet it was blood. A rivet had just went right through a lung, of course. Another through the heart. If he still had eyes, if he weren't wearing a mask, Izuku imagined he'd be surprised. His father fell to his knees, clutching his chest. The rivet stuck out through it, tearing his suit. The entire world went silent. All Izuku could hear was his heartbeat, thundering loudly in his ears. One last quirk was pulled from the dying monster. A small warmth entered Izuku's body, and he smiled softly at it. The tracked small objects was back where it belonged. He glared at the still body lying on the ruined ground, whispering his words. This time, stay dead. Sometimes, Tamura looks to the night sky, and wonders if Izuku is looking down on him, smiling at him. Sometimes, Izuku does the same. It was an uphill battle. Everyone and their mother watched the raid on the bar, cameras and police swarming the area, and while the former factory was still a hot spot, most of the cameras were blown back, or destroyed from pure force of the redirected air cannon. That wasn't much of an accident on Izuku's part, actually. The less the world knew, the better. There's casualties, and even if Izuku knew there would be, it doesn't make it easier to hear. It's not relief that floods him when he learns most of the destruction was his father, but it's something similar to it. There's blood on his hands already, and it's the blood of a monster, but blood nonetheless. The Hero Commission generally demands villains in alive, if not usually well, but nothing could have held All for One. Quirk suppression is great and all, but some quirks are immune, and Izuku's pretty sure they don't work on himself either. Even if they did, Izuku wouldn't put it past the man to have found a quirk to circumvent such a thing. Tamura and the rest of the league were taken in with little fight, Toga and Kurogiri the only ones who truly fought back. According to police, Tamura just surrendered. Gave up when he realized All for One had left him behind. Toga was close range, and Kurogiri could only do so much against a veritable tidal wave of heroes. The League of Villains was gone, completely and utterly. Toga qualified for a rehab program due to her age, and Izuku was pretty sure he could convince Netsu to try and do the same for Kurogiri. He was a Numu, after all, it wasn't his fault. But that meant that Izuku's actions were center stage. All eyes on him, and they weren't going to go easy on him. The heroes present for it actually helped to shield him from cameras, helping to carry him off when his legs couldn't anymore, and Hitoshi was essentially let off with a slap on the wrist, Izuku making something up on the spot about summoning him there. Hitoshi played his part well, to his credit, and the mask he'd worn was lost in the rubble, so he looked like he'd just been pulled away randomly. Hitoshi's actions, although he hadn't technically done anything, were classified as self-defense, and it wasn't like anyone was going to go off on him for going against an ancient supervillain. That led them to now. The Hero Commission president wasn't happy, Sir Night Eye wasn't happy, and Aizawa looked like he might throttle both of them any time they opened their mouths. Izuku couldn't blame him too much, in all honesty. It was exhausting, going in circles over and over again. Yes, he lied. Yes, he knew who his father was and didn't say anything. No, he wasn't power-hungry or insane like All for One. No, the guy wasn't secretly alive somewhere. Not anymore. With all due respect which was very little, currently Izuku thought, we're going in circles. I've answered your questions, the detective has verified that I've told the truth, and there's no more point. You're wasting everyone's time here, ma'am. The president glared at him, gritting her teeth. And we don't have proof that you don't have a quirk to circumvent his own. You lied about All for One, what else could you lie about? Izuku resisted the urge to scream and pull at his hair. At least Hitoshi was grounded, forced to stay home. Izuku was probably going to join him if he didn't get thrown in jail. I lied about my father because I thought he was dead, and I didn't particularly want any of his followers to find me. The doctor especially. And I don't have one to work around lie detector. I'm not even sure one exists. Everyone in the room was exhausted, police and media still swarming everywhere, looking for blood. At least his status as a minor prevented any major articles or videos being published, and what little footage there was blurry enough that Izuku's face wasn't clear. Combined with him only appearing in the first part of the sports festival, it was unlikely anyone would recognize him. None of this is helping. Netsu was irritated, that much was clear. At least it wasn't everyone, just those in on All for One, which apparently included Aizawa now. Whatever, it didn't matter, not with the man dead. Midoriya is correct. He's given his statements in front of Detective Tsukachi, and his reasonings for not informing anyone of his father. We are getting nowhere fast. All for One is too dangerous to be left amongst civilians. Then how about this? Izuku didn't bother to keep the irritation out of his voice. He was tired, he just wanted to sleep for the next year and not leave his bed for the next 10. Everything hurt, he'd had a migraine since he killed his father, and he wasn't about to go down without a fight. We're not interested in making deals, All for One. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose, willing himself to not scream at her. And I'm not either, actually. I'm just giving you a little heads up is all. Izuku let himself make eye contact. Just to let you know that I can and absolutely will tell the world what Endeavor did. The entire room tensed, but Izuku kept going. You're as aware as I am, surely, that Dabi had a DNA test that showed him as a 99% match to Endeavor, which is legally enough to call him his son. Izuku lets his voice drawl, calm and collected. That alone wouldn't destroy Hero Society, not with Dabi in jail, but the implications of such a thing certainly could. Are you truly that desperate? They wouldn't believe the words of a villain either way, she bit back, but it was clearly a facade of confidence. No, of course not. But they'd believe a hero. Izuku didn't have to see him to know that Hitoshi was glaring. Or the files themselves, if something unprecedented happened to them, like if someone with a particularly powerful technopathy got a hold of them and released them everywhere. Really? You say you're heroic, and yet you tear down heroes like that. Heroic, not stupid. Izuku rolled his eyes. And it's less heroic to ignore it, surely. I suppose you'd know. Izuku gave her a smile, one he knew to be unsettling. Born without a quirk in a world surrounded by them must have been tough, yes? The blood drained from her face, and she stared at Izuku in horror. You stick by your morals, but desperate times call for desperate measures, wouldn't you agree? You get a quirk, and my father gets an in at the Hero Public Safety Commission. A perfect little puppet. How dash. Simple. Izuku tapped the table he was handcuffed to softly. Quirks, when given or pushed into those born quirkless, or when one gets a quirk that isn't made for their body, it's common to have side effects. You rarely make any type of public appearances, often appearing behind a desk for interviews. Izuku gave her another smile, looking at the reactions of those behind her, the detective mouthing something to Aizawa, who in turn pulled out a pair of HNDCFFs. It destroyed your lower legs, didn't it? They broke once, and due to the properties of your quirk, they never properly healed. Izuku gave her a bored look, knowing he'd won. Even without any of that, you really think he didn't keep records of that stuff? You don't have any proof, do you? Izuku rolled his eyes again. Seriously? Did you forget there's other people in this room? One of which is a literal lie detector. Izuku leaned in, letting his eyes flash. Everything has a paper trail, President. Your hands are shaking, Shoyuta noted, for lack of anything else to say. It's true, because Izuku's hands haven't stopped since the commission's president walked in, but he either hid it well enough or she didn't care about it. It was a reasonable reaction. Anyone would be nervous to face her down, and Izuku's future had hinged on it. He seemed to finally notice, staring down at his shaking hands with a bitter smile. Withdrawal? From my quirk? Forgot about that. Shoyuta can't help but raise an eyebrow. He was aware that the energy manipulation quirk caused Izuku's palms to bleed if overused, and that his limbs would often shake afterwards, but this wasn't the same. Just his hands. And he'd be well aware of the energy manipulation drawbacks, so he couldn't forget about them. His wording was strange too. Withdrawal implied addiction. All for one? Shoyuta asked, a feeling he already knew the answer. Izuku nodded, now glaring at his palms. I took multiple quirks at once. Haven't done that in a literal decade. He stretched his hands, curling and uncurling them into fists. It'll go away in a week, if I remember right. It'll just SK. Done it before? When it first manifested, yes. I was 4, cut me some slack. Izuku gave a self-deprecating smile. Thank God it's over. Thanks for taking me and Hitoshi in, even if it's probably not going to last. What the hell does that mean? No one had told Shoyuta anything about either of them. If something was going to happen, he was going to fight for them, no matter what. It means that there's no way I walk away from this. Yes, I know that the president isn't going to stick around, but Sir isn't going to stop. All Might probably won't either, and nothing changes what I've done. Izuku's eyes began to well up with tears, but he seemingly ignored them. All Might said he tried to kill All for One, you just succeeded. And Sir? Well, Sir's being an a-hole. I don't understand why he's so insistent on calling you Shigaraki. Izuku's nose bunched up, and it would have been funny otherwise, such a silly expression on an otherwise neutral face. Yeah, between him and being called All for One, I'm pretty sure my days of being called Midoriya are over. He slumped against the wall, frowning. Think they'll at least let me write letters from Tartarus? You aren't going to Tartarus. You are my student, Midoriya. Nedzu's cheery voice startled them both, a small blue flame appearing on Izuku's palm before he quickly smothered it. The Hero Public Safety Commission wishes to label you a villain, but I disagree. However, through UA, there's a rehabilitation program for young or underage villains. It's rarely utilized due to the age of most villains, but you qualify. Which means I stay at UA. Where's the catch? Despite his words, Shoyuta could see the hope in Izuku's eyes. Nedzu simply smiled at his question. The catch is that you cannot go to school here. You'll be kicked out of the hero course, and I doubt you're willing to go into general studies. However, the principal clapped his paws together. That does not prevent you from going online, and if you happen to do so while on UA's campus, they can't say anything about it. But you can't be a hero, Shoyuta cut in. It was almost too perfect. I've done what I wanted to do, sensei. I want to help people, but I can do it in other ways too. Izuku smiled at him. Anything is better than getting thrown in jail, right? Yes. I will also admit, this is a practical decision. The commission is not happy, but they are shaken from these new revelations about their president. Nedzu's eyes glinted. I also do not wish to have another all-for-one. I understand you are not your father, but you also must understand my caution. Izuku nodded. I do. I understand why. Izuku bit his lip, fidgeting. Does anyone else qualify for the program? Nedzu smiled in understanding. Technically, Toga Himiko does, but that's not who you're asking about, is it? Izuku shook his head. No. I'd understand either way, I guess. But I want to help him. Izuku gave a sad smile to Nedzu, and Shoyuta felt way out of his depth. He had an inkling of what they might be talking about, but... I know. Nedzu paused. The program through UA only takes in minors. Izuku nodded, sighing, but looked back up to the ceiling. Right. That doesn't mean I'm not willing to try. Izuku looked back down, something akin to hope in his eyes. If what you say is true, Shigaraki Tamura was little more than an unfortunate puppet for all-for-one schemes. I'm also hesitant to let someone with valuable information about the Numis go so easily. So there's a chance? He's not going to want to be a hero. I doubt any amount of therapy or rehab or whatever is going to change that. Nedzu patted Izuku's leg, smiling softly at the boy. Shoyuta felt like he was intruding on something important, but couldn't make himself move away. I'm aware. I hope that your presence might make it easier to convince him to not be a villain. I'm not promising it will work, nor that he'll be more than just a civilian, but it's worth a shot, no matter what. Izuku nodded again, then bit his lip, glancing towards Shoyuta. That probably didn't mean anything good. There's also Kurojiiri. He's a Numu. I'm not sure what they did to him, but apparently he was a student at UA. Izuku glanced to him again, and dread pooled in Shuta's stomach. He was training to be a hero, but during a work-study, a building fell dash. And crushed him, Shoyuta finished softly. I'm sorry. Izuku didn't look back, tears forming in his eyes. I wasn't sure, but I had my suspicions. Technopathy while I was in the factory kept pinging, and I found old records. Oboro. Izuku gave a barely there nod, and Shoyuta nearly collapsed on the spot. I'm going to call Hizashi. I'd understand if you don't wish to talk about this, but can you tell me about your mother and father's relationship? Nedzu clearly didn't want to ask, but he was better than anyone else asking. That didn't mean Izuku really wanted to answer. From what I can tell, they didn't have one. They weren't married, I'm pretty sure, and I don't ever remember her with anyone while we were in America. Izuku picked at a loose thread in the hem of his shirt. He said he never really knew her. I see. The office sat in silence for a moment while they both gathered their thoughts. Then, another question, and I will also understand if you don't wish to answer. Nedzu made eye contact with him, and Izuku braced himself. Why didn't you let him use the memory manipulation quirk on you? You were quite young, and I'd think you'd want to forget something so traumatic. Izuku wasn't sure how to answer. Even now, 5 years later, he wasn't fully sure. Why hadn't he let his father get his way? He barely knew his mom. They were torn from one another when he was only 4, and his memories of her flipped between the first time he used her quirk and watching her neck get snapped. One was certainly happier than the other, but that didn't mean Izuku had such an attachment that he wouldn't be willing to forget. But there was something else there, the attachment he had to her. Warmth and happiness, friends surrounding him, unlike the isolation he'd had with his father. I'm not sure. I didn't want to forget her, I guess. There was no noise inside. The office wasn't soundproof, but the walls were far from thin, and most people were likely in their dorms right now. He told me she was afraid of my quirk. I guess I never fully believed him, even that young. I'm not criticizing your actions. Far from it, in fact. You'll have to forgive my curiosity. Izuku waved the apology away. It didn't hurt, not like it used to. He had her quirk now. Your plan for his death was brutal but effective. I had the time. Izuku sipped at his tea absent-mindedly. I wasn't ever in public school for obvious reasons, but I was ahead of the curve up until now, really. Even then, most classes aren't so much challenging as they are time-consuming. But because I never really needed to study a whole lot, I focused on what I would do if I got to have revenge. I thought he was dead, and he didn't have the warp quirk at the time, but the other two I took, rivet stab and forced activation, he had those. I always thought I'd be easiest to use what he already had against him. Smart. One for All generally followed the same principle. Izuku resisted the urge to scoff. I guess. But it's more about the fact that he couldn't take One for All. Everyone got caught up in the stories around it and thought it was destiny or something for a One for All user to kill him. Brute force isn't all that useful. There's always someone or something stronger. Izuku looked out the window to the darkening sky. He didn't win every fight by just taking someone's quirk. I assume you share that philosophy with him. I did. Izuku closed his eyes. You were on the list he had. Heroes or people he wanted to keep an eye on because he figured they might be able to take him down. Netsu seemed to consider this, before giving Izuku a small smirk. I don't think I can take that as a compliment. Izuku snorted softly. Yeah, I wouldn't either. But he always figured he could beat All Might easily, thought he was stupid. Do you agree? Netsu asked. Izuku shook his head. No. All Might was my favorite hero. He hated it when I asked for a poster for my birthday one year. Netsu snorted, an ungraceful sound. Tamura managed to sneak out and get me one anyways. You grew up close. We didn't have anyone else. He made sure of that. Tamura couldn't think. He was too numb to do anything else but go through the motions, even as he overhears guards talk. He was alone in his cell, and he's got quirk suppressant bracelets on at all times. He didn't even fight when they came into the bar, just sort of sat there, let them take him in. Raised his pinky when one of the heroes tried to do something with his hand. Didn't fight back at all when they wrestled him into HNDCFFS, tried to interrogate him. He can hear some woman talk about her worries, talk about how she's concerned he won't ever talk. It's not true, really, but no one here is the person he wants to talk to. The person he needs to talk to. He didn't doubt he was going to be thrown into Tartarus, never to see the light of day again. Why wouldn't he? He'd been a monster, even if Izuku was right about what Sensei had done to him in the end. A lack of empathy in his childhood made him apathetic, but he was an adult, technically. There were consequences, now more than ever. Sensei was dead, and he'd stay dead this time. Tamura wasn't sure how to feel. On the one hand, he'd been raised by the man, saved when no one else would even spare Tamura a glance. On the other, he was likely the reason Tamura had needed saving in the first place. Guilt? Was that what they called it? Or was it closer to shame, that curling feeling deep in his gut that made it hard to sleep or eat? None of it mattered. Hopefully Izuku would keep his promise and visit him in prison. I want to be a hero. Izuku isn't talking to anyone in particular. It's just the truth. His quirk is evil, his father is a monster, but he wants to be a hero so badly. Hi, Tomu. Izuku could barely believe what he saw. It had been years since he saw Tamura so blank. When his father first kidnapped him, really. Once they'd bonded, it was like Tamura's personality did a complete they'd had each other, and that was it. The guilt from leaving Tamura behind had mostly settled in Izuku's gut, but then, seeing him like this, it made itself known once more. Aizu. He didn't sound like he believed it. Izuku couldn't blame him. Nedzu had to pull major strings to get this to work, and Izuku was grateful for his help. His rehab was going perfect, and Aizawa was still training him, teaching him hero laws and standard protocol. They had a plan. Hey! Izuku couldn't help but smile. Tamura's scars were finally getting healed, and while his skin wouldn't ever really be clear, it was certainly less painful. Decay's negative effects were clear to see in his skin, and how thin he was. An overactive metabolism meant he was tiny, and while that was fine when he was a villain, if he was going to ever reintegrate into society, he probably needed to bulk up slightly. Then again, nothing was particularly strange looking nowadays. You're really here, right? He was behind the glass, which Izuku thought was stupid, but whatever. It wasn't like he could actually hurt Izuku, and Izuku would never hurt him. He couldn't bring himself to. I told you I'd visit. There weren't tears in Tamura's eyes, but Izuku was definitely crying. I'm sorry. You don't have anything to be sorry for. Tamura closed his eyes. I'm sorry I never saw what he was. That I never questioned why. I didn't know until he killed my mom. I wouldn't have ever known if I hadn't seen it. Tamura's eyes snapped open, and he looked at Izuku in horror. That's why I left. I couldn't trust him anymore. Izuku closed his eyes, letting tears fall. I tried to find you. I tried to find you before I left so I could try to get you out, but you wouldn't have been able to. And with both of us, he would have found you again. Izuku gripped his arms tightly. I'm stubborn. You know it, I know it. I would have tried to make you stay. I know. That doesn't mean I shouldn't have tried. They both sat silent for a moment, the noise of guards and quiet radio static fading into the background easily. Izuku wasn't sure what else to say. There wasn't anything he could do. Nedzu could pull strings, but he couldn't change what people thought. Tamura was a villain in the public and legal eye, and no amount of evidence to what All for One had done would really change that. I'm assuming this isn't just you keeping your promise. Izuku's eyes snapped open. I hear them talk about you sometimes. It's not hard to put together. I'm not asking you to be a hero. I can't even be a hero. I'm just asking you to try. Tamura glared at the glass between them. Please, Tomu. A buzzer signaled that his time was up, and Izuku stood carefully. Think about it. Please. Hitoshi wasn't surprised that Aizawa and Yamada saw right through the cover story Izuku made up on the spot for his presence at Kamino. He also wasn't surprised that he's grounded for the next foreseeable future, which essentially meant until they'd both cooled off. Which was a while, considering Izuku was also grounded, but for life instead. Not that something as simple as grounding would be able to stop Izuku. It would probably take the literal end of the world to stop him, and even then, it's probably only a 50-50 shot. And that's assuming Izuku himself isn't the reason for impending doom. Especially with Nedzu teaching him. Hitoshi already had to stop him from figuring out what might happen if Monoma copied his quirk, and Hitoshi had to literally brainwash him and drag him to Aizawa to stop him. It wasn't something he wanted to repeat. Hitoshi was surprised, however, to find that Izuku was no longer officially at UA. He was still there, obviously, but he wasn't taking classes, not anymore. Aizawa told everyone he couldn't, that his kidnapping had traumatized him to the point he couldn't do it. Bakugo made some noises at that, but Aizawa shut him up real quick. That didn't stop Izuku from looking over Hitoshi's notes every night, flipping through them and marking them down for himself. He claimed he just wanted to be an analyst, use his smarts for good. Hitoshi knew it was bullshit. Izuku wanted to be a hero. It was cruel to ask him to be anything else, but he understood, in some terrible way. Izuku lied over and over again out of fear, but lied all the same. Combined with him killing his dad, there was no chance in hell he could legally get a license. Hitoshi was surprised he wasn't in jail, although he'd apparently used blackmail to his advantage. Not that Hitoshi could blame him. He'd do the same. Your hair is going white at the roots, Hitoshi remarked, ruffling it gently. Izuku jumped slightly, and hurried over to the nearest mirror to inspect it. He swore, pulling back his fringe. He whispered. Hitoshi sat up straighter, concerned. It wasn't that weird, was it? No one spared a second glance at two-toned hair anymore, and Izuku wasn't going to look like an old man. White hair was mundane nowadays. What's wrong? My dad, his hair was white. Hitoshi felt himself balk. That would explain it. Izuku always said he looked a lot like his dad, especially his hair and freckles. I'll go get hair dye. Izuku turned back to look at him. You're grounded. We're both grounded. Hitoshi grinned at him, picking Soba up off of his lap and depositing the cat on the ground. He didn't seem to care, jumping onto a kitchen chair and curling up to sleep. They might actually murder us if we do anything. Bold of you to assume I don't accept death. At Izuku's frown, Hitoshi softened his grin. Come on, it'll be fine. I'll be in and out in a heartbeat. What are you two hellions planning now? Aizawa asked, and Hitoshi swore softly. Nothing. Izuku started, but Hitoshi cut right through that. Aizawa would probably make an exception, and there was no point in hiding it now. Izuku's hair is going white, and his piece of sheet dad had white hair. We're gonna dye it back to green. Hitoshi looked up to him, daring him to argue. He'd been more supportive than most about the whole thing, standing in Izuku's corner more than anyone else. Fine. But we're getting all the stuff we need for it, and we're telling Hisashi. He'll want to help. Hitoshi grinned again, and pulled Izuku by the arm. Wait, why am I coming? He asked, even as he let Hitoshi drag him towards the door. We need to color match, stupid. It won't take much, and you won't even have to bleach your hair. Tenko was the only person who knew the doctor well enough for this to work. It was already a risk, but life force had the drawback of limiting movement, and the doctor wasn't exactly equipped to fight in the first place. The heroes were ready, and Tenko was prepared to pin him down, if need be. Getting a plea deal was made easier when Izuku suggested they just kill Shigaraki Tamura. A simple thing to do, because he hadn't ever legally existed in the first place. Supposedly he died from a sudden heart attack. Which, with him being only 20, looked weird, but no one was going to question it much. Combined with the promise of spilling literally everything he knew, Tenko got off easy. He was still in jail. He would be for the rest of his life. Izuku seemed to think that he could integrate into society again. Tenko wasn't so sure, and in all honesty he didn't want to. He couldn't, not after everything he'd done, all the pain he'd caused. Rehabilitation was great, but it didn't erase the past. Even if it did, it wasn't worth it. Tenko knew he was stubborn, unwilling to change. He still didn't like heroes, still didn't like All Might, was still bitter that he was left to rot. He was still in jail, but he wasn't getting the death penalty. Izuku had a lot of blackmail and a lot of leverage, but he wasn't a miracle worker. Him not dying was just about the best they could do for him, and Tenko was fine with it. He'd long since accepted his fate, the moment Izuku shattered his view of sensei. Izuku had decay, and Tenko felt decidedly freer without it. He'd still kept his pinky up at all times, the habit so far ingrained in him he couldn't stop himself from doing it. Instead, the warp quirk sat heavy in his stomach. Izuku warned him that it wasn't pleasant to use, although it was easy to understand. Think of the person you wanted to summon. Focus on summoning them to your location. Wait and pray. Simple, really. So when the doctor stumbled into the cell, coughing up a storm, Tenko couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. If he was stuck here for the rest of his life, then the doctor ought to suffer the same fate. Byakuda was a monster. Assuming they didn't just kill him the moment he spilled everything about the Numu project. Tenko wouldn't blame them either way. There's a vigilante who lurks around Mizudafu. No one knows what his quirk is. Some people say it's multiple people, others think it's highly specialized gear. He patrols often enough that he's well known, the grin of a green bunny mask a comforting sight to those in need or in danger. Heroes aren't meant to work with him, but most people are sure Eraserhead, and later, Siren, do anyways. He's surprisingly popular, with some asking the Hero Commission to make an exception and give him an official license. Fans make pins and stickers of him, poses of him in action. He's got a surprisingly large fan base for a vigilante. When the Yakuza start to rise up, whispers of their quirk-destroying bullets and their mysterious source getting louder and louder, they're destroyed in a matter of hours. It's outside his normal patrol, but it's to save Eri, the child whose blood was spilled for a worthless cause by a worthless man. If Overhaul was strangely lacking a quirk when he was found, tied up nice and pretty, complete with a bow on his forehead, then most people would just assume he'd shot himself with one of his own bullets. You shouldn't be here. I'm not asking you to like me, I don't need nor want your approval. You can either work with me or around me, but I'm getting her out. They didn't need to know that someone else had it. They didn't need to know that someone had convinced Eri that her quirk wasn't cursed, that she was perfect the way she was, that Overhaul was wrong. They didn't need to know she was taken in by Aizawa Shoyuda, homeroom teacher of the infamous Class 1A. He's got a lot of different nicknames, mainly Problem Child, but he doesn't seem to mind them. He's friendly and kind, good with lost kids and supervillains alike. It's not just flashy fights or signature moves with him. People ask why he bothers with the smaller things, why he's not a spotlight hero for everyone to see. Sometimes, saving the world is stopping a villain, sometimes it's getting a kid back home. Sometimes, he's spotted at a small grave, placing flowers down gently and whispering a few words. No one bothers him. If a man who seems determined to save everyone needs to mourn, they let him mourn. Some heroes grumble about him, saying they don't wish to work with someone outside of the law, but it's often ignored in favor of his skills and experience. Even if they don't work with him, he doesn't care. Prism was there to stay.